welcome to Pilot Careers Live, the first of 2022 in the Sofitel Hotel, London Heathrow. If you haven't got a ticket, you've still got time to buy one and come along. 2 sessions, and we'll be all here. We're here all day, as it were. You will notice that there's a slightly different presenting team from last year. Last year we had Dave Calderwood and Johnny Salmon. They are both watching from home, hopefully. So hello, Dave. Hello, Johnny. They are both sadly tested positive for pregnancy, no, COVID earlier this week, and so they couldn't be with us. So we kindly found a couple of amazing professionals to step in. Anthony and Rebecca will be talking to you in a minute. Karen, I know you've got to run off and get the seminars ready. Welcome back. You were here last year, an old professional at this job. So, sorry, seasoned professional. I'm the oldest here, so there you go. What are you looking forward to this year?
Thanks, Ian. It's really good to be back. Really excited to be back again. I think what's really different about this year's Pilot Careers Live is we've got airline speakers here again, which is fantastic. So really excited to be hearing from EasyJet and Wizz Air and British Airways here today, and Fly Heli Centre and Bristow's are back as well with the opportunities that they've got to share with the world. So, excuse me, sorry. So there's a really nice buzz, there's lovely energy here, so it'd be good to hear from the airlines and good to see everybody here again.
Excellent, brilliant.
Exciting times.
Okay, so and I know you've got to go and get one of the seminars ready, and the first seminar is the ATO question panel. So have you got lots of questions for the ATOs?
We've got some questions for the ATOs, but we're always willing to hear more from you all. Sorry, I've got a little frog in my throat this morning. That's a bit strange, but there we go. We can still take more questions. So if people want to put those through on our social media feed, I think Johnny's at home looking out for those coming through. But yeah, we've got some questions to pass on to the ATOs, and some really, really good people on the ATO panels this morning, the leaders of the ATOs, or many of the ATOs that are exhibiting here. So really good opportunity to pick their brains about what's going on in the industry at the moment and how to approach your research, which is the big thing we always say. You know, the main thing to do at this point is do all your research as thoroughly as you possibly can. And this is a great opportunity to do that. Pick those brains, those leaders of the ATOs have been in the industry for a very long time. Not as long as AP, of course, but take away as much information as you can so you can make an informed decision at the end of the day. So yeah, first session, so 9:30, ATO question time.
Brilliant, thank you very much for that. And send in your questions. They won't make it to this morning's session, but they may well make it into this afternoon's sessions on social media. So thank you very much, Karen. I'll let you go and get ready. See you later. So turning over here, Rebecca, it's not your first Pilot Careers Live, is it? But it's your first Pilot Careers Live this side of the camera. What are you looking forward to?
So this is my first live Pilot Careers Live back in person since sort of the big event happened. So I was just speaking to Anthony. It's really the people that makes flying and aviation so special. So getting to really share that enthusiasm in person again is kind of really exciting, and I hope for many it will be the beginning of their journey and a day that they'll look back on in the future. And also, aviation's gone through a very difficult time. There's still challenges ahead. We're still in the recovery process. I'm really interested in hearing what the sort of industry experts have to say about the state of the industry now, the possible recovery timeline, and hopefully getting that useful information across to those who would benefit.
Well, it is a great place to do some research. Absolutely, Anthony. I hesitate to say industry veteran, but probably industry.
Dangerous territory.
Industry star. And if you don't know Anthony Pettiford, Anthony Pettiford has led a couple of the really big ATOs over the years. Pilot. He basically, there's nothing about this industry he doesn't really know. So, Anthony, thank you very much for agreeing to join the presenting team today and to bring your.
Me to come and be part of the team. It's been a real pleasure. I reflect back actually, it was 25 years almost to the day, in fact to the day, that I first joined the industry at what was then the Oxford Air Training School. But the joy, and Becky mentioned it earlier about people, so 25 years ago we had some bright-eyed, bushy-tailed young cadets at the age of 18 and 19, and the joy, and as KB mentioned earlier, the airlines coming to speak. And some of those that are now speaking for those airlines were themselves cadets in those days. So there we are, they've really done so well. And what it illustrates is how this industry allows people to progress so wonderfully and beautifully. And so when we see the youngsters coming in today through the door, I'm thinking to myself, I wonder in the next 25 years, I'll be seeing them as training captains and people promoting the airline profession of the future. So it's a real joy. It's all about the people, without doubt.
You may well be be seeing them. I'm not entirely sure. I've got 25 years left.
Yeah, I'm sure we all will, no doubt. I think the industry will be different, though. I think it will be a different world.
It will be very different. And I take exactly, that's a fantastic point. I remember pre-COVID talking to EasyJet sent one of their captains along to chat, and I was chatting to him here on the stand, and he said, I came to one of these shows and began my journey then, and now he was coming back as a captain to talk to people. It's really good to see that progression, because we only get to see a lot, I mean, pilot careers live only gets to see people really during the days here, and we see them on social media and on the website after that, but they kind of like come along, and we don't follow their journey as closely as the ATOs do, obviously. So
that's right, but it's a real thrill when you do see people.
Yeah.
And how they progress so well.
One of the things I've noticed going around is there's a few notices about bursaries. I see there's 1.2 million pounds worth of bursaries available at the moment. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Certainly not in my time. Have you ever seen that?
No, not in this scale. I think there have been small things that have been done. I think in supporting people on a competitive or a selected basis. So to see the ATOs, I suppose, doing these things on a much larger scale is great encouragement. However, I would add, wouldn't it be lovely also to see the employer airlines doing some of this type of thing as well?
Yes, absolutely. And I think I've been around long enough, or everyone here has been around long enough to have sat in front of industry presentations where the airlines have stood up and said, we need more diversity, we need more of this, we need more of that, and everyone's gone, pay for it then. And they've gone, well, we don't want to pay any money. And at that point, I think it's, it is time, well, it's always been time for the airlines to step up and at least offer some kind of funding or guarantee or underwriting or some kind of thing. And and that's been a kind of, I think that's been something ever since I began.
Maybe the ATO bursaries will be the catalyst or the incentive for airlines to prick their conscience and say, listen, yeah, maybe we could do some of that and match it on a like-for-like basis. We can encourage them, Ian, during the day so to do.
We could indeed. And we've got some, with EasyJet, Wizz and BA, we've got some great airlines here, but there are many other airlines who have an important role to play as well. And I would like to think they've all got a conscience. Yeah. That could be pricked.
Of that I'm sure.
Yeah.
And those cadets that are part of those airlines that have benefited in the past from the generosity of airline sponsor programs, which as we know are somewhat part of history, maybe we'll see them also pushing hard in their head offices to do these things.
Yeah, I think probably over the years, if you had to pick the most common question that the future cadets ask, what would be the most common question you're asked?
What are my chances of getting a job and when?
Okay. And Becky, over the years as an observer, what question do you think you've seen asked most often?
I mean, pretty much it's just that. What is the best way to train? And the answer is not, okay, you go to this school and get this license with this type of training. The answer is what's best for you. With the integrated way of training or the modular way, they come in and out of vogue. But really, at the end of the day, you need a license, and how you go about getting that will come, down to your own individual circumstances. So again, it really comes down to research. So I think pretty much what's the best way, the answer is the best way for you.
I think there's a film due to be shown later on, which is about the MPL, and that comes from a chat that we had last year, in fact in November, about the MPL. And many would have thought that the MPL, after some of the experience of it during as COVID hit, had been mortally wounded. But we have seen the MPL is back with CA and EasyJet at the moment, and lives and prospers in other airlines in Europe. So I think it'll be interesting to see how the MPL develops. But I think, as we have discussed on many occasions, the version of the MPL that puts all of the risk on the cadets' shoulders is not necessarily, well, people need to, there's nothing wrong with risk if you know and understand that risk and fully before you decide to take it, would be my view anyway.
Let's not forget, the genesis of the MPL was over 20 years now, in terms of when it was first brought about conceptually. And it's useful to remind oneself that the risk was not all placed on the cadets in those early days. Whilst they were bespoke to each airline, and each airline had to be participative, the ATOs in those early days did actually provide some underwriting should the MPL not evolve in quite the way was anticipated, and the ATOs supported a bridge program to the normal traditional integrated route. So perhaps we'll see a reincarnation of that and give it some life back again.
Okay, well, I'm sure we'll hear more about that throughout the day, and I'll say there's a film coming up soon. Thank you very much for joining us. We should be streaming throughout the day, so you can check in, you can see the seminars, you can see it on Wind Up, on Catch Up later, and I think that is it. And for now, have a great day. Thank you.
I'm here with Ian Seeger, Managing Director of Seeger Publishing, organiser of the show. Now, Ian, you've got some theories about what would-be trainee pilots should be thinking.
Yeah, last year when the pandemic kind of hit and COVID was new to everybody, I wrote a little piece on Pilot Career News called 3 Golden Rules. There are actually 4, but 4 golden rules doesn't sound quite as good as 3 golden rules, so I kind of added the other one in at the end. But I kind of think there are 3 golden rules. 1, don't believe anybody. 2, plan for flexibility. 3, be persistent. And 4, one that's oft repeated in this industry and any other industry really, is don't pay up front for your training.
Now, don't believe anybody. That sounds a bit pessimistic. People who are at the show, surely they've got to be able to listen to what the school's got to say.
Absolutely. I kind of, to be honest, I wrote the "Don't Believe Anybody" headline for effect, just to get people's attention. But it kind of applies. Don't believe anybody and don't believe me. What it really means is do your research properly. Talk to lots and lots of different people. Build a picture. We all know that there are different views, different opinions and stuff like that, and they're all equally valid. But if you're out there looking for facts, trying to get stuff sorted, talk to lots of different people. There's not one route to your license. There are all sorts of different routes. So to find out which one's best for you, you need to get lots of different opinions and start to assimilate them and see how they fit. So by don't believe anybody, what I really mean is don't walk up to somebody and if someone says to you, give me all your money now and I'll turn you into a pilot tomorrow, guaranteed, that's probably a bad move and a bad warning sign. What you need to do is go and do your research properly. So trust but verify, if you like, would be better, but someone had already used that.
So you also mentioned about don't pay up front. Is that a common thing in the industry?
I think if you look back in the flight training industry over many, many years, from time to time, there are schools that fail, unfortunately. It's a fact of life. And if you happen to have lodged all of the money up front with those schools, then in many cases, in the past, you wouldn't have got that money back. So effectively, the schools now allow staged payments. And it might be that you don't pay by the hour or something. You might pay by the week, by the fortnight, by the month or something, which is okay. But just be careful and pay. Don't pay everything up front. If someone out there is saying, give me everything and I'll give you a chunky discount, then for me, that's kind of, I wonder why that's happening there. So just be careful. It's your money. You're the customer. Be careful with it.
Do you think people should have a plan B when going into this industry?
No. They should have a C, D, and E, definitely. I mean, plan for flexibility was my second rule. This, if you look back, we had 9/11, we had a global financial crisis. There's always stuff that happens in this industry. Being an airline pilot is a bit like a roller coaster. It goes up, it goes down. You need lots of different plans, and particularly at the training stage, you need to figure out if you're not going to finish your training, or it's highly unlikely that you'll finish your training and walk into a job the day you finish your training. That's pretty rare. So give yourself a whole kind of maybe 6 months, a year, depending on what it is, depending on your circumstances. Get lots of different plans. Create yourself a training plan. Make sure if you're going to spend every single penny that you've got, plus a whole load of money of somebody else's, and you're relying on a job on day one to pay that back, then that's not a very prudent plan. So by all means, do the training, but have a plan. Get a plan B, get a plan C, and maybe even a plan D.
You don't sound terribly enthusiastic about all this. I mean, why would somebody go through all this agony? And is it a career worthwhile?
It's absolutely a career worthwhile for people who have genuinely researched it and really want to do it. It's not a career. If someone's out there thinking, I'm going to go be an airline pilot, I can sit on a beach, I can earn an absolute fortune, it'll be fantastic. Those people are in the wrong career. What you really need to do is research the career, find out what the job actually is, and once you've decided that that's the job you really want, then by all means go into it. It's a fantastic job, but it doesn't suit everybody. You just need to make sure you're investing a whole load of money and a whole load of time, so you need to do that properly.
So just to sum up, I think I'll leave you to sum up. What are not your 3 golden rules, your 4 golden rules?
My 4 golden rules. So number 1, don't believe anybody, but that really means do your research thoroughly. Solicit lots of different opinions. Plan for flexibility. Have a plan A, a plan B, and that means a training plan, a financial plan, and a plan for what you're going to do when you finish your training if you don't get a job straight away. golden rule number 3 is be persistent. If you're not persistent, then you will really struggle with the peaks and troughs of this industry. So if you haven't got a job when you finish, just be persistent. Stay engaged with aviation, work or be around aviation. Just keep looking. Persistency pays off. And finally, don't pay huge amounts of money up front. Work out a payment plan so that you can stage your payments and protect your money.
Thanks, Ian. That sounds great.
Thank you.
Lovely, thanks. Can we just hold those whilst we're doing this piece? All right, do you want me to wave then? Okay. Okay. So good morning everybody and welcome to the Aurora Theatre. This is our main seminar theatre for today. It's fabulous to see you all here and to be back having a live event here at Heathrow with Pilot Careers Live. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Karen Bath. I'll be your host along with Ian Seeger of Pilot Careers Live Team Seeger to introduce the various different seminars throughout the day today. This is just a little briefing for everybody who's here in person, and actually in reality there's not many people here in the theatre at the moment, but this is people at home watching as well. And the theatre will start filling up in just a moment. But today we have 2 sessions, much like we did in November last year, for those of you who joined us in November last year, whether in person or at home. We've got a morning session and an afternoon session. So the talks will be repeated this afternoon. So what's on here this morning will be repeated this afternoon. So if you're not here this afternoon, you're not missing anything. So don't worry about that. But those of you at home can obviously watch everything, and you can also tune in on demand at a later date to suit you to watch all of the presentations here. So we've got presentations in here today. We've also got presentations in another room just across the corridor for those of you who are here on site, which is called New York. So look out for the timetables around the building and obviously online, and I'll pop one up here in just a second for you as well to explain what's going on at what times. So yeah, my name's Karen, and it's wonderful to have everybody here again today. Really excited today in particular to have a number of airlines and also Bristow's helicopters here who are all talking about what's going on and what sort of opportunities are starting now to emerge after the last couple of years. So that's really exciting. Let me tell you a little bit about how things work in the presentation theatres. Because we've got a jam-packed programme, it's not actually possible for us to encourage questions from the floor. So how we kick off each session is with the ATOs, the approved training organisations, and their various leaders in a panel session here at the front. So the first session this morning will be the ATO question time panel. For those of you familiar with BBC, you'll know about the question time that happens, I think, on a Thursday evening, where you fire questions at the panel and you ask for their various different opinions and inputs on things. So we've asked for questions in advance from people through our social media feeds, and those questions will be posed by me to members of the ATO, Approved Training Organisation question panel. So that kicks off at 9:30 here this morning. I'll just pop up for you on the screen here the schedule for today. Immediately after the question time panel this morning, we're delighted to welcome EasyJet today. They will be followed on stage here in the Aurora Theatre by Wizz Air, and then we'll finish up the morning here in the Aurora Theatre with talks from British Airways. In New York, not the country, the room, today we will have 2 talks this morning. The first is from Dr. Michael Fonzo, Medical Matters, All You Need to Know About Class 1 Medicals. And the second is from Bristow Helicopters, Opportunities with Bristow Helicopters Offshore, Oil, Gas and more. So if you're interested in either of those things, then obviously make sure you go to the New York room for those particular talks. But today is also very much about having an opportunity to meet face to face, and that's actually something obviously we all know we've not been able to do that much over the last couple of years. So I'd strongly encourage people to actually spend time in the exhibition hall today, meeting the people on stand. That's your face-to-face opportunity. I don't mind if I have an empty room in here. I won't, I know, but it's important that people have the face-to-face opportunity. This is all being fed out as a live stream from the Aurora Theatre today, and the talks in the New York suite are all being recorded and then put out on demand alongside this. Will also be on demand later. So use the opportunity for face-to-face chats today. As I said, we won't be offering opportunity for questions here in the theatre, But those of you who are here on site, please do, when you leave this particular theatre, go out through the door at the bottom here, and then go out into the exhibition hall and meet the speakers on their own stands, and you can chat to them there. If you are in the Medical Matters talk later, Dr. Michael Fonso, he'll be in the main auditorium, sorry, the main atrium at the bottom of the escalators here to answer any questions after his talk. So, it's a really exciting day ahead. We're really delighted to have so many exhibitors here, so many of you here. If you're still thinking about coming and you're fairly local, there's still a few tickets left for this afternoon. Just enjoy the day. My biggest tip to everybody is this is an opportunity for research, and that's the biggest tip anybody will give anyone at this particular point in your exploration of this career. Ask as many questions as you can, and make sure that you've got all the facts at your fingertips so that you can make an informed decision that's right for you as an individual rather than someone else dictating to you what you should do. So enjoy the day, make good use of the people that are here. There's pilots here who've gone through training, who are now on the line. There's obviously the ATOs. There's all sorts of people connected with the industry here. Use the opportunity to pick their brains, ask their questions, and go away with no question unanswered. Have a great day. Thank you. quick welcome, very warm welcome to you all. Pilot Careers Live, the first one of 2022, our second face-to-face event since the word we're not going to use. And it's fantastic to have you all here, really exciting day ahead. Our first session this morning is the one to get the questions to the ATO, the Approved Training Organisation's leaders, and we have a number of them here on stand here today. As you hopefully are already aware, the questions have been put forward by people such as yourselves who follow us on social media or have registered to come to the event today, and they've submitted questions in advance. We have a really, really tight timetable today, so we're unfortunately not in a situation where we can take questions live from the floor. But I'm going to submit the questions that have been posted in advance to the panel that we have here on your behalf. And what I will also say is the panel have not had previous sight of these questions, so there's been no preparation. What they have had is a very clear brief that this is not a sales pitch, ladies and gentlemen. This is an opportunity for you to share your wisdom. And I know all of you have a lot of wisdom. They all have a huge amount of experience in the industry, and give their own views on the questions that have been put forward by people such as yourselves. So no sales pitch. They've had that clear warning, and I'm sure they won't do that. So don't encourage them to do that, please, either. If you do want to chat to them afterwards, obviously the pure beauty of events such as these is, especially now we're face-to-face, is that they are here in person, together with other members of their team, and also people who are training with them, and people who have graduated from training with them into the airlines or waiting for their first airline job. So use today for that face-to-face opportunity. Once you leave here, please go out into the exhibition hall and go and meet the people on the stands and explore and ask your own personal questions in more detail. That's what they're here for today. They will not mind you doing that. They will mind if you don't come and do that. So please do go on stand and chat to them afterwards. And if I could also please ask you, when you leave here after this session, to use this door over here to go out. So come down the stairs and go out that way rather than going out the back, because you'll meet others coming in and it gets chaotic. So yeah, please just come out through here. And please, if you could try not to chat to the guys and girls here, take them out on stand, because otherwise, again, we end up with a bit of chaos down the front here at the end of each session. So this is a bit banter-like very often as well. There's some characters in this panel today, so I'm sure you'll pick out some of the personalities. And unfortunately, we didn't have enough stalls. Apparently here at the Sofitel, the only stalls are in the bar, and they don't want to share those. So poor Alex is having to stand. Poor old Alex, I was going to say, is having to stand, but there we go. So I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves rather than me do it. They know themselves better than I do, obviously. And I'm going to start from here. We are going to try and manage this a little bit so that the camera can follow everybody. So be aware that that's going on for those people at home so that they can watch this well. But we're going to start, if we may, please, with Dave Alexander from Leading Edge.
Good morning, everyone. Dave Alexander, I'm the Chief Operations Officer at Leading Edge, based over at Oxford Airport. My background, I did about 26 years in the Royal Air Force as a pilot and instructor, and then I left the Air Force and was involved in a number of large military flying training systems around the world in places like Australia, Singapore and the UK, and I'm one of the founding directors who set up Leading Edge when we started just on 3.5 years ago. Thank you.
Morning everyone, my name's Sarah Bowen from Helicentre Aviation. I'm the head of training and a director at the company. We specialise in helicopter pilot training for offshore, onshore industry, and we run integrated and modular training courses for helicopter pilots to graduate into careers. We're here with Bristow Helicopters, our industry partner today, and we'd be delighted to talk to you about helicopter careers if you'd like to fly rotary.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sean Jacob. I'm the Managing Director and co-owner of FTA Global. We're based down at Brighton City Airport on the south coast, and look forward to speaking to everybody on the stand later on about the courses that we offer. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh. There's always one.
Is that better? Yes, there we go. There's one that
Gotcha.
live. Hi, everybody. My name's Carl Haslam. I'm the Centre Director at Skyborne Aviation based in Gloucester. I've been fortunate to be involved in ab initio flight training for the past 12 years. Prior to that, I was an Airbus captain with British Airways, and I'm currently an active A320 trainer and examiner.
Thanks, Carl. I'm Alex Whittingham. I'm the head of training at Bristol Ground School, and we specialise in a very small part of your training, which is doing the theory training for the ATPL exams. But I'm really here as chairman of an organisation called the Wings Alliance, which is dedicated to promoting the modular flight training route as opposed to the integrated, and I'll be happy to help you with that.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Jeff Bull. I'm the training manager for the ground school at L3 Harrisdown at Crawley. We cover all aspects of flying from L3. We take the modular students in. We also take integrated students through to the complete end of training at issue of their CPL, ATPL license. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kyle Johnston. I'm the training manager with the Atlantic Flight Training Academy in Ireland. My background, I started in the University Air Squadron. I was an aerospace engineer with Bombardier, and then I was lucky to fly for 12 years with Aer Lingus on the Airbus A330.
Fantastic. So you can see some real knowledge here up on the stage. That's the most they get to pitch their organisations. It's now about picking their brains. So the first question, and this is a question that's probably the biggest question that everybody asks, so you can probably guess what the question is, but it's to do with funding, and it's a burning question for probably everybody, is what's the best way, what innovative ways have you heard of to fund? Are there any funding solutions out there? Any suggestions or any advice or guidance that you can give to help people with funding? And I'm just going to be really random here and pick somebody to kick this one off, and I'm going to Sean.
Oh, thanks for that. I think when you're going out and researching and looking at the route that you want to take, flexibility is key. So several people have mentioned today that we've got both integrated and modular routes. If you take the modular course, then it gives you the opportunity to spread your training out with the potential to raise funding between times. So I think it's well worth looking at those opportunities. Funding is so difficult because there's very few routes to go out to gain that money. I know a lot of students, particularly coming through our organisation, are there on the bank of mum and dad. And again, I would recommend that parents look very carefully at the organisations that you're sending your children to understand what the payment programmes are. What money is required in advance, what money is required during the programme. But it's one of the biggest challenges, and I understand why it's the first question, Karen, because it is something that everybody asks about. But I would say you take your time today, talk to all of the organisations, and look at the way that they are able to spread funding out. Look at the options that you've got to take through in terms of that flexibility with modular versus integrated.
Thank you, Sean. Whilst we're this side of the room, Dave or Sarah, would you like to add anything from your perspective?
Funding is a difficult one. As an organisation, we're not FSA approved, so we can't advise you on anything in particular. But there are some really good sponsorship programmes out there, so if you can get started with some of your training, even if it's the modular PPLH, if you can't sort of afford to go all the way through, then when there are scholarships to be awarded, we do look at sort of progress and initiative, and there are some fully funded sponsorship programmes that Bristow have run over the last few years, ab initio through to IR with the funding of the type rating offshore as well. Those are amazing opportunities, but they are very few and far between, so there are only a few places when those do happen. So, being realistic, if you can try and find a way to fund it, and you can find a way for somebody to help you or to borrow the money somehow, then obviously you can get started. But there are some generous scholarships that are out there and bursaries which we do get involved with on an annual basis as well. So just have a look around and just don't give up. If it's a dream, just find a way to do it.
Yeah, that's a good point there. You have the microphone ready, so I think
do,
you want
so
to
I thought I'd join in. There's no doubt that the biggest barrier to entering commercial aviation is the price. It's frightening. Large sums of money needed. Aviation is not a cheap industry to run. But there are ways you can look to reduce that cost. As Sarah mentioned, you can look for bursaries out there. I think among all the schools here, we're offering some sort of bursary programs at the moment that will help reduce that initial upfront cost to you. You can also look at schools that offer you an integrated degree program, because if you haven't done a degree yet, then you can apply for the student loans that can help offset that cost and you may be eligible for maintenance loans as well on top of the normal tuition fees loans, which can take almost £20,000 off the initial cost. In considering modular against integrated, clearly modular, as Sean was saying, it lets you maybe pay as you go. You can go away, earn some money and put that towards the cost of your training. But then you also want to consider your time in training. Maybe the integrated is the fastest route to a future cockpit that lets you then get on that earnings ladder with an airline. And the soon you get seniority ramping up, generally you find so your wages ramp up as well. So there's no easy answer to it. It's a lot of money, and we don't have support of banks and things like that to be able to talk to you about how you can access loans. As Sarah said, we're not FSA approved, so we can't sort of help out in that regard yet.
Thank you. Over to this side. Any additional comments from any of the panel this side?
Yeah, hi everybody. And to be honest with you, I'm just going to reiterate what the other panel members have said. It is the biggest barrier to entry, and you really need to consider what you are about to undergo. It's both the financial and an emotional journey that both the individual and the parents are going to take on this journey. So do your due diligence, go and visit all of us, go and have a chat with all of us, and you'll find that something will work for you with one of the particular schools, whether it's how we structure the programs, whether it's how we can finance and support that. Then please just come and see all of us and have a chat.
Yes, I'd reiterate what the others have said. In terms of scholarships, there's an organisation called the Air League that does scholarships, and the details of the scholarships are published in the sort of PPL type aviation press every year. So there are like half a PPL or 10 hours gliding, that sort of thing. Well worth it.
Your mic's going. I think you need to hold it.
Mic going?
That's better. Yeah.
So I can hear myself.
Yeah. Well, that's all that matters.
That's all that matters. Yes, it's all about me. Also, to resound the note of caution about payment schedules, there are organisations out there that will take £100,000 off you within the first 6 months or so of starting a course, which doesn't sound unreasonable until you discover that in the first 6 months you probably won't see an aeroplane at all. And you only have to do the sums to realise that 10 students at £100,000 each means £1 million in the bank for the flight school. And they're running on your cash flow. So be very, very careful about advance payments, would be my advice.
Hi again, everyone. Again, I really agree with what everybody else has said. It's a huge financial commitment. And my real advice would be to do your research properly before you start. There's a lot of schools out here offering the same sort of contracts, the same sort of flying programs. It's really, really worth doing your research before you start.
Just a slightly different bit of advice, because it's a question that we get asked all the time, is up to what age can I start? Well, we're getting people in their late 30s, even 40s doing this. So even if you start at 40, you have a 25, 30-year career ahead of you. So I would say if you're coming out of your GCSEs and A-levels, don't panic if you don't have the funds straight away to start flight training. We have many students that go into part-time jobs or jobs for 3, 4, 5 years into their mid-20s, get a pool of cash together, then go to another provider, double it, and then they apply. And they're flying before they're 30, with still 30 years or more flying. So what I'd say to you is, don't panic if you can't get into the aviation business straight away. You can be working away and saving over a period of years, and then start a little bit later on.
Thank you. As you can pick out from that, the advice is very similar from all of the organisations, and I think it's very recognised both within the training side of things and the actual employers side of things that it is a big hurdle. And I think as an industry, we've been trying to do something over many, many years now. I know I've been involved in all sorts of projects over the years to try and find different ways of getting funding solutions. And it's just a big challenge, so it's recognised it's a big hurdle. And the point to take away is these guys are not FSA approved, so they can't give financial advice. You need to get that financial advice for yourselves through the right sort of channels, so that you're taking the right decisions when you do go to fund it. But there'll be something. I think Sarah's point was really prudent. If it's your dream, you will find a way, and I've heard some incredible stories of how people have secured funding. So ask the cadets who are here today how they've done it. I think that would be a really good way. And actually, these guys and girls themselves have gone through the journey themselves as well, so they've funded it as individuals in the past as well. So there are innovative ways. There are lots of different pockets of funding, that you can actually tap into to perhaps build up some additional help to fund the entire cost. So it's a big challenge, but pursue it, definitely pursue it. Moving on slightly, there was a lot of chat in those answers, and it's a question that's come through as well about integrated and modular, and it perhaps isn't something that all of you are familiar with. What is this phrase integrated? What is this phrase modular? And actually there's another one, MPL, and there is a question here as well about MPL, which is the multi-crew pilot's license. So I think perhaps just explaining a little bit about modular and integrated. People always say, which route should I take? Again, the answer will be the right route for you as an individual, but the only way you can make that decision is by understanding those routes and how they work. So let's chat a little bit about modular and integrated and what they are and what the differences are, if we may. And I'm going to start with Kyle, actually, please, on that one.
Okay, so yeah, you've heard these two terms, modular and integrated. Basically, break it down. Modular is doing something bit by bit. Can be part-time, you could do it full-time. Integrated means doing it all in one go, or as we sometimes term it, 0 to hero in 18 months. So a modular program is adding components, so starting off with a private pilot's license, typically R building, then going in doing ATPL theoretical exams, doing a bit more R building, add night rating, multi-engine piston class rating, commercial license test, multi-engine IR. That normally gets you a frozen MEP CPL IR or frozen ATPL. And then you add a couple of other sections to it, which is the upset recovery training and the MCC before you go for type rating. So those are the sort of building blocks you do. And there are time limits to each of those, which you got to be very aware of. But you can take your time after your PPL, do a bit of R building. Once you start the ATPLs, there's a clock that starts running to get those done. Once you finish those, there's another clock that starts running to get the next section done. So be very careful if you are choosing that. But it's a very, very flexible system, and that's a great thing about it. The integrated, full-time, not flexible. Normally done within 16 to 18 months is around the average. Typically there are no breaks, no holidays. You're with your training organization 24/7 for those 18 months. And it's really designed to get you through in the fastest time possible, doing the absolute minimum in terms of ground school, flight training and simulator training to get you out the other end. Typically, most providers will do an assessment before you join an integrated program because there's a lot of stress, a lot of long hours involved in it. You have to really be ready for it and focused and self-determined to go through that and be very successful. But really, as has been mentioned, the route that you choose is down to your own situation, and that could be whether you've got family commitments, work commitments, financial commitments, all those types of things. So again, talk to providers. They all provide different ways of doing all of these things. So again, when you're outside, talk to the different providers and see which they do. We provide both. Some provide only modular, some provide only integrated. So again, talk to the various ATOs.
Thank you, Kyle. I think probably the answer would be the same, whoever I ask that question of. So that's a really, really good description of the two different routes. So rather than go right through everybody, I'm not going to ask you all to say exactly the same thing. Hopefully that answers the difference between modular and integrated. We do also have a question about MPL, the multi-crew pilot's license, and you know, what's going to happen with it. For those of you who are not familiar, the multi-crew pilot's license is a relatively new license that is structured very slightly differently, and it's specifically about training you to become an airline pilot. So a lot of the training is done on the type of aircraft you're ultimately going to fly rather than light aircraft themselves. So I don't know whether anybody wants to comment on MPL. The shake of the head there, Carl. Okay, thank you, if you wouldn't mind. Thanks.
Yeah, hi everybody. Yeah, MPL, I've been fortunate to be involved in MPL training now for the past 12 years. In fact, I've been involved with the original developers of the program, a company called Hatco. And MPL actually, unfortunately, gets a little bit of a bad reputation. And I know there's been a release by BALPA today, which never really helps anybody. But the MPL training methodology is incredibly effective. You can see the standards and the proficiency that the individual pilot will achieve is significant. But there are some barriers to entry as well. and they're all regulatory, and they're all they're all around how it was originally constructed. But all I can say is there will be changes with the MPL program, and we are all working. I'm certainly working with the ASA level and the UK level to actually allow a little bit more flexibility within the MPL program, because the training methodology is super effective and the quality of training that can be delivered is very, very airline focused. So watch this space. Don't be put off an MPL program.
Okay. Dave.
Just picking up on the MPL in general, the MPL is training you to type specific aircraft, so your sort of path into aviation is already selected. You are trained to go and fly, let's say, an A320 using SOPs and procedures from that airline you're going into. The integrated or modular course is more adaptable in terms of what you would come out of your training and sort of areas you can go into. So that's worth pointing out, I think. Also, we mentioned BALPA there, which is the union that most airline pilots belong to. And again, I'd pick up on, they've gone very anti-MPL, but what I would offer there is BALPA's made up of a lot of senior airline captains, and you may think there's a bit of job protectionism going on there. So when you read comments from BALPA, it's very hard to get a view from the rest of industry here, which a lot of us did last year when BALPA released unhelpful comments. So please sort of get a balanced view as you go around today. Talk to everybody about, you know, pros and cons of MPL versus integrated and modular as well.
It's the same advice every time, isn't it? It's make sure you ask all the questions of lots of people, so that you've got a lot of information to make your decision on, basically. Yes, Sean.
Not on reference to the MPL, but just the previous conversation about modular and integrated. I think there was a bit of a, I'd like to say an urban myth, but maybe it's an aviation myth in the past that modular students were treated in a sort of a second-class manner, and that when you got to the end and were talking to airlines, there'd be a lot of questioning around whether you'd come the integrated route or come the modular route. I think we can all join in together here and reassure you that it doesn't matter which path you take, whether you take the modular path or whether you take the integrated path. When you go for your interview with an airline or with a commercial operator, they're interested in you as an individual and want to look at your qualification, but they don't mind which route you've taken. So be very clear. There is no prejudice against modular or priority for integrated students. They are treated exactly the same by the airlines, and I think that's a really important point to take away when you're looking at the different routes forward.
Yeah, that's a really nice addition. And actually, literally just before the word that we don't mention, a lot of airlines who traditionally had not taken modular, for the reasons that you quoted, have opened their doors up as well. So it's very, very much a level playing field now, depending on which, regardless of which route that you've gone through. So yeah, that's a really nice point to end on there. Okay, cool. So actually we kind of nudged into perhaps what the next topic could be now, and that was how to best pass the selection process is one of the questions. So it's not specific in the question that's come in as to whether that selection is to join the training provider or whether it's to join an airline. So interpret it your own way, panel, however you might want to answer that. But perhaps, Sarah, if I can come to you first on that one, if that's okay. Obviously, from the helicopter world, it might be very slightly different to the airline world, so we'll try and get some balance here.
Thank you. From the employer's perspective, just remember, whilst you're under training, it's a bit like an 18-month job interview, so we expect professional behaviour and just acting in the way that you'd be expected to act as a professional pilot all the way through. In terms of exam results, obviously, try as hard as you can because they do look at them. Obviously, may be different in the rotary world, but we do supply a huge number of pilots to offshore, which within 18 months, some of those pilots are moved into search and rescue with something like 700 hours. So they are looking for the best results possible to make sure that really they can get through the type technical courses, which are very difficult, but they're fully sponsored and funded by the operator for the heavy type ratings. So just do your best and get your head down, work hard. Remember, if you are on an intense course, you just have to really, sort of put the social life aside for a year or 18 months. In the helicopter world, the integrated CPL is just under 12 months. It's quite a quick course, and it's a little bit different. It integrates the flying and theory sort of from week 12 onwards. So it is quite intense. It's a lot of multitasking, so it does set you up nicely for the industry. But by the same token, with the modular training, it's very structured. but it requires a lot of self-discipline. So whichever route you're going down, it's the same license. The operator's going to be looking for professionalism and good results, really, and good behaviour.
Lovely, thanks, Sarah. From the camera's perspective, I'm going to move over this side now. Apologies, you asked me to stick to one side, but I feel there's a couple of guys haven't been asked many questions here. So, Alex or Jeff, would you like to expand on the selection question at all? Sorry, you've only got one mic amongst four of you there. It's typical.
Yeah, I think this is the right one. Yeah, good. We actually run our own selection process before you commence your course with L3 Harris. The reason for that being is, one, we need to look at the possibility of your success, but also that at the end of the course, we will pass you on to an airline. So we actually recommend you to an airline, but we have already carried out a pre-selection process. Now, again, lots of people look online and see what's involved in these selection processes, but they are a good benchmark for us to see how well you will do in the course. When we get through the course, again, we will provide your details to an airline. In amongst that will be how well you've done in ground school, how well you've done in flight school. So obviously it is really important that you achieve a good set of results. This is what we're all working towards. We do put a lot of effort into this. It's not only on your exam pass marks. We look at things like exam failures, and hopefully there'll be few. How long you took to do the course. People sort of miss out on that one. They think it's all about the actual pass grade, but it's looking at lots of things. We run a program called KSA at the present moment, which is knowledge, skills, and attitude, and we will assess you throughout the course based on those points. We will do a number of exercises. We actually do 4 exercises to see how you perform during the course. So we're not only looking at your marks, we're looking at the way you perform as a person. Throughout history, a lot of training is carried out by the individual. A lot of your initial flying is as an individual. Of course, once you then go into the career, we're looking at you to work as a crew, 2 people working together in the cockpit. Now, this has always been left to the last minute, where now we're actually introducing this training at a much earlier stage. So we will assess you periodically throughout the course on various performance factors that we look at.
Thank you. And if I may add as well, a lot of my background has been selection both for the training providers and for the airlines. I was chatting to some of the recruiters who are here today, last night. They're on stand, so go and talk to them in person as well. But something that's really come really prevalent over the last year or so in particular is your social media profile. Please be incredibly careful of social media. They're all laughing, but be incredibly careful of your profile on social media. Whether you think it's a really personal Facebook profile that nobody will see, they will. It's out there. The minute you post it, it's out there. And if you have strong opinions about things that are connected to airlines themselves, it might be better not to share those on social media, because it will actually come back at you in an interview situation. And recruiters are looking at social media profiles now, so be enormously careful about that. Do indeed go on to sites to get a feel for what's being said on them, but I would stand clear of posting yourself on them. And if I may add one more thing, and I'll come to you, Carl, but slightly short on time now. Motivation is the biggest thing that people are looking for. Demonstrate your motivation.
Just very quickly,
30 seconds.
Yeah, to give you an idea what's involved in an assessment, and typically it's very similar across the board. So there's going to be some sort of online bit, hand-eye coordination, multitasking skills, situational awareness. Then they'll look at behavioural skills as well. Typically there'll be maybe an interview, maybe a very basic simulator check. So again, with each of the ATOs, it's very similar, but there are slight differences. So check again when you're doing your prep for any assessment, what they actually do.
Thank you. Conscious of time, we've got a tight schedule today, so I'm going to say a huge thank you to the panel and to all of you and to everybody who submitted questions. We have got more questions, so what we will do is, rather than repeat these questions in this afternoon sessions, we'll ask some different questions, but you'll be able to watch those on demand afterwards, so you'll be able to get even more information through this afternoon's Q&A session from your on-demand viewing. So thank you to the panel. Thank you to all of you. The big advice, don't forget, is this is an individual decision. Go out there and get as much information as you possibly can and work out what's going to suit you. So go and pick those brains out there in the exhibition halls. We can ask you to leave by this door, please, and be aware of what's coming up next. So there we go. There's the schedule. So thank you very much, everybody, and see you in the next sessions through the day. Thank you, panel. is that or it's exclude people, and it's just it was nice that we didn't get.
Hello, so welcome again to PCL 2022. I just thought I'd start off by showing you, this is the kind of stuff that's streaming everything. Anthony, in the best tradition of Keith Floyd, come and have a look. This is what really makes it all work. All of this stuff. I'm going to nick a Twix for later. Right, so let's go take a look at the hall, shall we? So as you can see, we've got Wizz Air over here. They're talking the seminar later. Jack Sky here. How you doing? Jolly good. And hello. Here we got AFTA. AFTA is a training school in Cork working with an airline that you might be able to guess, Ryanair. There you go. Perfect. So we'll be talking to them later as well. Aero Lucano in Italy. That's perfect. Walking down, and we're here. One of the big stories of the show is the amount of bursaries there are. And here you got Skyborne offering £1 million worth of bursaries. So that's a £10,000 bursary per student, I guess, for 100 students, if I got my maths right here. Andy Perkins, I'm good, how are you?
Yeah, it's all looking good.
Yeah, we'll come and talk to you later. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. I'll tell you what, have a Twix. I stole it earlier. Okay, so yeah, and another one. This way. We're going to go this way for the sound.
Right, we have sound now.
From here, which is a little bit difficult. So, if you can imagine, the hall goes from the bottom right-hand side, which is CAE, and then right over in the left, which you can't really see from here. If I go over there, you can't hear me. You've got Helicentre. Helicentre are giving away a great competition, as are FTA. FTA are down there, but they're also in the no sound zone, so we can't visit them at the moment. We'll see if we can get the sound sorted. The RAF over there looks like a big stand, always a busy one, mainly because not mainly, sorry, I shouldn't say that, otherwise the RAF won't be very good at all. But clearly the RAF and the military military is about the only way you're going to get your training paid for at the moment. Everyone else, they may be bursaries and stuff like that around, but you do have to kind of come up with some money yourself, unfortunately. So, there you go. Hello. Welcome to the world's youngest instructor examiner, is that right?
That's correct.
So, tell us about yourself.
Yes, well, I'm the world's youngest flight examiner at the moment. I might still be the youngest instructor in the country, but not sure about that at the moment. So, just turned 22 today.
I was going to say, obvious question is, how old are you?
20.
Today?
Today, yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I'll see if I can steal another Twix for you and bring it over later.
Oh, that'd be lovely.
Oh, yeah, that'll make... So, what are you doing here?
So I myself just representing CATS at the moment, see what CATS is all about, what courses we offer, and what courses we're running at the moment, what prices we structure and everything. And yeah, so that's we're all about CATS at the moment.
All about CATS. And CATS is a ground training.
It's a theoretical training provider, yes. And we've got partners all around the world. Flying side for us. So we provide the theory, and our partner schools provide the flying side.
Okay, so we'll move aside from CATS. I know we're on the CATS stand. We're just let's just talk a little bit about the flight instructing that you're doing. What are you mainly instructing on these days?
At the moment, I'm instructing on PA-28s, 152s, 172s, all the single engine airplanes at the moment.
And whereabouts are you instructing from?
At L3. Quite a fun.
Yeah. And so, as an instructor, tell me, do you always run something like Skydemon on your phone and just to make sure you know where you are?
Oh, absolutely. That's one of the advices from CA actually, is that you run Skydemon alongside whatever you're doing, just for more situational awareness. And I train my students to use Skydemon as well, not as a sole purpose of their flying. They should always have a pilot log with them. But in case if they're not sure, I'd rather them look at Skydemon than bust on the airspaces.
Yeah, no, good move. And I hope you're teaching them track up and not north up.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, track up is always the right.
Track up is the only right answer, isn't it? Good. Yeah. I'm glad you said that. Great. Well, good to meet you, and we'll see you again later, hopefully. Thank you. Okay. How are we doing for the sound? How far can we go? Do we know? We can sneak a little way this way. Let's just see. Let's give it a go. Colin Dawley there. Okay, so let's maybe. No, so we've got to go this way for sound. Microphone number 3. Anthony, follow me. We'll get that birthday present now. We'll nick a Snickers for him, and we'll go and give. Happy birthday. Rebecca, how you doing? Jolly good. Yeah, good show. Okay, let's see how. Oh, we've got.
You make everything feel fine. Worry about those times. Good to know you.
We'll be talking to him later. Let's see. I'm probably going to get in trouble at the moment, or maybe it's the microphone and the sound works okay here. I don't know. Let's see. Let's try and go down here and see how long it takes Siobhan to come and bring us back on a piece of elastic. Darren, here's Darren Ward. Darren's one of the show organisers. How you doing, Darren?
Hi, very well, thank you, Ian.
How's it going so far?
Very good, Ian. Lots of people here, lots of interest, and we're
that sounds like a very corporate line there, Daz.
It does.
How many curveballs have you fended off this morning?
We've had a couple, but nothing we haven't been able to sort out.
That's good. Are we okay for sound still here? Seems like it. Who knows? Let's see if we can sneak this. No, we can't sneak that way. We have to sneak back this way. Okay, let's just sneak past the OSM stand. Let's see, how are we doing in terms of sound here? I think we're okay in here. So I'll tell you what, Anthony, I don't know how if you can lift the camera up and point it that direction, just so that people can see. Right over in the corner there, you've got HeliCentre. They're doing helicopter PPLs and helicopter commercial licenses. They're working with Bristow's. There's a couple of seminars, one this morning, one this afternoon, with Bristow's, talking about careers as a helicopter pilot. Just over there, You can see, I can see Sheldon English, I can see Leading Edge Aviation, I can see FTE Europe, who are down in Jerez. Over there I can see Pulis, I can see Urbe Aero from Rome. This is kind of like, oh, hang on a second, hang on, I've got to move up here for sound. Okay, I'm going to need a piece of chalk. This is my sound bubble, as it were. So unfortunately, the light and the microphone is scaring people off. So let's see if we can find somebody else to talk to. There's, there you go, there's a chap. Who can we grab? Better not grab just members of the public without warning them. That would be a bit rude, wouldn't it? Okay, let's have a look. Well, I think we're probably coming to the end of this slightly stunted walk around the show. So you've effectively seen about 1/5 of it so far. There's a whole load of stuff that way. There's something called a neural tracker outside that people attending can go and practice tracking balls at their tennis balls, that is, obviously. See what their hand-eye coordination like, their memory's like. But unfortunately, we can't show you that because that definitely doesn't work out there. The metal escalators don't deal with the camera very well. And we'll see if we can figure out the sound for a bit later. I'm going to do this later on and go and have a walk a bit further in the show. So I think that's probably going to be about it. So if anyone's listening, it's probably time to go to the GoPro view. I don't know if I'm still here, but otherwise, let's have some GoPro views. No, I can still see myself on TV there in the distance. Okay, no worries. Well, I'll just carry on talking. So, there's still...
handheld mic now. That could be a disaster. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Karen Bath. I'm here today with the SIGA team, and I'm hosting the talks here in the Aurora Theatre along with Ian Seeger, also from the Pilot Careers Live team here today. It's fantastic to have everybody here face to face. Our second face-to-face event since the word that we don't mention, our first this year. And what we're really delighted about this year is that we are welcoming the airlines back. And we've got airlines speaking today. So as anticipated, this is a very popular session. We're live streaming as well. So this is available live now at home for those of you who are watching at home. So hello to everyone at home as well. And you'll also get a link after the show today to be able to watch this on demand at a later date. So all great opportunities. We don't have enough time to invite questions from the floor today. So if you do have questions for our speakers, then please do take them to the exhibition hall. They're all on stands here today, so you'll be able to find them on whichever stand they're on and speak to them direct. And if I could also ask those of you who are here in person, when this talk finishes, if we could ask you to leave through the door at the bottom here rather than go back out through the top. Causes all sorts of chaos if you do that. Let's keep a one-way system going. And also, please, our speaker will go back on to stand. He'll tell you where he's going to be. Please try not to collar him here. Otherwise, again, we end up with a bit of a bottleneck at the bottom of the stage here as well. Anyway, I'm taking up good, valuable time, and you'd rather hear from Mark than you would hear from me. So I am delighted to welcome EasyJet here today speaking. And on behalf of EasyJet, we have Mark Farquhar, who is the Chief Training Captain at EasyJet. And it's an absolute delight to have you here with us today, Mark. So if I could invite you to the stage, and I will skedaddle off and leave you to do your thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Thanks very much for the warm welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, hello, everybody. Thanks for coming this morning. It's my pleasure to spend a little bit of time with you, and I hope you find it interesting. And as Karen said, we'll be down in the exhibition hall for the rest of the day, so if you've got any questions you'd like to ask us, please save them up, write them down, remember them, and come and ask them later on. So, why am I here? I'm here to talk about the MPL program. Before I do that, a little bit about EasyJet for anybody that perhaps doesn't know us or hasn't met us yet. We are EasyJet. Some of you will remember us from days gone by with the old EasyJet programs, which are now in the depths of YouTube. And we still are the same company. We've moved on, we've grown, we've done a lot of things. But in our DNA, who we are, we're still the same people. We're interested in innovating, we're interested in changing things. We're interested in helping connect people around Europe and open up aviation to everybody, taking people from A to B as safely as we can. And as pilots, we play a really, really important role in that, a really important role. And that's why I'm here today. People are at the heart of everything we do, and our pilots are one of the biggest communities in EasyJet. So what are we doing today? We've got over 320 aircraft. We're operating in 35 countries. We've got 150 destinations that we go to, and when you pair it all up, it means we've got over 1,000 routes in our network as well. Just before the pandemic, we were operating with 96 million passengers, which made us the 8th biggest airline in the world in terms of passenger numbers, which is really amazing. We've got 28 bases. These are places where our people live and they work, and they're all around Europe. I myself started in Luton, went to Paris-Orly for a few years, Gatwick, and I now live up in Edinburgh. You've got opportunities and places that you can move around Europe as well. Why are we really here? Well, we're all interested in becoming pilots, aren't we? And we all share that together. I was in your shoes not that long ago. And EasyJet, a couple of months ago, launched a new scheme to take in 1,000 pilots over the next 5 years, 200 a year. And that's because, like the rest of the industry, we may all wear different lanyards at times and things like that. But in common, we've all been through a challenging couple of years. And we're all looking forward now to bouncing back and growing. And actually, we're all doing really, really well as an industry. EasyJet's bouncing back very strongly. And part of the reason we've launched our scheme is because we really need future pilots to help us with our plans as we go forward, growing again and looking back to positivity, which is really important for everybody in the industry. Why are we interested in MPLs as an airline? And I can give you a little bit of an airline perspective on that. There's a couple of things. Number one is we can help create the future first officer that we really want in the airline, okay? So that's done in a couple of ways. One is we've got our EasyJet pilot competencies. These are the specific behaviors that we're looking for and to develop in people to become excellent first officers and captains in the future. And from the very beginning of the scheme, they're used by our cadets. That means that when you're self-critiquing and analyzing your performance, trying to work out how you can improve and do things better, you're using the same language, the correct language that we're looking for to develop. If you ever want to know what to be striving for and how to be a pilot, a really good pilot, look at the pilot competencies that airlines are using. They define the JD of what you're trying to achieve. In addition to that, when we're designing recurrent training for our 4,100 pilots, we scrutinize flight data monitoring. We look at our safety management system as well with thousands of reports to figure out what areas are we doing good at, but also what areas do we need to improve in. And we design our recurrent training programs, the simulator that they go to every 6 months, accordingly. We take that learning and we pipe it back into our MPL program, which means that we are helping our future pilots strengthen the competencies and the confidence they need to overcome the challenges that we find on the line. So it is a very holistic approach. And the final point is that more of the course time is spent in your future working environment, which is, of course, in our case, the A320 flight deck. And we use the very best FSTD simulators, fixed base and full motion ones to achieve that. What about improved performance when you come into the airline? Well, we find people that come through these courses are stronger. They perform more strongly in the pilot competencies that we're looking for. We also find that when they come into base training and line training, that they have greater capacity to be able to hit the ground running and learn more quickly. So that really helps us as an airline as well. And there are long-term benefits. When people come to command courses, which in EasyJet could be 4 to 5 years when you come into the airline, in my case it was, we find that people that have come through our MPL programs are stronger performers. They're more likely to pass first time and more strongly as they go through the course. So there are some long-term benefits there as well. So that's why we as an airline are interested in the program. You'll know more about this than me because you'll have been looking at all the websites and you've read about the various versions, but our one is here in a nutshell. You start off by doing some theoretical knowledge training. That's taking place at one of our CAE partner sites around Europe. You'll then go into your aircraft flying phase, which is fantastic fun, and you really, really enjoy, make memories forever. And then you come to a really interesting phase, which is the basic, intermediate, and advanced phase. This is where it really matters as well. This is where you're going to spend approximately 150 hours in an A320 simulator. And you're not talking about a simulator from 25 years ago that's old-fashioned and doesn't work so well. You're going to be using the cutting-edge devices that I give to all of our pilots. So our 4,100 pilots that are supported by our 350 trainers are using brand new devices. You'll be using identical ones in the same locations as them as well. And that's really, really key. Talking about tools, top tip for wherever you're considering going in the future, always think about what tools are being used for your training. Ask them lots of questions about what they're using, why are they using those devices, what are the benefits of them as well. For us, this is the suite of tools that we use with our partner CAE, going from theoretical knowledge that you can gain at the beginning here on the left-hand side with online systems, working your way through the integrated procedure trainers. These are really important devices wherever you choose to train. As cadets, you'll spend time working in pairs, and it's not always about formal teaching in a classroom telling you how to do something. A lot of it's about spending time there on your own, playing with the devices, trial and error, learning, building your confidence, and having access to these devices at whichever ATO you choose is really, really important. And then again, as I mentioned, fixed-base training devices and full motion simulators, you really want to look at the quality of the device. For us, we don't allow any of our pilots to use devices that do not exactly match our aircraft. So all of our simulators are identical in Milan and Gatwick, our main crew training centers, for that reason, because we want to immerse you in the real environment that you're going to eventually be going and working in as well. This is another little thing. Ask questions about what the ATOs are doing to advance the future, okay? There are lots of great ideas out there, and we need to continually evolve and improve what we're doing. We're working at the moment with CAE to help define this new system, and it's overcoming a challenge. We've always found that people coming into the industry struggle a little bit when they're getting used to using the radio, going into busy operational environments. Imagine what it's like when you come to Gatwick, busiest single runway airport in the world, and you have to put the headset on and start speaking to people. It can be quite overwhelming. And it's hard to replicate that in simulators, and it's never really been done very well by the industry. So we've challenged ourselves with CAE to come up with a new system, and this new system will allow us to create an immersive ATC environment around our cadets from day one in their training. So the 150 hours I spoke about will be spent in this environment. So when you come to line training, you'll have greater capacity again to focus on learning your job, which is becoming an excellent first officer. And we're co-developing this at the moment. We've been at it for over a year, and it's really, really looking good. So it's just another example of ask questions about what are people doing that you're considering spending your time with to advance the industry and give you excellent training as you go forward. This is a really important thing for us personally, and we're very passionate about it. At the beginning, I told you that we're all about people. And when I say that, I really, really mean it, okay? We're all pilots in the room. We're future pilots in the room. But when we actually work in an airline, as many of you will have an ambition to do by being here, you'll realize that you're one of a team. And we work with our cabin crew colleagues, we work with our ground crew colleagues, engineers, people in ICC centers making decisions about where planes go and things like this. And it's all about a big collaboration. And we realized when we look back at the way pilots have been trained in the past, they often do training externally with an ATO and then at the very end come to the airline. And we would like to redefine that and give support from the very beginning. So we've got a team of liaison pilots, which are first officers, training first officers who go out to our ATO and spend time with our cadets from the very beginning going through. We think that's really important because you should be involved as an equal peer from the very beginning. That means as well training in the right location. So the basic, intermediate and advanced phases I just spoke about as well will take place in either Gatwick or Milan, which is our crew training centers for our line pilots. So before your simulator, when you're thinking, what's going to happen today? What are we going to do with this and everything else? You'll be having a coffee next to a pilot that may have been flying for 27 years in EasyJet. Or it could be a first officer who's just a few months ahead of you. And it's great having that mix because you really, really want to feel part of the team from the beginning. I've been in EasyJet for must be 12 or 13 years now. And I still love it. And I genuinely love that. I'm not saying that because I'm here today representing them. I'm doing it out of choice. I'm still there. And I really like the diversity. You end up spending time with amazing people from different backgrounds, different viewpoints on the world as well, but it keeps the job interesting, and it really is at the heart of what we do. So, biggest question I always get asked, and I'm putting it up here because many of you are going to ask me later on, when will I become a captain? It's obviously really important for everybody. The funny thing is, though, go and ask a captain what it means, and they'll all give you a slightly different answer. But I think they'd all agree that the time spent becoming a captain is just as valuable. And first officers are fantastic assets. They're all captains in development as far as we're concerned. Here are the various stages, and you can read all about it, how to get there. The reality is, in our airline, you will probably get a command a lot quicker than some other places, and that's because of the type of operation we've got. And it would be easy for me to play on that and say, isn't that a great thing? It is a really good thing, but command isn't everything. We all have personal development, and we all want to have fulfillment throughout our careers as well. And that's why I draw your eye to the right-hand side over here. When you're thinking about where you're going to go, think about what other things you can do while you're there. Your ambition right now is to get into the right-hand seat, probably of a jet for most of you here. You'll achieve it because you've got that fire in your belly, and you will do it. But when you're there, what next? And all that ambition and passion you've had to get there, you'll still have that need to want to develop further. For us, we've got lots of opportunities where you can become an air safety investigator, you can become a training first officer, operating the simulator for other pilots, you could be doing theoretical knowledge instruction as well, or you can get involved in management roles. There's lots of things to be involved in, and if you really want to see the proof in the pudding, go along to our stand later today and you'll see some of the team there as well. It's really important, so I'd ask questions about that wherever you're considering going. The next question is usually this one. How can I pass the assessment? First of all, I'm going to share something with you all here. When I first applied for the first scheme that I went on to become a pilot, I never got through first time. I never made it. And I went away and I got some amazing feedback from a lady at that ATO. Really worthless feedback that told me what I needed to hear. And I learned from it. And then I came back and the rest is history. It's been great from there. You're going to find times in your career as you're training to be a pilot where you're aiming to achieve something and you won't manage to achieve it. You will fail. You will not achieve it the first time. That's when you really find out who you are. And I know by being here today at this early hour on the weekend, you've got the fire in your belly, you want to do it. Bounce back and push through. Everybody doesn't achieve something the first time. So that's the first thing to take away. Next up, going through this, group exercises. They're an opportunity for you to demonstrate that you can collaborate and work effectively with other people, people that are different from you, from different backgrounds, etc., different ways of thinking. Are you flexible? Are you versatile? So think about that when you're planning to go to these exercises and what you're trying to demonstrate. And also modify your behaviors, learn from it, how you can collaborate and work with people. It's not about being the one that knows everything and the loudest one in the room. It's about being able to work with people effectively. Next up for the interview, everybody can go onto Google. Tell me, how do I show motivation or whatever else? You're going to come up with a generic answer that we've probably heard a million times before. You want to stand out a little bit. Be authentic. That's really important. Be yourself, because we want you to not just come into the scheme and pass it. We want you to be happy in the long term. Life's short, and you've got to decide where you want to spend your time. Don't waste it. And part of that in the interview process is being honest. Tell them your real, authentic answers to the questions. It'll probably be more striking for them and meaningful. Don't just try and portray what you think they want to see. Next up is your motivation. Ties in with the same topic. Wherever you're planning on applying for a scheme in the future, really think about why you want to do it. Be really honest with yourself. Write it down. Use the rule of three. It's always great for making things brief as well. Think of 3 key points of why you really want to do it and be able to explain them to people. If you can't explain it to a grandparent or somebody who's outside of the technical area, it's probably too technical. You really need to be able to show the passion that you have for what you want to do. So please think about that as well. There are a couple of tips. If you've got any more questions, you're welcome to come along and see us later on today. But we just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview of what we're doing. And we hope you found it interesting. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mark. That was an excellent presentation. I'm slightly concerned I was that ruthless lady. But no, that's right. Phew. I was sitting there thinking, oh my word. But it's really, really true, isn't it? I mean, the fire in the belly statement, I think I totally, totally support. What ATOs, training providers, airlines will be looking for is that fire in the belly, your total motivation and resilience, coming back from some challenges and taking on feedback. You're thinking of joining an industry that is all about feedback and flying aeroplanes, of course. But yeah, be prepared for that sort of thing. But thank you so much, Mark. It's great to have you and EasyJet here today. A really informative, as I'm sure you'll all agree, presentation. And I think you're going to be on the CAE stand, aren't you? So if you want to go and chat to Mark, ask any more questions. They've also got pilots and cadets in training and other recruiters on the stand there. So go and pick their brains. That'll be the message after every session. Go pick those people's brains. Go home with no question unanswered. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all very much. If I can ask you to leave by this door, please, if you wouldn't mind.
everyone. I hope you're enjoying the live stream from Pilot Careers Live here at London Heathrow. I'm here with Anthony, industry veteran, patriarch. I haven't quite decided exactly on the job title. So, Anthony, what's been your aviation story?
Well, Becky, thank you very much for the intro. Despite my youthful good looks, I am a pilot. So I think, first of all, I have that love of flying aeroplanes, and it started actually as an air cadet. So back in 1983, so if you do your maths, that's just under 40 years ago. And in fact, my story in aviation and developing those skills was to actually teach my best friend how to fly. So I was at school, and I'd always been passionate about teaching and doing something like that. And I said to him, I will teach you how to fly. And in fact, he was my very first student as a flying instructor. So I am a product of the modular system. And therefore, over the years, obviously built up experience as an instructor, and then did formalised qualifications, and then ultimately became an airline pilot about 20 years ago. But rather than staying in airline flying, I actually moved into the ATO world and been around ever since. So that's been a real joy to see things from all different angles.
Okay, wonderful. So with that kind of experience, to anyone thinking of starting flying training, in terms of timelines, when is a good time to start a career in aviation?
Okay, well, we know this is a very common question that's asked. Now, I think the way you look at it is reverse the telescope around the other way and look at the end result, okay? So you need to look at what you aspire to do in your ultimate career aspirations. Now, bearing in mind that an airline pilot could be looking at up to 40 years of flying aeroplanes, and that's many flying hours. So my first piece of advice is, why do you need to rush? There's never a rush. There's never a formula which matches everybody. So you look at what you want to achieve ultimately in life, what type of flying you want to do, what turns you on in terms of whether you want to do single pilot flying, multi-pilot flying, and in a way start thinking about the future before you start thinking about today. And as I say, if you start rushing and wanting to do everything in a huge rush, you won't also enjoy the experience. So golden rule number 2, go out and do your research. Come to events like PCL. Ask as many searching questions as you possibly can, not only of the ATOs, the approved training organisations, of the airline attendees, contact people direct within the various aspects of the industry, and just really get a feel for what you're coming into. Okay. When you get a feel for what you're coming into and the various roles in flying that are possible, only then can you reverse back from that role, if you like, and think about who can provide you with the best type of training to meet those aspirations. As I say, for me, it was about being an instructor first, and therefore I wanted to get the very best instructor training that I could in order that I could be a super instructor before then moving on to my further ambitions in the airline. So there's never an exact timing or pathway or strategy. Go out there, ask all the questions you possibly can, and think about it very carefully. Of course, you can't discount the economic climate, you can't discount clearly the environmental lobbies. There's various aspects which you should bring into your analysis when you're thinking about when and how.
So with that in mind, the industry's gone through a number of challenges recently. How would you bring it down to a micro level? Is now a good time to begin training, or?
I would say now is, and whenever now is always a good time if it suits your personal plan. So some people, for example, like to have security financially all the way through their training. So they like to say, look, I'm going to do a little bit of training, work, put some cash to one side, do the next module, put some cash to one side, and that suits them, and they like the extended time frame and not having to be in debt. So for them, that's a personal profile that suits them. Some actually just say, look, in 18 months' time, I want to be applying to airlines, and therefore full-time courses of training, whether that's an integrator's or an MPL course, suits them, and therefore would prefer to go down a loan scenario, and therefore are perfectly happy with that, and maybe they're supported by their parents or other sponsors. So there are many ways in which you can assess it, but now can be, if you like, any time, depending on how you thought through your career aspirations.
Okay, no, that makes a lot of sense. So how would you recommend that people would go about doing that kind of research, apart from coming to events like this?
Yeah. I mean, there are many avenues, obviously through online activities. You'd be surprised how much you can learn simply by putting in those keywords and getting some feedback simply by researching the social media channels. But moreover, if you are proactive and interrogatory, there are so many people, influencers, people out there at the various schools as well, who are quite happy to respond, and I'm included within that. I will very happily respond to whether it's the aspirant pilot, whether it's mum or dad, or whether it's anybody who's interested in this profession. We're more than happy to go back with feedback, giving hopefully independent but different wise counsel.
So with that in mind, if someone found you on social media, what would be sort of the top 3 tips that you'd give someone who's just come back from holiday and thought, I want to do that?
First of all, if somebody does that, and I do get lots of inquiries asking me to provide some advice, is I ask them first of all what their ambitions, what type of flying they would like to do, when they would like to do it, what's driving them along that particular interest or that pathway. So I don't just immediately respond to the questions. I ask a little bit more about what's driving that question in particular. But clearly, timing is one of the big questions, and how do people get a return on their investment? And it's not just about money, but it's about enjoyment, about lifestyle, it's about how much time do they get off, do they have to go to different countries, do they want to fly long haul, short haul? So interestingly enough, people are asking some very intelligent interrogatory questions out there. So, but I think it's keeping that broad mind, that broad mindset. Understand what you're coming into, understand the lifestyle, understand how you are going to get a financial return, think about the best pathway forward, and then just create a plan. And once you've got a plan, even if it's a basic plan, you can start fleshing it out with information. And that's where really I think getting that complete spectrum of information is really important. And there are so many sources. Now, interesting enough, airlines are here this weekend, some very senior people who have been through a variety of pathways, who are absolutely, really keen to share their own experiences, build up that knowledge.
Yeah, that's really fascinating that people are coming to you, and everyone has this idea of they want airlines.
I know.
How would you advise people to get a more broad experience of what other types of flying are out there?
Yeah, and interestingly, over the I suppose the last 10 years, the evolution of a whole variety of flying roles, and particularly around the capabilities of private operations, AOC operations, very light jets, in training. Training in itself has become more of an interesting career. I've seen quite a few people who have said, I don't want to go to the airlines at all. I actually really enjoy my cadet experience, and I think I'm going to stay in this world and pass on my knowledge and skills. You can obviously see a bias from me there in terms of training, because training is a super thing to do. And remember, of course, it's whilst the large airlines, the brands that we know well, offer some very good career opportunities, both in terms of small and large aircraft. There's some super aeroplanes that you can fly out there now, very high-performance aeroplanes, exciting places, destinations, and not always doing, say, coupled ILS approaches. You can do, lots of really exciting flying to diverse locations. So I think the key is this: don't automatically just jump to big airliners. Go out and see whether you can, grab a jump seat ride on some of these smaller airplanes. Go to the smaller airfields. Shout through the fence and say, "Can I come along for a ride?" That's the things that we did, when we were younger.
So it really all comes back to that research, and do your investigative work piece.
Very much
so. As part of putting your plan together for your training and moving through your journey, a big question at the moment is around types of licenses. How do people even start to do that kind of research, or even get into that world?
Yes, I do realise the licensing system at the moment is causing people to scratch their heads. We were clearly under EASA. There was a very straightforward, consistent position. The UK CAA is clearly getting together their strategy for the beginning of next year in terms of how they're going to handle all the completely independent licensing systems. Look, I think going around all the ATAs, all the heads of training are about as well informed as they possibly can be around the licensing system. I think getting both is an obvious desire for people saying, look, I'm going to hedge my bets, I'm going to try and get both. My personal prediction is that we will inevitably at some point see some harmonisation or some recognition or bilateral type agreements. They will eventually come around. But of course, you have underpinning this a requirement that both the EASA and the UK CAA follow ICAO rules, ICAO Annex 1, and have to recognise third country licences. You know, they won't be consistent in their approach, of course, from country to country, but nonetheless, that underpins everything. So there's unlikely to ever be a situation where you cannot gain a conversion or gain recognition by another regulatory body. That's not going to happen because ICAO requires that every country recognises that capability.
Okay, so it's a complicated situation, but it shouldn't be prohibitive, whatever choice you end up going.
No, I think just this whole Brexit scenario clearly has raised an awful lot of people thinking what may or may not happen. I think, assume for the moment, the UK will become truly independent. At some point in the future, it will recognise the EASA licences on that, I'm sure. But in the meantime, all the ATOs have sufficient knowledge to show you how to either achieve both or make a relatively easy conversion at some point in the future.
Brilliant. So my last question, what would you say, what one burning piece of advice would you give to someone just starting out on this journey now?
Yeah. Without doubt, pause, think, don't rush. I know how easy it is just to absorb all the marketing information and be persuaded by various things, incentives, but there is no rush. There's lots of training capacity, there's plenty of time, there's lots of good advice out there, so just take it steady, build up your matrix of knowledge and make informed choice.
Thanks so much for your time, Anthony. Really appreciate it. Sorry about that, went a little bit off piece there.
Hello, I'm here with Anthony Pesford, industry veteran. Anthony, you've held senior roles in leadership on quite a few ATOs over the years, but you're currently in an independent role, which is ideal. It means you've got nothing to sell, so we can ask you some really independent advice. And I guess the main question I'd like to ask you is, how do people coming to the show go about making a proper fact-based decision on choosing their ATO, choosing their training provider?
Well, yeah, thank you for that glowing introduction. I'll do my best to answer that question.
Thank you.
Indeed, there must be some science brought to all of this, because whilst there is subjectivity, what I advise people to do in that form of science to create a decision matrix. Very simply, list on the left-hand side maybe 10 areas which are important to you. So that might be in terms of the experience of instructors, the fleet, the service, the post-training support, and so forth. And on the top, to list the ATOs that are your favourites. Go and visit those ATOs, interrogate them, gather as much information as you possibly can, and then give them a score. So a score against that particular item. Once you've got all the scores in the boxes, add them all up, and that will help you some way to enabling you to make a decision which is a balance between your heart and your head.
So how much, I mean, is this, in your experience, do most people choose their ATOs like that, or do they err towards kind of the heart rather than the head?
I think it's a mix, really. I think there's clearly an emotional element to it, and so one is easily drawn into looking at all the great aeroplanes and the sexy environment. But then I think people are now thinking very carefully, particularly around the financial side of things, and I think those areas are now starting to get much greater scrutiny, which is a good thing, of course.
Absolutely. So once let's say you end up with your decision matrix and you have 3 leading candidates, presumably you'd advise people to actually go and visit those in person?
Yeah, look, I think it's a blended position. So you gather the scores from having visited them in the first place, maybe just go and have a look around in a very sort of high-level activity. And once you've got down to the shortlist, go back and start interrogating and start to get right to the heart of things and really get the devil is in the detail. And once you've got that, I think you'll find that it will work out as being a sensible, balanced decision.
Okay, and in your days when you were in the leadership team of ATOs, how did you work it for the payment? We kind of advise people not to pay everything up front because it's clearly a large risk. What are kind of common ways of ATOs managing their payments?
Yeah, I mean, times are obviously different. And but the way we did it was look at a sort of fair and balanced position. So you are looking inevitably on for example, on a full-time course, having to pay a deposit, but now that needs to be a sensible number and not a huge amount up front. And then largely the ATOs are looking at redistributing the balancing payments over the duration of the course rather than actually seeing huge amounts up front. So I think the ATOs have now started to better understand that it's a managed cash flow as opposed to pre-COVID, where a lot more was paid in advance.
Okay, thank you very much. Formula One cars. There could be a whole talk there, really, couldn't there? That would be great. Then became a flying instructor, ended up flying for BMI and Qatar, and is now head of flight ops at Wizz. So, John, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and good afternoon, I think. I've only got 20 minutes, and anybody that knows me knows that that's not a long time. I don't stop talking. In terms of Q&A, we've got a stand here in the auditorium, so if you've got any questions, anything you want to follow up on, please do come and say hello over at the Wizz UK stand. Yeah, that's me, John Mears. I'm going to talk about sustainable aviation a little bit about Wizz, because I know that Wizz is probably new to many of you. We've been around for 18 years as a company, but here in the UK, it's only 3 years old, so I'll talk about Wizz. And before I do that, very quickly about me. It's already been summarized, but I'll go very quickly. I started off in education. Strangely enough, there was a recession back then, and nobody was going into aviation then either. So I stayed around and did a PhD. Always interested in flying, but never really kind of thought it was going to happen for me. So I don't know if there's a backup career, I don't know what that was, but I ended up designing Formula One cars for 10 years until 2008. I always wanted to fly, and I kind of got this, you know, if I don't do it now, I'm really going to regret it. So I started my flying training, and as already been said, around 2006, I started flying as an instructor, overlapping with the Formula One, as you can see. So Monday to Friday, Formula One cars, Saturday, Sunday, aeroplanes, Monday back to the Formula One cars. And then I got my, if you like, my first professional job flying in 2007 for BMI, flying out of here, actually, out of Heathrow. And then I moved to Qatar in 2010. That's me looking considerably more sunny than here. But I became a ground instructor. I got promoted to a captain, became an instructor, and then I drifted into management, where I've been ever since as a manager. Started off looking after the 320s in Qatar, which there was 40 of them. And then by the time I left there in 2020, I was the senior manager Airbus, which means I was looking after all of the Airbus side of Qatar Airways, which is a huge organization, around about 150 aircraft, 2,000 pilots. And then I got a phone call saying, would you like a job back in your home country, back here in the UK? And they said it's 10 aircraft. I thought, well, how difficult could that be? Why not come back home, which is what I did. And I am now, there it is, head of flight operations at Wizz Air UK, which brings us up until today. I joined the Gemma Collins, as you can probably see, that was some marketing idea, which I'll quickly replace with a better picture of an aircraft. And that's me doing my first flight for Wizz Air UK 2 years ago, actually, in the top there. Very quickly, alternative CV for you people just starting out in the industry. It looks like a rosy, perfect, everything worked for me. It absolutely didn't. I just want to tell you, I failed RAF selection. I didn't get the grades I wanted. I failed to get into the civil service. I got a fairly average degree. I've got a PhD in aerodynamics, and I still only managed 86% in my ATPL exam. I didn't pass the multi-engine first time. And when it was time for a job, I sent out literally hundreds and hundreds of emails. Nothing, absolutely nothing. So I know exactly how you might be feeling. Do not give up. Wizz Air. So Wizz Air was formed in 2004, you can see there. So 18 years ago now, based in Hungary at the start. The first flight was from Katowice in Poland to the UK in Luton. And quickly running forward, you can see absolutely amazing growth of an airline, double-digit figures growth ever since then. Wizz Air UK, I don't know if there's a pointer on here. If I press that, will it point? Ah, there we go. So 10-year anniversary here in 2014, 2015, first 321 joined, so we went from 320s to 321s, and 100th aircraft here in 2018, and Wizz Air UK just there, 2017. So Wizz became a group of 2 airlines, one in Hungary, one in the UK, and as Brexit kind of approached, this was kind of a mitigation against what might happen post-Brexit, but actually a lot's changed since then, and Wizz Air UK has become an entity in its own right, and actually has turned out to be much, much more than we ever thought it would be. 7-star safety rating. NEOS joined us in 2019, and then the awards started to come in. Airline of the Year, during the middle of COVID, we were the first low-cost airline in the world to win, to be awarded Airline of the Year by Air Transport World. And then in 2021, yeah, the third airline was started, was Abu Dhabi in the Middle East. And as time goes on, there will be more airlines around the world all carrying the Wizz branding. So that's the idea. Passenger numbers, you can see phenomenal growth of passenger numbers. I won't dwell too much on this because obviously we're going to talk about sustainability. But what I want to do is set the background for you, because aviation is growing, aviation is expanding around the world, and I will talk to you about that now. There's the network. Looks a bit like a spaghetti. Important thing is we're point-to-point airline, so we fly from where you are to where you want to be, not a hub-and-spoke airline, which we know which many carriers are, where they fly you into a hub, such as Heathrow, so we don't fly to Heathrow, which means it's more efficient because we're not wasting air miles taking you somewhere you don't want to be. Young fleet of 320s and 321s. You can see there, that's Luton, where we have our base, Wizz Air UK's base. And very quickly, 2017, AOC formed in 2017, 10 aircraft, opened up bases in Doncaster and Gatwick. 4 new NEOs came during the pandemic. So during the pandemic, we actually expanded by 40%. So you'll hear airlines talking about how bad COVID was, and there's no doubt it was, but Wizz Air UK actually grew by 40% in the last 2 years. Not only extra aircraft, extra bases, and we also became an IOSA certified airline, which is one of only 6 airlines in the UK that carry that, which is the highest brand of safety recognition. 2 days ago, I was in Cardiff, opening our new Cardiff base, still recovering, and that was a 4th base for us here in the UK, and there will be more to come. This year, we hope to go to about 20 aircraft, and over the next 5 years, our ambition is to go to 50 aircraft here in the UK. So you can see that as we go forward, you'll be hearing more and more about Wizz Air UK. Okay, backwards. So, Wizz statement, we're committed to making sure everyone everywhere can benefit from travel at the lowest prices. We're an ultra low-cost carrier, which means our ticket prices are absolutely the lowest you can find anywhere. But keeping in mind social, economic and environmental impact of the operations, this is important because as we go forward, sustainability in aviation is going to become absolutely critical. I'm sure you all now talk about it in a moment, about the commitment to net zero by 2050. So by 2050, there should be zero net carbon being produced. I'll talk a little bit about that and how do we marry that up with growth in aviation. Low fares, diverse network, efficient and sustainable operations, and high quality customer service. And our plan across the group, across the world, is to grow to 500 aircraft by 2030. It sounds like a bit of a pipe dream, but it's not. I can tell you we've already got those aircraft on order. So Wizz as a group has got a back order, the biggest back order actually in the world of Airbus aircraft. So we've got an order of over 400 aircraft waiting to be delivered. And that's how we're going to meet this target of 500 aircraft. And that's how many pilots we need, and that's how many cabin crew we need between now and what is not very far away, 2030. So if you're looking for the right time to get into aviation, right now is the right time. Okay, this is what I'm supposed to be talking about. Sustainable aviation. Probably know that in 2015 there was a very well-known Paris Agreement, which is basically a commitment that by 2050 we are going to be net zero and limiting global warming to 2 degrees. In actual fact, the target is much greater than that. It's to below 1.5 degrees. And if we can achieve that, just maybe we can stop this escalation of global warming. Aviation is often labeled as the bad boy of global emissions. In actual fact, when you look at the numbers, aviation is only responsible for 2% of global CO2 emissions, which is tiny. And it's not even the biggest in the transport sector. Road transport far, far outweighs aviation. So we get labeled as the bad boy, but in actual fact, we're far from it. The difficulty is that aviation is one of the hardest industries to decarbonize. So yes, we're only a small contributor, but actually getting that to zero, which is essential, is going to be very, very difficult. So we need to start now, and we need to start working on that as a problem. I will breathe, take some water. The other thing about aviation is it's often perceived as a luxury. So in other words, why do we need to travel? We can avoid a holiday maybe, but this is absolutely not the case. We connect families around the world, loved ones. It is an essential form of travel. It's not something that can be put down to luxury alone. Prosperity in towns that otherwise would not have other sources of income, obviously tourism. You only need to look back a year or two into the middle of COVID and you can see how essential cargo transport was. Medical transport around the world, vaccinations, masks, all of these things were absolutely crucial in the last 2 years. So it's wrong to say aviation is a luxury and actually we should be shaming people that fly. It's far from the truth. So why is Wizz super sustainable? Well, our business model is the first reason. Young fleet, brand new aircraft, which I'll talk about in a moment. Lowest emitting aircraft, so not only do we have new aircraft, but we actually have the lowest emitting aircraft that it's possible to buy. Point-to-point network I've already mentioned. We fly in and out of secondary airports and minor airports. We don't go to the hubs, which means we spend minimum time on the ground. Minimum delays on the ground. We're in, 30 minutes later, we're out. If you've ever seen a Wizz Air aircraft doing a turnaround, it's poetry in motion or whatever you want to say, but it's literally all hands on deck, very, very quick. Aircraft comes in, aircraft straight back out again. Our average utilization is about 15 hours a day, and aircraft flies pretty much 15 hours a day, every day. And then other things about ULCC models, okay, these are all relevant to the business model. This one's another critical one for emissions because we have more passengers on each of our aircraft, and I'll talk about that very briefly. So in terms of the fleet, we have an average age. Actually, this slide is old. It's now down to about 4 years old, our average fleet age. So we have brand new aircraft, and that's only going to get younger as we go forward. By continuing investing in latest technology, we're buying the best aircraft all the time. And as I mentioned earlier, we've got 429 of those aircraft coming, which are all coming in the next 7 years. Our average fleet age will drop to 3.6 years, and then hopefully by 26 it will get almost just over 3 years. And if I compare that to the competitor, which you'll see in a moment, or all our competitors actually, average fleet ages are much, much higher, 11, 12, 13 years. So not only do we have new aircraft, we also have the best aircraft. The best aircraft right now is the 321neo. Beautiful aircraft, lovely aircraft to fly. The crucial thing is lots of people on board, lower fuel burn. In fact, it's better than 20%. It's more like 25% better fuel. So if we burn less fuel, we emit less carbon, and we do that on every single flight. Noise emissions, if we're talking about environmental impact, of course, that's critical too. And these are the emissions due to burning of fossil fuels. Green operating procedures. This will become important to you as you enter your aviation career because these things will become absolutely your daily bread and butter, how you fly an aircraft. Single engine taxis, in other words, one engine shut down while you taxi out, one engine shut down while you taxi in. Variable cost index, this is how we fly, the speed we fly. The faster we go, generally the more fuel we burn, so you'll find aircraft flying generally much slower to save fuel and emissions. And these are some of the other measures that we also do. Paperless cockpits, of course, is fairly industry standard now. We get rid of the waste from paper. And we also increase the washing of our aircraft. I'll talk about that if I can in a moment. That's just a picture of an engine. It's a Neo engine, and they're absolutely huge, but I'm sure, like me, you think that's a great picture. So emissions, you can see already, this is where Wizz is because of our new aircraft, because of our high load factor, so this is the number of people we carry, because of the best aircraft, our emissions are actually 57.2 grams per passenger kilometre. And you'll hear lots of airlines talking about how they measure it. This one is pretty much the industry standard way. So how much carbon do you emit per person travelling per kilometre? We're already the market leader. Next competitor you can see here at 69. They've made a commitment by 2030 to get it below 60. So by the end of this decade, they still will be nowhere near where we are right today. And you can see some of the legacy carriers have got a long way to go. Greenest airline in Europe, continuously declining our emissions by having new aircraft, new procedures. And we've also made a further commitment, as you can see here, by 2030 that we're going to cut our emissions by a third again, targeting closer to 40 grams per passenger kilometre. So by the end of this decade, we should be below 40, and our nearest competitor is committed to be below 60, which is a huge, huge difference. Finally, if you've got an airline that's producing less and less emissions by having the best aircraft, by having high load factors, by taking you from where you want to be to where you want to go to, the final bit of carbon that you do produce, we also offer carbon offsetting. So you as a passenger, traveling passenger, can offset that by paying an additional contribution which goes towards various projects around the world, such as planting trees and growing forests and ways of extracting carbon from the atmosphere. And that's a way to get your carbon emissions, even today, to zero. So with a little bit of extra money, you can get your carbon to absolute zero, even today. Finally, I don't know how I'm doing for time. 2 minutes, perfect. So, first of all, flying is not the enemy. It's an essential form of travel, not just a luxury. Not all airlines are the same when it comes to carbon emissions, and I think I showed you quite clearly why Wizz is definitely the market leader when it comes to emissions and why we're going to stay there, at least for the next decade. You have a choice. People can choose how do they reduce their emissions, and they can choose that by pretty much only one way. That's choosing to fly Wizz. Very quickly, last thing I will say, if every airline in Europe were to adopt Wizz Air practices tomorrow, it would reduce emissions by 34%, which is a huge, huge number. Not all airlines are the same, and if they could do that tomorrow, we would already be well on our way to net zero by 2050. I think that's it. Absolutely.
The journey is not always a smooth sailing journey, and we really do get through. Don't give up. So there you go. If you want to ask John any questions, he'll be on the Wizz Air stand afterwards. There's a neural tracker thing outside. Go and have a look at that if you want under the stairs. And thank you very much for coming. If you could leave by the door down here, that would be great. Have a great show. Ask lots of questions, do lots of research, and never give up.
Thanks. Whistle stop 20 minutes, but...
Hello, I'm here with Anthony Pettiford, industry veteran. Anthony, you've held senior roles in leadership on quite a few ATOs over the years, but you're currently in an independent role, which is ideal. It means you've got nothing to sell, so we can ask you some really independent advice. And I guess the main question I'd like to ask you is, how do people coming to the show go about making a proper fact-based decision on choosing their ATO, choosing their training provider?
Well, yeah, thank you for that glowing introduction. I'll do my best to answer that question.
Thank you.
Indeed, there must be some science brought to all of this, because whilst there is subjectivity, what I advise people to do in that form of science to create a decision matrix. Very simply, list on the left-hand side maybe 10 areas which are important to you. So that might be in terms of the experience of instructors, the fleet, the service, the post-training support, and so forth. And on the top, to list the ATOs that are your favourites. Go and visit those ATOs, interrogate them, gather as much information as you possibly can, and then give them a score. So a score against that particular item. Once you've got all the scores in the boxes, add them all up, and that will help you some way to enabling you to make a decision which is a balance between your heart and your head.
So how much, I mean, is this, in your experience, do most people choose their ATOs like that, or do they err towards kind of the heart rather than the head?
I think it's a mix, really. I think there's clearly an emotional element to it, and so one is easily drawn into looking at all the great aeroplanes and the sexy environment. But then I think people are now thinking very carefully, particularly around the financial side of things. And I think those areas are now starting to get much greater scrutiny, which is a good thing, of course.
Absolutely. So once let's say you end up with your decision matrix and you have 3 leading candidates, presumably you'd advise people to actually go and visit those in person?
Yeah, look, I think it's a blended position. So you gather the scores from having visited them in the first place, maybe just go and have a look around in a very sort of high-level activity. And once you've got down to the shortlist, go back and start interrogating and start to get right to the heart of things and really get the devil is in the detail. And once you've got that, I think you'll find that it will work out as being a sensible, balanced decision.
Okay, and in your days when you were in the leadership team of ATOs, how did you work it for the payment? We kind of advise people not to pay everything up front because it's clearly a large risk. What are kind of common ways of ATOs managing their payments?
Yeah, I mean, times are obviously different. And but the way we did it was look at a sort of fair and balanced position. So you are looking inevitably on for example, on a full-time course, at having to pay a deposit, but now that needs to be a sensible number and not a huge amount up front. And then largely the ATOs are looking at redistributing the balancing payments over the duration of the course rather than actually seeing huge amounts up front. So I think the ATOs have now started to better understand that it's a managed cash flow as opposed to pre-COVID where a lot more was paid in advance.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello and welcome back to PCL TV Live for our first show in 2022. I'm here on the OSN stand talking to Hans. How are you doing, Hans?
I'm very well.
Jolly good. Perhaps you could start off by giving a little bit of your background, how you got into aviation and how you ended up where you are today.
Yes, now I started my career. I grew up with a father which was in the Air Force and civilian pilot, and he sent me off to flight school for glider training when I was 15. Did my first solo, and of course, like a lot of us, I was stuck in aviation in that aspect that I wanted to become a pilot.
Addicted already.
And then I went to take a formal education first with a bachelor and master's degree in shipping, and then I worked a few years before I went in and did my flight training at Oxford in Kidlington back in the days, and then I was hired as a cadet into Norwegian. Worked there, come in as a type rating candidate, worked there, flew there for 2.5 years, and then was picked up working a little bit administratively, so flight safety pilot, and then later on I was also brought into pilot recruitment, and later led the pilot recruitment team in Norwegian. And then pre-COVID I got the opportunity to join OSM Aviation Academy and work with rebranding the whole training concepts and start looking on the future. And been there now for 2 years, and now developed 2 new cadet programs going based on competence-based training throughout, and leaning on the experience we have from all the pilot selections we have done, trying to build a good program which catering for the needs of our airline partners and securing the candidates and the students getting a good, safe way throughout their career and good start and good platform.
So, and your airline pilots are, I'm looking here, so Norse and Norwegian?
Yes, we have a second officer program with Norse Atlantic. It's a new startup airline. It's going to fly out of London, Oslo and Paris initially, starting up with ramping up to 15 787 Dreamliners. And we're going to train our pilots into a second officer program, pretty much like we have seen from major airlines like Cathay Pacific and British Airways over the times. So our candidates will go in, do some apprenticeship scheme in Norse, work in administration, get to know the airline industry a little bit from the inside as well, which we have seen from where I come from as well, that when you're out line flying, yes, one thing you're a pilot, but you're also a commercial operator, and you need to, in order to take good decisions as a pilot and an operator, it helps having a little bit of insights to how an IOCC operation center works, how we do work with irregularities and so forward. So it's going to be an exciting mentor training program built on the same principle we have been doing with Norwegian for years.
Okay, and then you have the Norwegian program,
yep.
who's your other partner.
That's what we've been. Norwegian have been working with OSM Aviation Academy for the better part of a decade, and that's more a standard route. But after MCC APS have come in and taken a bigger part of the end of the training, again it's competency-based training throughout, and we do all our MCC APS on the 737 platform, which of course. And then MCC APS is not type specific, of course, but it helps because we do our instrument training on the 73 as well. So when our student comes in through that course, they do training on MCC APS with TRIs, with experience from 737 operators such as Thomson and Norwegian, and they can verge into the training environment in Norwegian with limited time footprint.
So they'll have maybe 70 or 80 737 sim hours before they start the type rating?
Yeah, they have close to 80 hours 737 prior to starting the type rating with Norwegian.
Yeah, so that must be less of a
transition
shock.
It's less a transition. We gave Norwegian and Ryan and all these airlines are operating mostly on pure Boeing procedures as well. So the whole gap there is of course very reduced compared to what we have seen previously.
Okay, so that's a traditional integrated course.
Yeah.
And that's carried out where?
It's in Arendal in Norway, where we have our main base, and we also will do some training on stateside. We have base in Fort Lauderdale as well, and we also have a base in Västerås outside Stockholm, Sweden. So
that's fairly Scandinavian flavour base.
Yeah,
basis.
we are well covered in Scandinavia. We have a long present OSM Aviation Academy, range back to back all the way to the 50s, and started with integrated training already in the 60s. So we've got long traditions for providing airline-ready pilots for the Scandinavian and northern markets of Europe. So we have a lot of strong relations with other airlines as well, which we don't have cadet programs with, but through our partnerships we have also placing a lot of our pilots to KLM, Transavia and forward as well.
Do you run an assessment of people pre-course?
We do pre-course assessments based on the experience we do from the selection element, and I find that a little bit more interesting now when we go into competence-based training as well, because these youngsters coming in, they change tremendously through the training period. So you will see from the initial testing they do when they enter and until they do their final school report, we can see progression throughout. And down the line we can then talk about evidence-based training, because evidence-based training now, pardon my French, is my subject experiences and your subject experiences. That's not evidence, that's subjectivity. But this will give us data so we can go towards a day.
Aviation is quite often filled with people who say, "Well, I did it this way," so then that's a good way of doing it, because.
Yeah, I think if you look at these candidates coming in now, and I also see what most of them are failing on when they come to the airlines, unfortunately, is we need to focus on the abilities and how they can manage themselves, work with resilience and these elements, and focus on them, and also get them to be more self-aware around these elements, because these are abilities and elements they will greatly benefit from in other areas in life, not only flying, but also how you cope with setbacks in life. We all know we're all going to be there. You will meet challenges throughout your life. You will meet COVID, financial recessions, problems in your marriage and so forth. So I think it's really important to be more self-aware around these elements. I think the military service has probably been more into that over a longer period of time.
Yeah.
But I think for this next generation, they will need it more than my generation, I think. So it's going to be exciting.
And in terms of you talking about resilience, how long are you estimating the courses will take people? I mean, the south of Norway can't always be the best place from a weather point of view.
We try to mitigate for the weather factor, of course. Winters in Norway can be harsh. So we do theory during the winter months, and then we do flying during the summer peak months. So it takes 20 months. It's rigged to be 20 months, and it's also part of that is to meet the university requirements in Norway in funds to get student funding. So the ATPL part takes 4 months plus 4 months, 8 months total. So there's a lot of room compared to when I did this in my days. It was 5 months and it was a marathon.
Yeah.
And I think that also gives the students a more pedagogically way of doing it. And that the whole course is 20 months. But we already see that if you have the availability of aircraft and simulator and things are lining up perfectly, we see students coming out finishing in 17 months as well. And we can pride ourselves during COVID. We had full classes coming in, and we've been graduating our pilots on time. So.
And you're obviously, you are training for a EASA license, correct?
Yeah, we are in Swedish ATO, so we are EASA license.
Okay, and if people want to find out more, what's the best way?
The best way would be either to drop by us here today. We are standing here all day, or you can visit our web pages and Google OSM Aviation Academy. You will find more information there.
There you go. www.osmaviationacademy.com.
Yes.
There you go.
Hard to miss.
Okay. Well, Hans, thank you very much for that. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Good luck. I hope you have a good rest of the show.
Yeah. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Check. Rear door. Check. Rudder trim. Check. Flaps. Check. Flight control. Check. Air Force. Ready for takeoff.
Edge 224. ECU swap. ECUB. Check. ECU swap. Quarter.
For anybody just joining us, as I mentioned earlier on, we are limited with time with these presentations, so we won't be answering any major question answers during this session. Our standard in the far right-hand corner, or anyone right up above me there, if you go to Slido online, so just type in Google Slido and type in that number, and then that will come straight down to our iPad and our management team at the top as well, who will moderate it, and we'll answer any burning questions if we have time at the end. So good afternoon, and we'll make a start now based on the time that we have available. A quick introduction, my name is Jai Dillon, I'm the pilot recruitment lead at British Airways, and more recently we've been responsible for recruitment for both mainline, Euroflyer and Cityflyer. So that's kind of what I do, and joining me to my left is my colleague, who will introduce herself now.
Hi, I'm Lucy Sylvester. I'm one of the talent acquisition managers at British Airways, predominantly responsible for the pilot recruitment that we've done over the last couple of years for both, as Jai said, BA Euroflyer and BA Cityflyer.
So before we get going, everybody loves a bit of a video, so we'll take you back about 10 years now to probably one of our favourite adverts that went out, and hopefully some of you remember.
Those first young men were the pioneers, the aviators, building superhighways in an unknown sky, leaving wives and children in their snug homes with just a kiss and a promise to return. Roaring into the clouds to battle wind and stars. Their safety systems built of brain and heart. They landed where there were no lights, transforming strange names from tall tales into pictures on postcards home. And those next young men, travelling further, faster, higher than any in history, are the ones who followed them, who skinned the edge of space, the edge of heaven, the edge of dreams.
Speedbird 1.
And we follow them up there to live by an unbreakable promise. The same 4 words stitched into every uniform of every captain who takes their command. To fly, to serve.
So I'm sure, just as it did when I went through my flight training back in 2009, 2010, and this advert came out, for those of you that have a real passion, it's hard to sort of not get the hairs in the back of the neck sticking up with that. And it is just, everyone that works for British Airways has a passion, and a passion for customer service going forward. And this is what we're here today. We're not here to announce any recruitment campaign, because unfortunately we're not in that world at the moment. But we are here to make you as recruitable as possible as people. And as a responsible employer, that's what we're here for today, to give you advice, to go out into the main world and actually become the best pilot that you can. So the agenda today that we'll cover, we'll look initially at what airlines and ATOs look for in screening their applicants, the entry criteria for many ATOs and also for us as an airline, which many airlines share, selection process, what could you do to stand out, how to format your CV, that's a really important one, and Lucy will go through that in a few moments' time. And the whole process itself and how to actually prepare for a selection process.
So I think quite a lot of you that have spoken to us already have asked us what we look for as an airline. So a big thing for us is motivation. For being a pilot and BA, and I've said to a couple of you, it's very common that we get applications in saying, I've always wanted to work for EasyJet. The motivation maybe isn't there if you're not willing to read your application before you submit it. So motivation's really important to us. Professional standards, all of you will have seen whether they're trainee pilots or Jai and our colleagues that are here today in uniform, people look at a pilot as they walk through the terminal. So we want you to have professional standards and be proud to wear the uniform when you're walking through the terminal, whether you're on or off duty. It's really important to us that you're able to engage with customers. All our pilots a couple of years ago went through a program called Beyond the Flight Deck. And it doesn't need to be anything big, but obviously as a pilot you're behind a locked flight deck door, but when you come out, any small interaction that you can have with a customer can make all the difference to a passenger. I was on a flight not so long ago and the captain came out and high-fived all the kids as we went off. It's a very quick interaction, but kids loved it, all the parents love it, and even if you're not a parent, you see that interaction and it makes a difference. Leadership on the flight deck is very important at BA. If you're the first officer flying that flight, you are the leader of that flight, and we have a very level leadership. And for those of you that are trainee pilots in the room, leadership can come from anything from your Saturday football team to Duke of Edinburgh to work experience that you've had. It doesn't need to be that you've led a team or a massive team. And then obviously teamwork is really important. Working on the aircraft, there's teams around you on the ground, on the aircraft, but also over the phone. There's the catering teams. So it's important that you're able to work with everybody at every level that you come into contact with. So the entry criteria for any cadet program that we would run, or the flight schools, so you need to be 17 to apply and then 18 to commence training. This is a BA entry requirement, so you need 5 GCSEs grades A to C, although I think now it's new money, as we would say, 4 to 9. We ask that you have English, maths and a science. They're all compulsory now anyway. We wouldn't accept general studies or critical thinking. One of the questions that's come in already is what subjects would we recommend that you study? We'd recommend you study, other than the ones that you need to have, study what you enjoy because you're likely to do better than that. Don't study subjects that you think we will be looking for. We don't look for any specific subjects on your CV. It's more about the grades. So we, a couple of years ago, took out the A-level requirements and we now ask that you have 112 UCAS points for the cadet programmes. You need to hold a UK Class 1 flight crew medical, and if you haven't looked into that already, it's worth going onto the CAA website to look at how to obtain one of those and that you can obtain one. BA require that you have a UK CAA issued licence. That's because our trainers are qualified to sign your licences. You need to be between 5'2" and 6'3". These are set by the aircraft manufacturers, not us. If you're over 6'3", we will put you through a functionality check. Unfortunately for BA, if you are under 5'2", we wouldn't be able to employ you as a pilot currently. You need to be able to achieve ICAO Level 6 proficiency in English language. A valid passport allowing the unrestricted right to travel worldwide. Unrestricted right to live and work in the UK. We're not currently sponsoring pilots to come and work for us. If that changes, we would update that on any job description. No visible tattoos. I'm going to sound like a mum right now. No visible tattoos means not on your hands, face or neck. Just don't get a tattoo in the first place. If you have it on your... So that's the mum in me. If it's on your forearm, you will have to wear a long sleeve for the duration of your career. So if you're down in the Caribbean and it's very hot, you're still wearing a long sleeve shirt, it needs to be covered. Again, it's going to sound like your mum. You need to have a clear criminal record check. We will reference you for 5 years, so that if you've been in school or education, we would go back to your education provider. But any job that you've had, whether it's volunteering or paid, we need a satisfactory reference from that employer. A new thing that's come in this year is something called an accreditation check, and that is a social media check. It's not us that do it, it's a government body that do it, but we will look back, and if you have posted something that's detrimental to BA in the past, that could stop you having a career with BA. So again, sounding like a mum, just be really careful what you're posting on social media, keep it positive.
Okay, just to follow on from that point as well for social media checks, we don't want to see when you're 18 years old your head down the toilet because that is the first image that any Daily Mirror or anything will pick up if anything was to ever happen throughout your career. So it's about being sensible and knowing the routes and the fact that media do love to take those sort of pictures on. The routes into British Airways, it's important to stress that we have no routes currently open, and that is something that we've yet to have a conversation on, so we can't give you any advice as to when that will open. But that said, I would always advise that you sign up to the job updates. They are done automatically, so I can't control when they go out. Effectively, if you put pilot in there and it's got pilot in the job description anywhere, it will send you it. So that is something that's automatically sent on a regular basis. The general routes that we have are the direct entry pilot, which comes from people who have experience from other airlines. So somebody like myself, I was with a low-cost carrier for a number of years before I joined British Airways, and I came in via the direct entry pilot pathway. In terms of the managed path, that's for anyone that is a military leaver, so they have experience in military-based aircraft. The cadet programs, people often ask about the Future Pilot program. That was something that we introduced a few years ago, and again, we have no cadet programs which are eligible at the moment. Whitetailing is effectively, if you go to any flight school, we would go to the flight school, and at the end of your ground school, we would ask for the requirements of what we require. And for that, at the moment, for us, it's an 85% average in your ATPLs. Now, depending on the type of campaign we would launch, that would be campaign specific. It varies from with no fails or a maximum of 1 retake. But again, we would look at options going forward, and the actual entry criteria would be specific to that campaign. Something that we introduced a few years ago, back in 2019, in fact, was a newly qualified pilot pathway. That was the first time as British Airways we launched a campaign so that if you had done modular training, we could have you in as a pilot. That's something which we took pride in, and unfortunately, COVID took that away from us. But obviously, we would look at options going forward. This one's an important one, really, how to stand out. Now, the important thing about these are just pure examples that we've got up here. It's about doing things which enhance your CV. Ultimately, people seem to think that if you work as a ground handling agent, etc., that is your route in. Now, for me, I joined the Air Cadets when I was 13 years old, and worked my way up whilst I was in the Air Cadets, doing some of these activities, including the Duke of Edinburgh Award. When I was 16, I joined McDonald's as a crew member, and then I worked my way up and became a shift manager, ultimately, before I left and did my flight training. What that meant was, as an 18-year-old, I had a lot of experience that some people maybe wouldn't have had at 24, 25 years old. So it's all about that life experience. You can put on your CV all the keywords that you think that we want to hear. However, unless you can back it up and evidence it, that's completely pointless. So give me options. Talk about the time you've led a team. Talk about the time that you were in Tesco when you were a floor member in Tesco stacking shelves, but actually you helped an elderly customer. These are the things which are going to back up your CV. So this is important for people, and we'll get Lucy now to talk through how to actually format a CV.
So last time we ran a cadet programme, we had 4,000 people apply, and out of those 4,000, we took 69 people at the end of that. And I would say the biggest or the hardest point when you apply is probably to get through that initial paper sift, because we see so many thousands of CVs. So what's going to, as Jai said, what's going to make you stand out against the other 3,999 people's CVs that I'm screening? So we would ask that you keep it clear, concise and relevant. If you've been at a training school, you'll have your training history at the top and your hours and everything else. That's great, but actually you do need to sell yourself in a CV. Pilot CVs tend to be very factual. That's great. I want to know what your experience is, but actually we capture that in another part of the application process. I want to know why you are the person that we should employ as a BA pilot over the next person. So I suppose top tips, and there's lots. There's another slide that will give you kind of an overview, but have an opening statement that you talk about in the third person. So I should have an example ready, a qualified pilot who wants to work for BA. That's me thinking off the top of my head.
That's not going to make you stand out.
No.
Don't do that one.
If you have got flying experience, a summary of your flying hours, licenses, ratings, and the aircraft. And if you can be concise even in the breakdown, it's really helpful in that we have people, or pilots that will write out what their experience is, and it's sometimes very difficult for us to decipher what their experience is. So the clearer that you can make that to us, the better. Your work history, start with the most current and work backwards. For CVs, a couple of years ago, spoke to a cadet pilot, and he said, "Do you mind me looking at your CV?" It was 8 pages. I've been working for 22 years. My CV's 2 pages. So 1 or 2 pages doesn't need to be any more than that. Beyond the second page, most recruiters might stop reading. So include the company that you've worked for, the dates, and a summary of what you did in that role. And have a read of the job description that you're applying for. Every airline might have something slightly different, and link your transferable skills to what that airline's looking for in their job advert. We do need to know your education history, especially if it's in the last 5 years. And then any outside interests as well. So if you are involved in any football teams, any clubs, anything extracurricular that you've done, I'm talking obviously for the trainee pilots. If you are an experienced pilot, it's still important for us to know kind of what you're interested in. Oh, and it does say there. So if cadet CV, 1 page, but obviously you can go to 2. No more than 2 pages for a CV. So every airline will use what we call an applicant tracking system, and they all capture your information. And when you upload the CV, if you've got any sort of conditional formatting on, our system will throw that out completely, and it's then really difficult for us to decipher what you've written. So top tip would be to upload it as a PDF. Also, we're starting to see people putting logos, getting very fancy with CVs, which look great in the first instance, but trying to then get the information out of it can be quite difficult. Proofread and get somebody else to proofread. You'd be amazed about the spelling mistakes. That was an obvious mistake for a bit of humour.
It took me ages to think of that.
Again, you'd be amazed. We're trying to contact people to offer them a job. They've entered their telephone numbers incorrectly. There's only so much we can do to get in contact with you. And as I mentioned, if you're trying to, whatever airline you're applying for, and we understand it's a competitive market and you will be applying to everybody and anybody that has an opportunity, make sure that whichever airline you're applying to, their name is on the application that you're submitting. And I suppose that's just a basic example of a CV that we pulled offline. I don't know who Michael Williams is. cvhelp.co.uk, there's loads of free CV advice online and templates available, but kind of that sort of format is very clear for us to ascertain what your experience is, and we can see a bit about you as well.
Okay, just based on time, we'll have a look at the actual selection process itself. So it's all the same in terms of the initial screening, as we've spoken about. The verbal, numerical, capacity-based and group exercise and interview is the general sort of format that we would go for any sort of form of interview process. Now, these are the type of questions that we ask in terms of the process itself. So we have the motivation type questions, communication, etc. And we would always look for options going forward as to given the evidence that we have. Looking at a few example questions. We're not going to ask you to answer them, but I'm just going to put some up and just to have a think about why we'd ask these questions. So why do you want to work for British Airways as a pilot? It's obviously a very obvious one. How would you explain turbulence to a nervous passenger? It talks about empathy, etc. with somebody. That question down at the bottom, some people seem to think it's a bit of a, we're trying to catch you out. It's not. It's about looking that you are the type of person that is willing to own your mistakes and work from them. Nobody is ideal, and I've always said the day that you feel that you know everything in aviation is the day to quit, because that's when you become a danger to yourself and others. So in this industry, it's all about owning up to mistakes, because that's how we make it so safe. Bit of homework for you. I'd like you to research a STAR technique, and that is how we would like you to answer a lot of your questions.
My top tip for our future generation of female pilots is to always strive for excellence, set yourself really high standards, and always go that extra mile. Because if you're great at your job, then gender is totally irrelevant.
You don't have to study any specific A-levels, so make sure you pick subjects that you enjoy and that you think you can do well in.
If you're interested in becoming an airline pilot, why not go down to your local airfield and have a trial flight, and you may just get hooked.
Or go down to your local flying school or gliding club and ask the instructors and the pilots down there. Pilots love to talk about their job.
Get yourself in the air and see if you like it. If you do, you can join the Air Cadets or try a gliding club and their youth programmes.
Get into the world of aviation any way you can, whether it's a role on the ground, as cabin crew, or in engineering.
A true passion for aviation will always shine through. So if you can channel your determination and enthusiasm and work really, really hard, then just go for it. Because once you start, the best really is yet to come.
And we'll talk more about this on our stand, and we'll talk about different options going forward. Thank you very much.
Big thank you to you both. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I was off stage winding you up there because we are really tight on schedule, and I could tell that I was rushing you through those last few slides, so I'm sorry about that. I felt awful. But as Lucy and Jai have said, they're on their stand, which is on the back right-hand side of the main exhibition hall, so do go and chat to them there. And thank you so much, both of you, for doing this today. It's so amazing to have you guys back on stage with us. It's very exciting. And if I could ask all of you just to leave through this door, as my instruction each time. And thank you very much. See you all later. I hope you've had a good morning.
Training, whether modular or full-time integrated, they're going to be, Karen, people embarking on a course of training, whether modular or full-time integrated, they're going to be away from home doing pretty hard and intensive stuff for a while. And a lot of those people it'll be the first time they've been away from home. I understand that there are some kind of key pointers for these people to make sure they get the best out of it. Can you tell us what they might be and maybe what the traps are?
Yeah, sure, and that's absolutely true. They are away from home for a long time and very often for the first time. One of the biggest things, I think, is actually peer support from their own course colleagues and the colleagues of the courses ahead of them who've just been through what they're about to go through. So definitely spend time with the other courses and talk to them about things, run through things with them so that they understand what's coming up next each time. But I think people always underestimate the amount of work that's involved in the whole programme, particularly the ground school. Doesn't matter how many times we tell people that the ground school's tough and you will really need to put your life aside to study and make sure that you really nail those exams. People are always surprised by that. So triplicate whatever advice you're told about preparing, particularly for the ground school and doing the study, not having a part-time job during that time, really curbing the social life is going to be really, really important. And I think also there's something to bear in mind from the parents' perspective here as well, because very often parents ship their children off to wherever it might be to go and do this training and want to pop down and see them every now and again if they can, if they're in the same country, or expect them to visit every now and again. And actually, in particular, that period of ground school, that's unlikely. And the pressure of a parent expecting their son or daughter to travel home or be available for family events or whatever is added pressure when they're already under pressure. So I think it's about just allowing the cadet pilot to get on with that period of time and really focus on their studies, use their peers, properly study so that you're not trying to catch up, because there isn't the time to catch up. You need to be able to move on to the next module having clearly got through the previous module and studied it well. You don't want to be duplicating your study by the time you move further on into the programme.
So, I mean, given that the training could take anywhere from sort of 2 to 5 years, depending how you do it, it's very rare that anyone's going to go through that entire training course without coming up against a bit of a brick wall at some point, whether that's ground studies, instrument flight, it could be anything. I think everyone I know has been through has come across a brick wall. Have you got any tips for dealing with that brick wall when they sort of are suddenly faced with it?
Yeah, that's really true. I think everybody thinks of a learning curve, and in their mind's eye they see this really smooth curve that just starts from A and ends at B and just continues like that. And the reality is that we'll have peaks and troughs during our learning, and everybody experiences those, and everybody experiences them at different times. So just because you're struggling at a particular point and all of your mates seem to be doing quite well at that phase doesn't mean to say that you're doing badly. Their turn will come inevitably, and you will have a time when you actually do okay. So don't worry about the troughs, because they're normal. They're absolutely normal and to be expected. And the training programs are structured to take that sort of thing into account. They don't think of a learning curve as a straightforward thing. They actually manage the training plan based on the fact that they know people have peaks and troughs. So don't be upset is the first thing about having a good day and having a bad day. It's normal. That's what everybody experiences. The second thing is really, really important to actually ask questions. So I think we've all been in the situation where we've sat in a classroom type environment or whatever it might be and thought we've got this burning question in our mind but don't want to ask it because we feel a bit stupid about asking it. But more often than not, in fact, perhaps every time I think I've been in that situation, either when I've asked it eventually or someone else has asked that question, the whole course has relaxed and gone, thank goodness someone else has asked that question because I've been thinking the same thing. So ask the questions. That's what your training team are there for, is to help you get through. They're not there to trip you up. They're there to help you get through and make sure that you get to a point of autonomous learning where you understand what you're doing and you can work through solutions yourself. They're not there to trip you up. So ask questions. That's really, really important.
So most of the schools, I'm guessing, most of the good schools at least, will have some kind of extracurricular care or whatever you might call it, something that's in place. Is there anything that any questions you should ask, anything you should look for before choosing your school?
I think that will be a really good sign of a good school to look at if they have got that sort of provision in place. So the last few years in particular, even before the pandemic, have been tricky in the training environment because prior to the pandemic we had a lot of instructor shortages, for example, and there were many training delays, and it was a real struggle for people. And the whole welfare issue started to raise its head more at that period than perhaps it had previously. On top of that, now add the pandemic and everything that everybody around the world is dealing with. Our own personal welfare is being taken far more importantly, and I think a school that's properly recognising that and has both an internal training system to make sure that their own staff are trained to be able to deal with a first level of support if someone comes to them with some concerns that are non-training related. That's first off, you want to know that the team themselves can immediately give you some sort of support, and it will be okay to go and ask them for that support. And then secondly, a good school should have an outsourced provider that actually you can be signposted or directed to for totally independent support, so that you can actually get into a safe environment, that it would be safe talking to the members of staff, but you will feel much more confident talking to somebody who's not employed by the organisation, who you perhaps feel won't have an influence over your future career decisions, for example. So good schools should have an outsourced provider that will help with welfare, that will help with some counselling sometimes. And more people do need that, actually. It's becoming more and more talked about, and it should be. We all struggle at times, and it's important that there's that facility in place. That would be a big question for me when I'm investigating and researching my schools. What have you got in place to be able to provide welfare and non-training related support for me?
So to sum up, focus, maybe give up the party type, focus on your training, dig deep, try and put all distractions to one side. Don't worry if you're hitting a trough and your friends aren't, because they would have either hit one before or they'll hit one coming up. It's completely normal. Don't be afraid to ask. Don't be afraid to seek support. Have I kind of summed that up okay, or is there anything missed?
No, I think you've summed that up really well. Just remember, this is the piece that takes you to the career that you want to get to. So this is however long it takes, 2 years, 5 years. It's a short period of time compared to the career that's ahead of you. So properly invest your time and your effort into it to make sure that you've got the best chance of employment when you come out of training.
Karen Barth, thank you very much. Hello and welcome to another live segment of PCL TV. We hope you're having a good day. Hope you are. If you're watching this on catch up, I hope you've had a good day. So I'm sitting here. I'm not sitting here for a start. I'm standing here.
I'm still on my feet.
I'm talking to Karen Bath, who you know well, about resilient pilots. So, Karen, first question: aren't all pilots resilient? Isn't that what being a pilot's all about?
Well, pilots have definitely had to be very resilient over the last few years, as have people who have been through the training system and are not actually out there in the airlines yet. So, yeah, resilience is a really big word, and it's a very important thing that people can demonstrate whatever stage of their career they're at. So, yes, please is the answer, but not always.
But not always. Okay. So I thought pilots were... Well, I didn't really. I know what they are. I was wondering, pilots are just always cool, calm and collected. But I guess just they are human beings as well, even though... that's not always true, but yeah. So anyway, let's get serious. Resilient pilot. What is it? Where did it come from? How long has it been going? What does it do? And where does it want to go?
Oh, word. Loads of questions there. Right. Okay. So Resilient Pilot is a volunteer-run organisation, not-for-profit organisation. It's something that myself and my colleague Stuart Beach set up in March 2020. So it was a direct response to COVID. In the very, very early days of COVID, sadly, Flybe had just gone bust, and pretty much the next week we went, in the UK anyway, into lockdown. And it was very clear that there was going to be an impact on the airline world. And Stu and myself had been talking about another project, which was all to do with helping new people into the industry, but we thought that wasn't the right thing to pursue at that time, obviously. So we said, right, okay, we need to put something together that can help the people who are already within the industry. And at that particular point, we thought, this COVID thing is only going to hit us for about 6 months.
Until the summer or something.
Yeah, exactly. So we thought, and the main people that would be impacted would be the newly qualified pilot who'd just come out of training and actually was looking at a lot longer journey to the flight deck than perhaps their colleagues of a month or so before. So we just gathered a group of our people that we'd known from over the years as mentors, to be volunteer mentors. Small website, go up there and put these people out there to offer their support to somebody who just graduated, to talk to them, just to stay connected and motivated until recruitment came along. As we were setting up, some of the bigger airlines started announcing quite significant redundancies, and it really quickly became evident that this needed to be for the qualified pilot market as well. Anyway, it's evolved. So we started off with 12 mentors, all volunteering their time. We've now got over 70 mentors from around the world.
70? 70, wow.
Yeah, mentors from around the world volunteering their time with all different types of experience. So they are some newly qualified pilots, all the way through to people who have got the big tickets, the big examiner tickets, management roles, etc. with airlines. And it's a free mentoring service. But over the period of time that we've been running, we've had feedback from the people that we've been mentoring about other things that they really struggle to work out how to resolve. So an example in the very early days were pilots who'd been made redundant, who needed to keep their licences up to date, but actually had also left the country that they were living in because of the redundancy and didn't know how it worked in the country they were now living in. So we put together solutions and facilitated solutions to help them get their licence proficiency checks sorted, etc. And now more recently that mentoring is still geared towards the qualified pilot, because there's still a lot of qualified pilots out of work. Sadly, that we are starting to see some recruitment, but there's still a lot of qualified pilots out of work. When you're out of work for that long, you need to stay connected somehow. So we've developed a system where we provide support, currency and connection through the mentors, through some workshops that we run. And we've, just as I say, we're really starting to now see more aspiring pilots come to us wanting to help with their research. And we're a totally independent group of people that can provide help with that research in a mentoring capacity. So that's been fantastic as well. And it's really evolved.
So I'm guessing from the sound of it, if COVID left the face of the earth tomorrow, there would still be a call for resilient pilot, because there's clearly an awful lot of mentoring that needs to be done throughout a pilot's career. It's not always good times.
No, absolutely, spot on. It's here for good, basically. Pilots always need to be resilient. And actually, in the industry, we've seen all sorts of things happen over the years. Airlines that sadly have stopped operating. People get medical situations that they have to tackle, and well-being is right at the core of what we do at Resilient Pilot. We're trying to do whatever we can to help people maintain a positive level of well-being, and we're all human. We'll all have days where things aren't running quite so smoothly, and that can really impact your well-being. And if those days are more frequent, then your well-being can get even into a deeper situation. So we've put various different things into place to try and help people keep their well-being up at a good positive level, incremental gains. And pilots, even when they're operating, will have times where there are challenges. If their family members are not well, for example, or they go through relationship problems, or, as I say, any sort of medical situation. So we're there for all of that. And what's happened in the last couple of years as well is, through the regulators, there's now a requirement within the airlines that they all have what's called a peer support program in place, so that people can talk in a confidential environment to qualified peer support people within their organisation about wellbeing challenges. But people are still wary of doing that within an operation.
Yeah.
So we provide that independent, totally confidential, discreet service for that sort of conversation as well.
At what stage would you say you're kind of, I don't want to say youngest because that's not what I mean, what's the earliest stage in someone's aviation career that they could begin to talk to Resilient Pilot?
Well, we haven't set a minimum age,
Okay.
but we would very happily talk to people who are here today
Okay.
about how they can do their research, put them in contact with different types of people who've had different experiences. We've just recently opened up our mentor team to people who've only just recently qualified as well, rather than people who've got airline experience only, because we felt those are the people that are closest to this audience that can talk about their own personal experience. So we don't have a minimum age. If whatever age they came to us, we would happily provide that sort of service, but they need to be mature enough to have a proper mentoring relationship going. So there's a contribution from you as the mentee as well. In fact, what we are is very mentee-led, so we'll just signpost people in the right direction. So you have to do a lot of work yourself still.
Yeah, no, indeed. And how do people access those services? Do you all go drinking on a Thursday night or something, or?
Well, we set up in an environment where everything was done on Zoom and Teams,
yeah.
And we've decided that's how we're going to continue. We're now an international organisation, so we are virtual. So we have a website, resilientpilot.com. They can go onto the website, and there are all sorts of ways then of contacting us. And then the mentoring sessions themselves are done over Zoom or Teams. So we don't do it over email. We feel that there needs to be some sort of face-to-face interaction for a meaningful relationship to be developed, and that trust to develop, where people will open up properly and talk with each other. So go onto the website, connect with a mentor, join one of our workshops, etc. All of that's for free. The workshops are a small charge of £10 each, or they can join on a membership subscription of £10 or £20 a month to get discounts or free workshops each month as well.
Yeah, good. And have you had any? Have you been going long enough to have any mentees that have gone through to become mentors yet?
We are just getting there actually now. So we had a policy where someone had to have a 6-month gap between mentoring and becoming between being a mentee and becoming a mentor, simply because we also have very confidential discussions about the mentoring that's going on. So the names are never mentioned, but the mentors bring sort of like case studies to share with each other and learn from each other. So we wouldn't want someone to suddenly find their discussion being brought up in there. So whilst it's all anonymous, that's the reason there's that 6-month gap. But we have now got some of our old mentees coming through as mentors. But there's also an opportunity as a mentee to join us in test groups. So when we're developing something new, we want mentees or somebody to test that before we put it out to the big wide world.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And again, the website, resilientpilot.com.
That's it. Very simple.
Head on over to resilientpilot.com. Thank
Lovely.
you very much,
Thank
Karen.
you. Thanks very much, Ian. Hello everybody, me again. Sorry, I'm running around from stand to stand here this afternoon, but welcome back. I'm now joined by Andy McFarlane, who's the CEO of Leading Edge Aviation, and we thought we'd come over and have a chat with Andy about what's going on at Leading Edge these days and what news he wants to share with everybody. So good to see you, Andy. Welcome to Pilot Careers Live again. Good to have you all back here. Fab. So just, first of all, tell people who you are. Tell people a little bit about Leading Edge. For those that don't know, although I'm not sure that's possible, there's anyone that doesn't know, but go for it.
Be nice to see it. Yeah. So Leading Edge Aviation, based out of Oxford at the moment, rapidly growing. We have just under 200 students in training with us at the moment. 20 aeroplanes, so a rapid growth in process. An A320 sim and a couple of Diamond sims. So going well at the moment. It's good.
Very exciting. And just tell me a little bit about the last couple of years and what you're feeling about the industry at the moment is.
Well, obviously the industry's gone through an awful time, but we are seeing lots and lots of green shoots from it coming out. It's been brilliant. A month ago we had Wizz Air in, the recruitment team, talking about their expansion plans, what they would like to do and how many cadets they need to recruit. Last week we had Ryanair in, talking exactly the same thing. So lots of things are going forward. And we look at the shortage of pilots in America, it's only going to transfer across to the UK. So lots and lots more interest, which is brilliant news for the youngsters who want to come and join this industry.
Yeah, no, really nice to, as you say see the green shoots, and actually also having the airlines here speaking as well today is really significant from that perspective.
Definitely.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit more about your airline connections and things like that. You've just mentioned Ryanair and Wizz Air. What else is going on that you can share with us on the Leading Edge?
Well, unfortunately, there's a lot I can't share with you. So there's lots of conversations going on in the background, so there'll be more news in the future. But just having airlines in to talk to our graduates and start to recruit them, which is actually happening. We've got graduates on our stand today who are flying for the airlines, Ryanair as well. BA's just come in, one of our graduates. So they're saying, back on roster, back working hard. In fact, they're saying the few days they're getting off now in the next month or so, which is stunningly good news for the industry.
Yeah, what a turnaround, hey?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And from the point of view of activity at the moment with interviews with your cadets, is there anything actually happening from an interview perspective with the airlines right now?
Yeah, we've got interviews in the process, so a couple of people have just been out of Jet 2, and they're pulling people forward as well. I believe Wizz Air is changing from Hungary to the UK, so that's going to start at the end of this month. So there's, again, lots of activity just starting. The Jet 2 cadetship, the apprenticeship continuing.
Yes.
So, great news out there.
Yeah, fantastic. Hello, we've got someone wandering past behind us. That always happens on live TV, doesn't it? Exciting times. Okay, so we talked a little bit about COVID, but there's been other things that have really impacted the way that pilots train and what's going on in the industry these days. The other word that we don't really want to have to mention anymore, but the Brexit word. And the Brexit word has had quite an impact on licensing and people trying to work out what license they should take, or what light can you shed and how can you help people with that decision?
Right at the beginning, we said, go for dual licensing. Now, there's a lot of argument saying that if you're British, you don't have the right to live and work in a European city, and we said, actually, that will come. Don't worry about it. So a lot of our current students and graduates have gone for the dual licensing route, and that was endorsed by both Wizz Air and Ryanair, who said if they can recruit someone with a dual license, they would prefer them to someone with a single license and gives them the flexibility to move between bases. And the bit about living in Europe, Wizz Air said they have no issue at all with getting people visas. So, for example, if they want to do summer season in the UK and a winter season somewhere else in Europe, they can solve that. Or you get your senior first officer or your captaincy and move into one of their bases in Europe compared to the UK. It gives them the complete flexibility and the individual much better career prospects going forward. So, definitely go for the dual license option.
Sorry, go on, you were going to say more.
We're fully qualified now, so we can get offer both licenses. So obviously, any British students, we suggest at minimum is UK, but ideally dual. But if it's a European student, we can offer them a European license as well.
Excellent. So which is great for the new pilot coming into the industry. It's actually a clear pathway for them, really, isn't it? I think, there was a lot of talk about it when it first kicked in for all the people who are already in training or just come out of training. What on earth do we do? So what would be your comment to those people about the licensing process?
Well, we're working with some of those to try and help them get their dual licensing, work out what's required. Only day before yesterday, I had a young lad in who's got a UK licence, wants to get EASA, So he was having to do, again, another CPL and another IR. But we're helping to facilitate that and work with them.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that's a real important message to take, isn't it? All of the training providers here, not that we want to talk about others right now, but all of them are going to try and help people. And you just finding the one that works for you as an individual each time is the most important takeaway.
Yeah, we talk about having a holding pool. We call it springboards.
Yeah.
It's part of our alumni.
Yeah.
And for us, once you've trained with us, you're with us forever.
Yeah.
So if you need help in the future, we'll work with you to get you that future employability.
Yeah, excellent. And I just want to ask one last question, which is slightly off-piste a little bit. But there's something out in the atrium area here that you've brought with you today, the
NeuroTracker.
NeuroTracker.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit more about that.
It's a cognitive process. It helps you manage neural pathways, multitask, and it's been used by elite athletes for many, many years. And it was picked up a few years ago by the United States Air Force. And they use it both in the classroom, in the simulator, and actually live flying now. And one of our directors, Dave Alessandro, has been heavily involved with it with Lockheed Martin. So we've introduced it because anything that can help people concentrate, understand what's going on, see from zero arousal sitting there in the cruise to suddenly an engine fire. All of these things are helped by you.
Right.
How it works? Way above my pay grade, but it seems to work very well for individuals.
Yeah. So if anybody's here today watching this, and you've not found this yet, it's out in the main atrium area underneath the escalators, and you can give it a go. It's quite. I haven't tried it because I'm a bit scared of what it might tell me.
Yeah.
But yeah, give it a go.
Yeah.
So we're getting to the end of our time now. What would be your last kind of message to people today about what they should do, how they should approach this, what you want for people to take away really from today?
I think the biggest thing is go and visit as many flight schools as you can see. Go and try them out, see what they do, their open days, get the feel for them, because it's really important. It's a lot of investment of your time and your money.
Yeah.
So you've got to be in the right place for you, the right fit. The quality change is pretty good everywhere, but choose what works for you best.
Yeah, okay, brilliant. Andy, thanks very much for your time.
Pleasure, Karen.
I know you want to get back on the stand and talk to all these people who are visiting you, so thanks very much for that. And I think I'm going to see you in the question time panel a little bit later as well. So if anybody's still got questions that they want to put forward for the question time panel, then please do fire them through on the social media and we'll pass them on to the panel later. Thanks again, Andy. And back to the studio, as they say.
Hello. We are back, and this is the end of the morning session of the first show of 2022. If you didn't know, the day is split into two sessions. We have a morning session and an afternoon session with the talks repeated in both sessions and all sorts of different things going on. So that was the end of the morning session, which began the day, as it were. What takeaways have you got, Karen?
Well, I suppose link back to my initial message about what I was looking forward to this morning. It's having the airlines back here, and I've been in the seminar theatre for a lot of this morning, and the talks from the airlines have been great. We're not talking about direct opportunities, but there's a pipeline there that's needed, and that's what's really, really clear. But the advice that the airlines have been giving about how to approach this and what decisions to make and what you need to do to be prepared for airline opportunities when they come has been fantastic. So, it's been really buzzy to have the airlines here, some really informative talks. And I'd say also, if you've not had the opportunity to be in the talks live, watch them back. Some great tips in there as well. So.
There was a great tip in the Wiz presentation, which was all about sustainability, but the tip wasn't actually about sustainability. The tip that, okay, this was my career. I only got 86% in my ATPLs, even though I got a PhD in aerodynamics. I failed my first initial multi-IR flight test, etc., etc. So don't give up. Be persistent. There are some people who have the dream career, but most people have to work hard at it and not give up. AP, Anthony Pettiford, for those who don't know you, of which I'm sure there is nobody left. What have you found this morning?
Such a comedian, aren't you? Look, I spent the morning going around here on the exhibition floor, and I've been able, I think, pretty much to get around all of the stands, and a very impressive display has been as well. So the ATOs have tried exceptionally hard to present balanced team, brought the cadets as well as their staff and their heads of training, and I've seen some very meaningful conversations occurring between the ATOs and all of the cross-section of research. I think the message is really going home now, that people have come, been prepared, know what they want to ask, and asking some really super questions in order that they can research, as we've been advocating, of course, now for quite some time.
For quite some time, indeed. And I think, I remember the very first one of these shows I went to, which was kind of like pre-internet, if you ever remember those days almost, or pre any meaningful internet really. No. There was a time when there was no internet, by the way. No mobile phones and all that stuff. But I think there's the level of research that people are doing before the event and after the event is much higher now than it perhaps was 20, 25 years ago.
Yes.
Which is a good thing, very good thing.
Yes, the intelligence of the questions and the understanding of what they're trying to gain from these events now has improved greatly. I would say I think the ATOs are better prepared as well in terms of presenting that knowledge. I mean, clearly there's still a degree of marketing and presentation, and that's business, isn't it? But fundamentally, I think it's improved, and I'm very pleased to see this.
Yeah, good. And have you had a chance to talk to anybody about the bursaries? This is kind of like the bursary era, it would be.
I have to say, no. I've on a positive nature, I've said to them, look, it's great if a cadet is paying less overall, and the cash flow is reduced to enable access to this profession. That has to be a good thing.
Yeah.
And so to be applauded. As I said this morning, I think it will be good to see some matching from the employer side
absolutely.
of things as well.
I mean, I think one of the fundamentals of this whole industry that's been a constant ever since I've been involved in it is the funding is always a challenge for most people, and easing that funding and simplifying that funding and putting the risk, sharing the risk, is something that would serve the industry very well if it did.
I agree. Yes.
And hopefully the bursary thing may well be the tipping point. Who knows?
Well, we will see, won't we? I suspect we'll see the rest of this year with the airlines treading cautiously. I can't imagine an easy conversation with the CFO of an airline to start introducing bursaries, but maybe the end of this year, the start of next, we might see some. Okay, we're now in a strong enough position where we can commit to that.
Yeah. Well, the danger is that lag, the airline, the boom in ticket sales and stuff, and the requirement for airlines will come, and all of a sudden people will go, oh, we need to turn up the tap and get some more. We all know that takes a couple of months.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much for your time this morning. I hope you're looking forward to this afternoon.
Indeed.
And we'll be back. We'll be back later. We'll see you later.
See you later.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello, and welcome to the afternoon session brought to you by PCL TV of Pilot Careers Live, the first Pilot Careers Live of 2022. I've been saying that so often that I can't actually remember what to say. We had a great morning session, which you may have seen some of, but if you didn't, you'll be able to go back and watch it on catch-up. We're about to kick off the afternoon session. So this morning I asked everybody here what they were hoping to see in the morning. But obviously they've seen that, so now I'm going to ask them what they're hoping to see in the afternoon after having learnt the stuff that they learnt in the morning. Karen.
I knew you were going to come to me first for that, and I'm trying to work out what the question was. Well, I'm still looking forward to seeing the airlines this afternoon. Obviously, we've got new visitors here now, so they'll be seeing the airline talks for the first time. And there was a real buzz this morning. Having the airlines here has been fantastic. The whole presence is great. It's just been a really, really buzzy afternoon, and you can feel that there is some positivity in the air. There's some opportunities starting to come through. We are obviously very aware there's still pilots that need to find jobs, but the pipeline is definitely warming up, and bearing in mind the length of time it takes to train and go through the whole selection and research process, I think it's a really nice time to be in this business and thinking of joining it.
Excellent. I was just speaking to someone there who's just beginning their journey and starting the research, probably about 18 months before they want to start training. And he was taking a very sensible, structured approach to the whole research thing, which was great. Anthony.
I'm going to nip off. See you later.
You always do that, don't you? Bye. Anthony, how about you?
Lots of energy this morning, there can be no doubt about it. And after the jam sponge and custard of lunch, one hopes the energy prevails. So we've seen lots of really great engagement, haven't we, between the ATOs and the aspirant pilots and their mums and dads who have come and joined them. So I see that energy level, as Karen said, being sustained by the airline presentations and some really good, solid, decent, well-researched questions. This is the chance to interrogate those with all the information. This is the real key to it.
There is probably today, right now, there is probably no more concentrated flight training knowledge and experience anywhere in the world as there is in this room right now.
Indeed, I would agree.
In a similar space, so
yes.
People should be looking. Rebecca.
So I said this morning what I was most looking forward to was, being able to get some of the answers or hear the questions being asked about the challenges being faced by the industry, which have been sort of fairly considerable over the last few months. So getting a range of opinions, drawing on what the experts think, or those with a lot of experience might think might happen, and being able and using that knowledge to let people make their own training plan has been really exciting. And just the people. This is my first Pilot Careers Live back in the flesh, and just meeting more people.
Any singular takeaway that you've got from the morning?
I mean, I don't want to plug the seminar that I'm introducing later, but the Bristos are really, really fantastic, which kind of offered an opportunity to see other flying journeys that aren't just airlines. That was very, very
Were you
exciting.
watching it thinking, maybe I should consider rotary?
Absolutely.
Does look like fun flying, doesn't it? Brilliant.
To mention your point of view, Ian, no, not for me, but...
Really?
But if that suits and floats your boat, yeah, good luck.
Are you not a rotary?
No. I don't like it when things stop going round like that.
No. It's best if they stop going round when you're on the ground and you're shut down, as opposed to any other time.
But that's just me.
I believe so. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us. I hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon. We'll be coming to you live at various points. Lots of great content coming your way, and we'll see you later. Thank you very much.
I'm here with Ian Seeger, Managing Director of Seeger Publishing, organiser of the show. Now, Ian, you've got some theories about what would-be trainee pilots should be thinking.
Yeah, last year when the pandemic kind of hit and COVID was new to everybody, I wrote a little piece on Pilot Career News called 3 Golden Rules. There are actually 4, but 4 golden rules doesn't sound quite as good as 3 golden rules, so I kind of added the other one in at the end. But I kind of think there are 3 golden rules. 1, don't believe anybody. 2, plan for flexibility. 3, be persistent. And 4, one that's oft repeated in this industry and any other industry really, is don't pay up front for your training.
Now, don't believe anybody. That sounds a bit pessimistic. People who are at the show, surely they've got to be able to listen to what the school's got to say.
Absolutely. I kind of, to be honest, I wrote the "Don't Believe Anybody" headline for effect, just to get people's attention. But it kind of applies. Don't believe anybody and don't believe me. What it really means is do your research properly, talk to lots and lots of different people, build a picture. We all know that there are different views, different opinions and stuff like that, and they're all equally valid. But if you're out there looking for facts, trying to get stuff sorted, talk to lots of different people. There's not one route to your license. There are all sorts of different routes. So to find out which one's best for you, you need to get lots of different opinions and start to assimilate them and see how they fit. So by don't believe anybody, what I really mean is don't walk up to somebody and if someone says to you, give me all your money now and I'll turn you into a pilot tomorrow, guaranteed, that's probably a bad move and a bad warning sign. What you need to do is go and do your research properly. So trust but verify, if you like, would be better, but someone had already used that.
So you also mentioned about don't pay up front. Is that a common thing in the industry?
I think if you look back in the flight training industry over many, many years, from time to time there are schools that fail, unfortunately. It's a fact of life. And if you happen to have lodged all of the money up front with those schools, then in many cases in the past you wouldn't have got that money back. So effectively the schools now allow staged payments, and it might be that you don't pay by the hour or something. You might pay by the week, by the fortnight, by the month or something, which is okay, but just be careful and pay. Don't pay everything up front. If someone out there is saying, give me everything and I'll give you a chunky discount, then for me that's kind of, I wonder why that's happening there. So just be careful. It's your money, you're the customer, be careful with it.
Do you think people should have a plan B when going into this industry?
No. They should have a C, D and E, definitely. I mean, plan for flexibility was my second rule. This, if you look back, we had 9/11, we had a global financial crisis. There's always stuff that happens in this industry. Being an airline pilot is a bit like a roller coaster. It goes up, it goes down. You need lots of different plans, and particularly at the training stage, you need to figure out if you're not going to finish your training, or it's highly unlikely that you'll finish your training and walk into a job the day you finish your training. That's pretty rare. So give yourself a whole kind of maybe 6 months, a year, depending on what it is, depending on your circumstances. Get lots of different plans. Create yourself a training plan. Make sure if you're going to spend every single penny that you've got, plus a whole load of money of somebody else's, and you're relying on a job on day one to pay that back, then that's not a very prudent plan. So by all means, do the training, but have a plan. Get a plan B, get a plan C, and maybe even a plan D.
You don't sound terribly enthusiastic about all this. I mean, why would somebody go through all this agony? And is it a career worthwhile?
It's absolutely a career worthwhile for people who have genuinely researched it and really want to do it. It's not a career. If someone's out there thinking, I'm going to go be an airline pilot, I can sit on a beach, I can earn an absolute fortune, it'll be fantastic. Those people are in the wrong career. What you really need to do is research the career, find out what the job actually is, and once you've decided that that's the job you really want, then by all means go into it. It's a fantastic job, but it doesn't suit everybody. You just need to make sure you're investing a whole load of money and a whole load of time, so you need to do that properly.
So just to sum up, I think I'll leave you to sum up. What are not your 3 golden rules, your 4 golden rules?
My 4 golden rules. So number 1, don't believe anybody, but that really means do your research thoroughly. Solicit lots of different opinions. Plan for flexibility. Have a plan A, a plan B, and that means a training plan, a financial plan, and a plan for what you're going to do when you finish your training if you don't get a job straight away. Golden rule number 3 is be persistent. If you're not persistent, then you will really struggle with the peaks and troughs of this industry. So if you haven't got a job when you finish, just be persistent. Stay engaged with aviation, work or be around aviation. Just keep looking. Persistency pays off. And finally, don't pay huge amounts of money up front. Work out a payment plan so that you can stage your payments and protect your money.
Thanks, Ian. That sounds great.
Thank you.
I get those goosebumps every time you come around, yeah. You ease my mind, you make everything feel fine. Worry about those comments, I'm way too numb, yeah. It's way too dumb, yeah. I get those goosebumps every time.
To those of you who've just joined us, welcome to Pilot Careers Live, our first one of 2022. It's fantastic to be back at a face-to-face event. This is our second face-to-face event since the word that we don't mention changed our worlds. So it's really superb to see everybody here. If those of you who are not aware, we are actually live streaming this to people watching from home as well, and you'll also get the opportunity to be able to watch any of these presentations, discussions, the various ad hoc interviews that we've been doing around the exhibition hall today on demand after today. So those of you who've attended, you'll be sent a link, and the link will actually go out to people anyway to be able to watch it on demand at any time. And there's a huge amount of content in these sessions, so if you're panicking about absorbing it all, that on-demand facility will obviously give you that opportunity to recap on things. So please do use that. Okay, so this is the kick-off for this afternoon's session. Our first session this morning and this afternoon is our question time panel with our approved training organisation, ATO leaders. And we're delighted to have, well, I think we've got one more joining us, but we'll see whether he pops in last minute. I've got an extra stall and he's not turned up. How's that? Anyway, there we go. We'll see what happens there. But I'm delighted to have 6 at the moment, hopefully 7 of the ATOs who are present here, represented by the members of their leadership team, which is fantastic. And I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves in just a second, very briefly. And then how this works is, because we're short on time, we've asked people to contribute questions in advance. So through the social media posting, through your registration process for your tickets, we've asked people to contribute their questions, and I'm going to pose them on your behalf. So unfortunately, there's not an opportunity to interact in here. But the questions are from the audience, effectively. So, and they're not being primed on them either, so they're having to talk from their experience. And what we have here are people with a lot of experience. And what we'd really like to encourage is that after this session, you go out into the exhibition hall and you go and meet them on stand and expand upon what they've said and ask more questions. The whole point that we lay these events on, and that the ATOs support them and the airlines support them, is because we're all very, very recognition, what's the word? Anyway, that'll do, of the fact that there's such a lot of information to absorb, and you're making a huge decision here. So the big tip that comes away from all of this is research, 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 and you've got a fantastic opportunity here today to actually meet people face to face and ask all those questions. And there's no stupid questions. If you don't understand something, ask them to explain it differently so that you do understand it. Your goal today is to go away from here with no question unanswered, so you've got a lot more clarity. And that won't necessarily mean that you've made your decision, but you'll know roughly which route you're starting to move towards. And there's a route for everybody. I think it came up this morning. If you're really passionate about a career as an airline pilot, you'll overcome the hurdles, you'll work it out what works for you. But the most important message is you are an individual, and you need to find what the right route is for you as an individual. Don't let anybody tell you what you should do. Ask the questions, get them answered, and make sure that you make your own informed decision about what works for you as an individual. So we're going to kick off and start this now. I'm going to ask, as I said, the panel members to introduce themselves. I'm going to go from left to right this time. So quick introductions from themselves, and then we'll get on with the questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. It caught me off my guard there. I was expecting it to start at the other side. My name's Jeff Ball. I'm the ground school training manager from L3 Harrows down at Crawley. I've been involved in aviation training for the last 30 years, so I've been around for quite a while. I will be on the stand after, as we said before, I will be on the stand afterwards. Has anybody got any questions they would like to ask me?
Hi, my name is Alex Whittingham. I run Bristol Ground School, which deals with a very small part of your training, which is the theoretical knowledge for ATPLs. But I'm really here in my capacity as chairman of the Wings Alliance, which is an organisation that promotes the modular side of training to try and get the balance of advertising right.
Ian Cooper, good afternoon. Skyborne Airline Academy, the co-owner, founder of the academy where we train airline pilots and cabin crew.
Thank you. It's all right, you don't have to pass the mic across. We've got more this side.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm Sarah Bowen, Head of Training and a Director and a Flight Instructor Examiner at Helicentre Aviation, based at Leicester Airport, and soon opening a multi-engine IR centre in Oxford. We're basically training helicopter pilots for industry, and we work closely in partnership with Bristow Helicopters, who are here with us today, and training ab initio through to IR, and also flight instructors for the crew supply chain of helicopter pilots in the UK.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sean Jacob. I'm the co-owner and managing director of FTA Global. We're based at Shoreham, which is near Brighton, down on the south coast, and we run both modular and integrated training courses.
Good afternoon, I'm Andy McFarlane. I'm the Chief Exec of Leading Edge Aviation, and we're based at Oxford.
Fantastic, great, succinct introductions there, but make no bones of it, there's a lot of experience in these brains, so they could talk for hours about their background experience. Lots of people coming in, so if we can let people file along, that would be fantastic, or perhaps move along to let people through, that would be superb. So what this session is not, is it is not a sales pitch, and my esteemed company here have been briefed very clearly about that, and they know that. So that bit there was their sales pitch. The rest of it is about picking their brains and asking them more about what's going on. So let us kick off, if we may. And we've decided to cover off different questions this afternoon than the ones we did this morning, so you can watch back this morning's session to get their inputs on those questions that we covered this morning. So this afternoon, our first question is going to be, what is the biggest threat and biggest opportunity for the airline industry over the next 5 years? And I'm not going to ask you all the answer. So would anybody like to go first on that one? Always kinder to offer it out. Otherwise, I'm going to land on someone. Alex.
Do you know, I felt that coming. It's difficult to work out what the biggest threat is because threats tend to appear from nowhere when you're not expecting them. Like, who would have anticipated the word we can't mention? Who would have anticipated a war in Ukraine? These things, they do occur. Is it a big threat? Well, I remember a presentation I had from the American Airline Pilots Union about 10 years ago, and they said that it's very common in our industry to think of it as cyclical, that recruitment goes up and goes down, and it's a crisis, and it's a boom, but in practice what you should do is look at the longer term. And he produced a graph that ran from the end of the Second World War and showed pilot recruitment, and it does a line that just went up like that. And then he said, right, now show me on that line where 9/11 was. And he zoomed in, and he zoomed in again, and you could just see a little bump on there with 9/11. So the threats appear to be very important in the short term, but I think the opinion of most people here would be that what we have is a steadily growing industry in aviation, and I don't see any long-term significant threats. The biggest opportunity is possibly now. And I know this sounds like a sales pitch, but it's not meant to be.
You're not allowed to do them.
I'm not going to do a sales pitch, but you can stop me. But there's a parallel market in the United States, and in the United States, the recruitment of young pilots has gone absolutely crazy, to the extent that people are getting hiring bonuses of $30,000, $40,000 a year for 2 or 3 years just to join the airline. And you have to say, or I have to say, well, what's the difference between Europe and the States? And there are differences, but the biggest identifiable difference was the States opened up after COVID way before us. And I half anticipate that something like that might happen here, but I'd be interested to hear what my colleagues say.
Thank you, Alex. I knew you'd be a good person to kick that discussion off with. So the others now, what would you like to add, if anybody would like to add?
We can, yeah. I totally agree with you, Alex. And if you want to see that graph, Boeing and both Airbus do a 20-year prediction, and they have the very similar graph in there to show you that there are blips, and it does seem like the end of the world at this moment, but it soon recovers and gets back on. And so they're talking about doubling of the distance travelled by passengers every 15 years, and that's set throughout history. So yeah, I agree. That now is a really good time to get into the industry. Things are opening up. The airlines are talking about recruiting in the background, not in the broad sense. And one of the biggest things they're finding is they can't actually get enough aeroplanes. So all good signs for the future.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody last night as well, and shortage of cabin crew at the moment, as well as restricting operations right now. And we've been hearing news of flights having to be cancelled because of sickness, and that means that there's not enough crew to kind of manage that side of things effectively at the moment. So yeah, it's interesting what's starting to happen already. Sarah, anything different from your perspective in the helicopter world?
Yeah, in the rotary world, the biggest threat at the moment, which seems to be getting worse, is a good threat for everybody here, because there's a massive shortage of pilots. The pool is non-existent. There are no ex-military really coming through, very, very small numbers. And there aren't as many people training as they need to hire, and operators are really recruiting. we're having pilots coming through with 2 or 3 job offers before they've even finished the courses. So it's very buoyant, and it's a good opportunity for people to come through. It may not be identical to what's going on in the airline industry, but in terms of helicopters, they are the pilots are in short supply at the moment. The Bristow presentation that was just on about 30 minutes ago showed an interesting demographic from the CAA, that there are more retirements in the next 9 years than pilots have trained in the last 20. So that the age, the demographics all in the wrong place. And that's the same for instructors, which I think might be the same in fixed wing as well.
Yeah.
There's a big shortage, so that's a career that you should consider if you are looking to fly, as well as obviously the traditional airline and rotary sort of scheduled flights as well.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. I mean, just leading on from that, another question that came in advance is, how has the past 2 years changed the industry and your organisations and what's going on? So I don't know whether anybody wants to, who hasn't spoken so far. Perhaps Sean, you're going for the mic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll pick up on that. The last 2 years has been just cataclysmic almost for the training organisations. I think it was interesting in the first year of the word we won't mention of COVID, in that people who are coming into this industry to train don't make a decision over a weekend. You know, you guys have all come here today because you've been thinking about this, I guess, for some time. And I think we've saw people coming in to train as pilots through 2020 who'd been planning on it since 2018, 2019. And that impetus carried people through the first year. But coming into 2021, people had a year looking up at empty skies, wondering just what the industry was going to do. And there was a huge dip down on the number of people who had decided to train in 2021. And I think one of the biggest things that people need to take on board, and something you should all take on board as you walk around here today, is that this is a 2-year engagement that you're about to embark on in terms of training. So you need to think what the industry is going to be looking like at the beginning of 24, the beginning of 25, not what it looks like today. And even today, we've seen figures in just the last week that airlines, their flights in the first week of April were almost identical to the number of flights there were in the first week of April 2019. So that recovery that everybody's alluded to over the last 5 minutes is absolutely happening, is absolutely beginning. And you guys need to think what that recovery is going to be looking like in 2 years' time or 3 years' time, depending on when you're planning to embark on your training. So it has been highly impactful, but we are getting through it. We're seeing contrails, we're seeing the airlines as busy as they've ever been. And the organisations that you can see sat out at the front of you here, we're all pretty much the same size as we were back in 2019, and there are not going to be the spaces available to provide the number of pilots that the airlines are going to need over the next 2 to 4 years.
Yeah, really, really valid points there. Anything that, Jeff, would you like to add?
Yes, thanks. I'd just like to say that, you know, we've talked about the skies opening up again. If you put Plane Finder app on your telephone and look at the number of aircraft that's flying over the UK at the present moment, it's absolutely phenomenal. And this growth can't carry on with the number of pilots they've actually got. One of my colleagues over the other side there was a very, very valid point. The number of people retiring from this industry is phenomenal as well. Where are these people coming from? Over the next 2 or 3 years, there'll be a huge, possibly a huge demand for new pilots. So as also said, you know, this is a 2-year commitment. You're not going to be there for 2 years. So now is arguably the time to start and look ahead.
And I guess it is worth mentioning here, there are still pilots who are not employed as a result of COVID, and we all want to see that sort of recruitment coming now so that those pilots get back into those roles. But the important point, I think, with Sean's, it's this pipeline. It's 2 years of training, and actually you're at the beginning of your research, so you need to add on a little bit more to that as well from the point of view of when it is that you will be coming out of the training programme and looking for jobs. So it's looking at that graph that Alex mentioned, because in all the world we can work out, we can do predictions. People are experts in economics and things like that as well. They're good with their predictions, and those predictions are really, really valuable and have proven to have come to fore in our industry as well.
But not in the last 2 years.
No, in the last Yeah, and there's always that. And actually that's a really good point as well. Plan Bs are very important, aren't they? You know, it's always been an industry that has change in it, and it's about making sure that you don't expect to come straight out of training into a job. Make sure that you've got something to support yourself whilst you're job hunting at the end of training, if that's what you end up having to do. So make sure you've got that Plan B. I see a few nods there. I hope I haven't said the wrong thing. Cool, okay. So COVID is not the only word that we shouldn't mention. The other word that we shouldn't mention is Brexit in this country. And Brexit's had its own impact on our industry as well, no less in the whole which licence route should I take. And that's a question that's come up quite a lot as well in the questions that you've passed to us. So I'd like to ask that question of the panel. How on earth does somebody make a decision as to which licence they should go for? Any takers to kick it off? Andy, thank you.
Obviously, if you're British, then you're going to go for a British licence. But at the same time, the airlines are saying, if you've got dual licence, you've got the opportunity to work right across Europe. You may not have the right to live and work there, but you've got the right to to fly there. Now, we had a recent visit from Wizz who said they will back people with visa applications. So whatever you do is make sure you've got the best opportunity to be able to train anywhere, to operate anywhere in the world if you can. And I think, Sean, you'll be probably very similar opinion of that. If the airlines want this, give yourself the best opportunity for employment when you graduate.
Alex.
It's a very interesting question. As you probably gathered, there are two licenses. There's the European license, which we call the EASA license, and the UK version. And they are technically achieved in exactly the same way. You do the same courses, you do the same flying, you do the same tests, but from a regulatory point of view, they are not aligned, and you can't convert one to the other easily, which is a consequence perhaps of Brexit. But it may sort itself out, but at the moment there's no sign it's going to sort itself out. So then we come back to the question, which license should you hold? And I don't think it's necessarily true to say that if you're British you should hold a UK license, although that was expanded on slightly. Because different airlines have different requirements. If you go to EasyJet, for instance, then if you happen to be on the CAE program, apparently, and I was talking to the EasyJet recruiters earlier, they will ask you to designate which one you want to do. Do you want to do a UK license? Do you want to do an EASA license? And then that's the license that you get. If you intend to go and fly for Ryanair, Ryanair asks for EASA licenses, even from UK citizens. So my advice would be get both. And actually, it's not that difficult to get both, because the training industry has largely aligned itself so that the organisations hold dual approvals, both from the Europeans and from the UK. So you can do one course and get 2 ticks. Now, it comes unrailed at a couple of points. One is that the exams are not interchangeable. So in the ground theory, you can do one course, but then you have to take 2 sets of exams. And it becomes misaligned at the end as well when you do an instrument rating, when there are peculiarities that say the instrument rating test have to be done in different countries. But it is substantially possible to get 2 licenses, and we would advise anybody who's coming in at this stage to keep their options as open as they possibly can and arrive at both a UK licence and an EASA licence.
Thank you. Could I ask somebody of the panel, maybe Ian or I don't know, it doesn't matter, but there's obviously some people who've already started training here or have just recently finished training and have ended up with a licence. And that's where perhaps one of the greatest challenges is, what do I do? Do I convert my licence? Which one should I convert to, etc.? So at least if you're at the beginning of the journey, you can do your dual licence, fairly simple solution. But if you've already started your journey, Ian, would you be happy to expand on what to do there?
Yeah, it really comes back to the sort of airline job opportunities. So if you've qualified and graduated from a UK CA programme, for example, and there's a UK CA job with an airline that requires you to have a UK licence, then you just go for that job and get it, and you'll live happily ever after. But if you graduate with a UK CA licence and then want to go for a job with a EASA licence and you have the right to work there, etc., like Andy said, there is a conversion process you can go through. So because obviously we're not part of the EU anymore, the licence requirements require you to have 100 hours P1, which is pilot in command. So most integrated programs, not all, but generally have about 70 hours of pilot in command. So you have to go and do another 30 hours of pilot in command. So flying around in circles to get tick the box that you've got 30 hours, and then you have to go and do your instrument rating in European airspace. So there is a mechanism to convert, and just in very, very round numbers, it will cost you about £6,000 or £7,000 to convert. Obviously, depends on which flight school you go to, etc. So there is a way of doing it, but it all comes down to the job. You know, do you have the qualification that the airline's looking for, i.e., which license, and do you have the right and work to work there? But if you don't, there is ways around it in terms of converting your license.
That's it. That was like one of those song tracks that just suddenly stops. You caught me out there. Thank you. Sarah, is there anything different in the helicopter world that you would add to that, or has it been well covered?
In terms of licensing, again, depends where you want to work. If you want to work in the UK, I mean, predominantly we supply the UK crew supply chain, and they're all requiring UK licenses. But again, to keep your options open, you can always consider doing an EASA license as well. But there's always a conversion process at the end if you should decide to go abroad or work somewhere else, just like there always has been for any other national authority like the FAA or any sort of Australian, New Zealand licensing.
Yeah, I think the message is there's a simple solution if you're starting, but if you've started, don't get overly worried about it. You can convert it, and it's all possible. So, okay, thank you very much for that, everybody. So, slightly different topic now. Age has always been a question that comes up quite often in these panel environments. So, a question here: does your starting age tend to define whether you go integrated or modular? E.g., I'm an adult with a mortgage and responsibilities. Should I go modular? What's the answer? Would anybody like to? Sean, I could see a hand. I couldn't see who it was.
It's interesting in that historically we've tended to see older people come through on the modular route because they tend to have a professional, tend to have a trade, and use the opportunity to come and fly for maybe 2 or 3 months, then go off and earn. And whether they're an electrician or an accountant or a software programmer, they've got that ability to switch their jobs on and off. Whereas people who are just coming out of sixth form or coming out of university are looking at almost carrying on the programme that they've been used to for the last 6, 7, 8 years in terms of their education. And it was probably why most schools see September as the most popular starting date for integrated courses, because people are just stepping into that next term and beginning again. But there's absolutely no reason why, whatever age you are, whether you take the modular route or take the integrated route. And I would say that we, just speaking from personal experience, that we're seeing much more younger people now talking to us about the modular route than about integrated, and talking to other people from other ATOs here today. That seems to be across the board. So there is a lot more interest in the modular route now, along with integrated. And I certainly don't think age should be a barrier to either. So you should be able to do modular or integrated, whatever age you are.
Yeah, anybody want? Yeah, Ian.
So many moons ago, when I joined an airline at the age of 21, I did an integrated course. The partner that I was put with, he was 45, and he had done an integrated course too. So it just really depends on your personal circumstances, whether you can commit, depending on the school you go to, roughly 70 weeks of your life, full-time, to do the dedicated integrated course. If you can't, then modular is an option, because you can do it, as it says in the name, in modules. Neither is better. They're both the same. You get the same qualification at the end. But so I agree with Sean. Age shouldn't be a deciding factor of whether you go integrated or modular.
Alex,
I'll be quick.
that's right.
The answer to the question, I think, is yes. Although they're absolutely right that there's no reason why at different ages you shouldn't do an integrated course or modular. In practice, what happens is that the older people who are established in their careers and professions tend to take the modular route because it's practical, because you do a bit of training, you do a bit of work, and you can train and work at the same time. Usually takes longer, but it doesn't have to. If you dedicate yourself to it full time, it can take more or less the same sort of time. Conversely, everything that they say about youngsters coming out of school is also true, that the integrated route is perfect for somebody who's coming straight out of school or close to school. It's a reasonable substitute for a university education, and in fact, in cost terms, it doesn't compare badly with a university education. It's more expensive, but it does really rather rely on the parents or somebody having 100 grand sitting around. And I would very strongly suggest that nobody mortgages their house to get a career, because these things can go wrong and have gone wrong in the last 2 years. The other thing that's really important is that the modular course is substantially cheaper than the integrated courses. They come out about half the price. but it comes at a price. The price is you generally have to organise your training, so it involves more maturity, more control, costs less, but it also gives you the opportunity that if things go wrong, you can just pause. You're not committed to a contract that has to be completed.
It's the same old message, it's what suits you as an individual and working out what your own personal circumstances would work best with, I think. But the big message back to the age is that age should not be a prohibitor at all. It's just finding what's the right route for you to go through. For your personal circumstances, if age is part of that, then consider it from that perspective. Brilliant, thank you very much indeed. So, next question. I've heard that there's such a thing as having too many PPL hours flown, and that you may not be able to get onto some integrated ATPLs and are forced to go modular. Do you have examples of this or anything you would like to say on that one? Too many PPL hours. Sean?
Just very briefly, if you've got a lot of PPL hours, you probably want to think about going the modular route because you're probably a long way down the modular route. So there is a point where if you've done a lot of flying privately, then modular becomes an obvious course. I don't know what other schools do, but obviously there is the opportunity to get credits against the hours that you've flown for PPL, but there's a limit on the number of credits that can be provided to you, and that limit is put in place by the regulators. So again, if you've done a lot of hours and you decide to take the integrated route, you can take a credit for up to half of the hours you do, but there's a cap on those hours. I should know off the top of my head, I think it's 40 hours that can be credited to you if you've done a PPL. But again, if you've decided to follow private flying and you've done a lot and you've got 150 hours, clearly you're not going to get a huge amount of credit for that if you then decide to take the integrated route. So it's a little bit horses for courses, but there's no reason you could have done 1,000 hours but privately and still decide to take the integrated route. It just wouldn't be very wise. But there wouldn't be anything stopping you doing it.
Okay, cool. I think also the PPL hours are PPL hours, aren't they? They're not about training you to become an airline pilot ultimately. So it's worth bearing that in mind as well as to why some of those are not transferable onto the integrated course. It's a slightly different approach, or some would say a very different approach to training. But there'll be an argument there as to which way it is. But that's something to consider as well. Okay. Another question. We've sort of touched on this already, but it'd be interesting to see your thoughts on this. What are the actual statistics of finding employment after training, or have the past 2 years reset the system so we're at a point of not knowing yet? Do you want to answer from a helicopter world initially, Sarah?
Yeah, no problem. From our point of view, we're having pilots being given job offers before they've actually finished the course. And last year's IR graduates are fully employed 100%. So it's very buoyant. They are fighting over pilots literally at the moment.
There you go. Opportunity. Jeff?
As you can probably appreciate, over the last 2 years, lots of things have actually changed. Lots of airlines have had manpower pools that they've set up themselves. British Airways have got one, EasyJet have got one. But we are now starting to seeing these manpower pools actually diminishing quite rapidly. So all bets are off from what we saw 2-3 years ago. But hopefully, in the very, very near future, we are going to see those floodgates open again, because these pools are actually emptying out quite quickly.
Alex?
To answer the question directly, I don't think there are any statistics that would answer that question.
Excellent answer. I think perhaps what's changed is the length of time from graduation for the people who are currently waiting for jobs. It's the length of time from completing training to securing a role maybe it has changed in the last few years. But the opportunities are still ultimately there. It's just waiting for them, is it perhaps? You want to come back on that, Alex? I can see him moving.
Yeah. The thing I was going to say is that holding a license does not automatically entitle you to employment. And people do tend to assume sometimes that that's the case because you go through a training progression and you arrive at the end with your shiny airline transport pilot's license and your instrument rating and stuff, and you just think, right, the next thing is a job. But the airlines put a lot of weight on personal qualities, and when they hire you, they're not looking for somebody that can just fly an instrument approach. They kind of assume you can fly an instrument approach because you've got a license that says you can. What they're looking for is somebody that fits into the team properly. Do they want to sit next to you for 3.5 hours on a night flight to Tenerife, for instance? And that, in my experience, is the most important factor, assuming you can fly. So you do get people who get licenses and are never going to get jobs. because they just don't fit into any airline team, in the same way they wouldn't get jobs with any big company that does proper sort of HR type interviews.
I think if you didn't see the talks this morning, and you might want to just be out in the hall and chat to these guys and other exhibitors this afternoon, but you can watch the airline talks back online later. There was a lot of advice in those airline talks today about how to approach the interviews and be best prepared for them. And your point, Alex, is absolutely spot on. Not everyone will get a job because you're not always absolutely cut out for every airline, and different airlines have different cultural requirements as well as your cultural fit within the airline, and by that is the style of airline and the style of operation. You might work for one operation better than you would for another. So, but good advice in the airlines this morning. Okay, good. Well, listen, we have 3 minutes left. So in those last 3 minutes, I'm going to ask the panel to each just give their one sort of, this is what I want you to take away from today to the audience, if you wouldn't mind. So I'm going to talk for about 10 seconds whilst you think, gather your thoughts together. But as a panel, what is your takeaway from this afternoon or today or whatever? Andy?
I think the most important thing is to show your true passion for aviation. That's what the airlines are asking for. That's what most of the assessment processes in the academies were looking for. So really show you've got a passion and a drive. That comes across. You've been bitten by the bug of aviation and you really, really want this job. It's not just another job.
It's always good to go first in this, isn't it? Because someone will have stolen yours by the time. Sean?
I would say today, make the most of having all of these ATOs together and do as much research as possible. Spend as long as you can on each of the stands, talk to the individuals, and wherever you can, talk to students who are at these schools and just get a real feel for how their journey has been and what they've enjoyed or not enjoyed, what's been good and what's been bad for them. But this is a fantastic opportunity where you can visit every school in a couple of hours. So take that opportunity today.
Yeah, as I said earlier, if you have a dream, follow it. Just keep moving forward, even if you can't make it work right now. Opportunities may present themselves, and if you can get flying in some capacity, just as Andy said, keep that passion alive, keep going for it.
Thank you. Ian?
I'd say resilience is a big word that you need to be prepared for. Whichever route you take, modular, integrated, whichever school, there's lots of good schools here today. Don't expect it to go as planned. That's like aviation in general. There'll be ups and downs. If I compare it to my own training, I thought it was going to be an integrated course starting at this point, finishing there. There's a few curveballs in between, but you have to expect that. So don't expect it to run on rails, and that's the aviation industry in general. Once you hear the presentations by the airlines, they'll sort of reinforce that as well. So I'd say expect to demonstrate your resilience in this career. But speaking on the other side, as an ex-airline pilot, is definitely the best job out there. It didn't feel like I was getting paid to work when I was flying.
I think my advice would probably be start off by getting an impartial assessment on your abilities, not just your physical abilities, but your personal skills and stuff like that. And I believe there's an organisation here that might offer them. I think the Honourable Company of Air Pilots do those still. Do they still? Yeah, so it doesn't cost a great deal, well worth doing. Be positive, be careful, don't mortgage the house.
Going last source, the hard part, isn't it? I can only agree with what all my colleagues have already said. Everything is absolutely true. I think what Andy said over the far side there, the first statement was one I really liked the best, was if you show a passion for aviation. If you go to an interview and you can show that passion, I'm sure it'll score lots of points on their little check-off list. I've just been talking to a young man out in the corridor here that has actually got himself a job, a part-time job, in ops at Stansted Airport, just to show that enthusiasm to get in on the job, to know what's happening. If I was going to interview him, I'd give him a job straight away. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I can't top that. So thank you very much indeed to the panel. Thank you to all of you. As we said, please get out there into the exhibition hall and go and meet everybody and talk further about what we've touched upon just up here. And if you missed the airline presentations this afternoon, don't worry about that. You can watch them back on demand. There's no interaction with those either. Use this opportunity. I know I'm doing myself out of an audience, but use this opportunity to go and meet the people face to face. If I could ask you to leave by this door, please, to save any congestion in the other end, one-way system. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, panel.
Hello and welcome back to PCL TV Live, and I'm talking to Justina from Lizarski Flight Academy, or Lizarski University in Poland, one of our new exhibitors. Welcome, Justina.
Hello.
And welcome to your first PCL.
Yeah.
It is your first PCL,
Yeah,
isn't
it
it?
is.
Yeah, absolutely. So tell me, Lizarski Flight Academy, Lizarski University, what is it? How long has it been going, and where are you?
So mainly we are university based in Poland. We are based in capital city in Warsaw. Our university got established 30 years ago, so we have very good tradition of running education as well in English for foreigners. And our flight academy is something that we are running already for 4 years. And we are offering 2 programs in aviation, which is either bachelor for pilots, Bachelor in Aviation Law and Professional Pilot License, or the program for master students, and this is going to be Airline Management Program.
Okay, and so that includes the flight training. Is that from zero, or do people have to have PPL or something?
No. So our program, bachelor program for students, is for everyone who is 18 and above, and this is training from zero that combines a bachelor degree together with a pilot license.
Okay, and roughly speaking, how long does that program take for someone?
It's actually exact how long it takes.
Exactly speaking, how long does it take?
Yeah, so bachelor program takes 3 years, so this is 6 semesters in Poland.
Okay.
And of course, upon the graduation, you get a bachelor's degree, plus you are fully ready to pass the EASA examination to become a pilot.
Okay, so when you say you're fully ready to pass it, you have passed it or you haven't passed it?
No, you are fully ready. You have all the knowledge, theoretical and practical, to sign in for the examination to get the EASA certificate. Of course, It depends on you if you're going to pass it or not. And our students are not pushed to pass it on any certain date. They can decide to do it just upon the graduation, or they can wait a little bit more time if they want to.
Okay. And is the intake, how often is it intake once a year?
Yeah, it's an intake once a year, and the academic year education starts every year in beginning of October. So the admission is already open for the program. We are giving our students, roughly speaking, around 6 months to fulfill all the processes, administrative processes, to start the classes and training in October.
So what are the entry requirements for people?
Yeah. So entry requirements definitely is going to be GPA. So it's 60%. If we are speaking about A-levels, it will be grade C overall from all the subjects. Then English proficiency at the level of minimum of B2, confirmed with an international certificate. Or for British citizens, it is already confirmed. Then it's going to be an examination that they have to clear out of physics and mathematics at the level of 75%. Plus, of course, they need to obtain first-class medical certificate.
Okay. And this is an EASA first-class medical certificate, obviously.
Yeah.
And so the flight training is integrated along with the theoretical training?
Exactly, yeah. So from the day one, there is a theory and practice integrated because it is a law bachelor. So they have theoretical classes in the aviation law field. And in practice, it looks like that they have theoretical classes in the morning from 9 to 12. Then we take our school bus and students are going to the airport where, of course, they have a practical classes.
Okay, and everything, all of the theoretical and the academic work is in English, and the flight training is in English?
Everything is provided fully in English, yeah.
The exams?
Yes, everything provided fully in English. And I have noticed that, to surprise of many, Polish education now and Polish education system in our universities provided in 2 languages, in 2 mediums, either in Polish or in English, and as our aviation degrees, education there is provided only fully in English.
Okay.
So you don't have to fear of lack of Polish language knowledge or that we will demand it. It's absolutely not required because program is fully run in English.
Okay. And how much does it cost people?
Oh, this is a very interesting question.
Okay.
So
people are going to ask.
Of course. So officially, we are charging in euros, right? So officially in the price list, for all 3 years of education, 6 semesters, there will be a quota of 72,000 euros. So to translate it into pounds, it will be around 69,000 pounds, right? For all 3 years. And accommodation of course, accommodation, food, pocket money, it's not included into this. So we would have to count around, roughly speaking, another £27,000 for all 3 years. So the closing price, I would say, is around £100,000 for all 3 years.
Okay, and is there flight training within that?
Yes, everything included.
Okay, that's
yeah.
everything included.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not just the academic.
No, absolutely. We give a very fair quota of everything.
Okay, and how many people would you expect to have on a course, roughly speaking?
This is a very exclusive. Yeah, this is a very exclusive program. Our idea is that we want to give very close contact with the tutors to the group. So every year we accept only 10 students to this program.
Okay, so that's
yeah,
a pretty,
first come, first served.
Pretty good focus.
Very good focus. Yep.
And where do the majority of your students come from?
Oh, actually, we have very good, within this 10, we have very good nationality mix because they come from various countries every year. We have students coming from US, we have students coming from Turkey, from Arabic countries, from Far Asia, and from European Union. Really, almost every student comes from a different country.
Excellent.
Yeah, which gives them great experience.
And how have you found the show? And
Yeah.
talking to people, has that been a good experience here?
Amazing, yeah. We had quite a lot of people coming to our stand. It's very positive experience. We're giving away almost all of our brochures and everything that we brought. I'm so happy, really. And this is our first time here, but very positive experience, and I hope we are going to come here again and again.
I hope so too. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks, same
Thank
to you.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, so we'll be talking to other people later, but thank you very much. And how can people get in touch with you? Not Julieta, clearly.
Yeah.
Lazarski.
Yeah. So simply, I'm sure that anyway there will be our data in your brochure and all materials.
Correct.
You can send us email. You will easily be able to find contact data of the admission office on our website.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thanks
very much.
a lot. Yeah. Thank you. It was a pleasure. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I get those goosebumps every time you come around, yeah. You ease my mind, you make everything feel fine. Worry about those comments, I'm way too numb, yeah. It's way too dumb, yeah. I get those goosebumps every time.
At EasyJet, and Mark will do a brief introduction in a moment. I hope that you're all bright and awake after your jam, sponge and custard over the lunchtime, and you're ready to hear and Mark unravel the mystery of life at EasyJet. It's a real pleasure to introduce Captain Mark Farquhar, who's Chief Training Captain. If I cast my brain back probably about 15 years, EasyJet were one of the pioneers of the multi-crew pilot's license here in the United Kingdom. And so 15 years ago, I spoke to your predecessor, Mark, about that becoming live in EasyJet, and it's a joy that it is still live today. So, Captain Mark Farquhar, if I could introduce you to the audience and unravel the mystery, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the warm welcome. Thank you very much. Great. Well, it's lovely to be here this afternoon with you all. We've got a pretty full house here as well, so that's always great to see. My name's Mark. I'm the Chief Training Captain at EasyJet, and I've been at EasyJet since about 2010. And the first thing I need to declare is you're looking at an ex-cadet himself from a previous scheme. The point of us being here together and sharing a little bit of time together is to give you a little bit of insight to how EasyJet recruits people going forward, and a little bit more about the MPL scheme. I know many of you are considering your own options about where you want to go in the future, so hopefully you'll find it useful. In terms of questions, I believe there's no time allocated today for them. However, I will go through and be in the exhibition hall after this. So if any of you want to come up and chat or ask any questions, please do. It would be most welcome. So, sometimes things don't go to plan. Here we go. So, for those of you that don't know much about us here at EasyJet, we are a European airline. We have over 300 aircraft in our fleet. And really interestingly, we operate from 150 airports, 35 airports, around 35 countries around Europe. And really interestingly, we've got over 1,000 routes in our network as well, which is really incredible. And if you think about being a pilot here, it means there's a lot of diversity to where you're going to be flying, and you build experience very, very quickly. On top of that, just before the pandemic, we were up at 96 million passengers a year, making us the 8th busiest airline in the world by passenger numbers, which a lot of people sometimes forget. On top of that, we've got 28 bases. These are places where our people live and work, our pilots. Amazing places that you can live around Europe when you work with us. And it really draws us back to the most important thing. The most important thing in any airline is not aeroplanes and advertising and things like that. It's really the people. It's the people that matter the most. And for us as a pilot community, we're one of the largest communities in the airline. And going forward, building on our great success over the previous 27 years, like the rest of the industry, bouncing back and growing again for the future, we're looking at recruiting 1,000 cadets over the next 5 years, 200 a year for 5 years. And that really is a secure declaration of where we see ourselves going in the future, and that's why we're doing this. I thought I'd maybe just give you a bit of an airline's perspective as to why we're interested in the MPL program in the first place. And for us, there's a number of things. The first one is it provides improved training effectiveness for people going through courses. One of my jobs is to be responsible for recurrent training for our 4,100 pilots in the airline. And when we're deciding where to use our precious training time, we analyze flight data monitoring, safety management system information, and also learning from the wider industry as well. And it's really important that we use every valuable minute of our training time on the right things to help our pilots improve their confidence and their competence going forward, to fly our passengers safely from A to B in our network. That learning shouldn't just be for my pilots that are currently in the airline. It should be for our future airline pilots. So we share it with our ATO and CAE built into the program, adjusting what they're focusing on. So they're already developing stronger competencies in the areas we need them to be really good at when they come to the line. So that's one area. The other is pilot competencies. We talk about this a lot with competency-based training and assessment. These are defined behaviors that we expect of our future pilots. And they're very, very good to have. They take away ambiguity. So from day one on the training course, our cadets understand what good looks like. They understand what they're trying to emulate. The competency matrix is essentially the JD of a future talented airline pilot. So when you're going through your courses and you're self-critiquing or trying to improve, You're analysing your performance according to this, and it becomes a natural instinct for our pilots from day one of their training, which is incredible coming into the airline. The other main area that is a dramatic improvement with the MPL program is the time you spend in your future working environment, the A320 flight deck in our case. You spend more time there, so when you come to the airline, you're more comfortable there, and you have more capacity for your line training, base training, and becoming a proficient pilot as you go forward. And then on the backside, when you're on the line, there are a number of benefits we see as an airline. The first one is what I've just touched on already. You have more spare capacity to learn when you come to us. That's a huge improvement with the MPL format. In addition to that, we've got data that will show us MPL cadets, when they come into the airline, they have stronger competency performance that's sustained over many years when they come into the airline, to the point that when they come to their own command course, they're more likely to pass first time and require less support. They're a stronger candidate from the very beginning. And it all goes back to the early foundations of how they qualified in the first place. We'll talk a little bit more about that here. This is our MPL training footprint. Now, you know this better than me. You've probably all been all over the internet looking at different footprints, and you'll know all the ins and outs. I'll just give you the high line from here. So the first phase is all about your theoretical knowledge. You're given great support by our ATO, but I know you'll be considering other ones as well to go through that phase. Then you'll be spending time in actual aircraft, building your skills and your airmanship, as we used to call it as well. And then we come to the really exciting phases. This is the basic, the intermediate, and the advanced phases. The bit I'd like to draw your eye to here is the time that you're going to be spending in A320 flight simulation training devices. You'll be spending approximately 150 hours, which, going back in the clock to when I trained not that long ago, it's 3 times more time in your working environment. That's what gives you the extra capacity to be really successful with your base training and your line training when you come into the airline. And it's hugely critical for us as a business. The other thing is, what devices and tools are you using when you're going through training? And this is for anybody considering going to any ATO. Great questions you should be asking are, what are the devices you have, and why have you chosen them? Why specifically those things? For us, we work with CAE, our partner, and we specified the specific devices that we want to use, ranging from the very beginning of the process, which is online learning, going through technical systems, to Symfinity here, which is an interactive technical system. We have integrated procedure trainers coming as well, and CAE already have them for our cadets, which allow you to spend time learning. Some of the time you don't want to learn by having an instructor telling you or showing you. You want to learn by trial and error. You want to be able to free play, go and spend more time there. And these devices allow you to do it. We also have the very latest flight training devices, fixed base trainers, and full motion simulators. When you go into any of our simulators as a cadet on our MPL program, you're getting the exact same experience as our 4,100 pilots are. You use the same type of device. Every button's in the right place, identical to an EasyJet aircraft. Everything's the same. We're not trying to palm you off by using an inferior quality product or something from the history in terms of earlier simulator devices. These are cutting-edge devices, and it's really important to make sure that you get best value, however you choose to learn as you go forward. Good questions to ask ATOs as well are, what are they doing to innovate? In EasyJet, one of the core things that we've always been good at is innovating in the industry, changing things up, making flying affordable, and for everybody in Europe, helping them connect and fly around the world. You may remember the early videos on YouTube of airline series and all the events that happened on them. Whilst we've moved on a lot and we've grown over the years, actually, that's still in the heart of what we do. It's in our DNA to innovate and push things. And this is a great example. This is us working with CAE to really change the training industry. This is creating an immersive ATC environment. Others have tried, never really been successful. We're really developing this at the moment, and our MPLs will be experiencing this system from day one. It means when they're in the simulator, there's a really dynamic air traffic control environment around them. That will mean when they eventually pop out the end of the system and come to us at base training and line training to become first officers, they'll have more spare capacity to learn quicker on the line, better on the job training. And it really is a big step forward. One of the things that's really important is feeling happy where you're going to be. You're making big decisions about your life and where you want to be in the future. You've really got to think about this. What kind of person are you? What do you like? What do you not like? Think about where you want to be in the future. You need to be somewhere that you're happy in the long term, so that you're having a well-fulfilled life. It's really, really important. For us, something that we've done to challenge ourselves and learn in the future is to make sure that we integrate our MPL training with our recurrent training from day one. So when you're spending these 150 hours in our A320 simulators, you're doing it side by side with our line pilots. So you'll be having a coffee with a captain that's been with us from 27 years ago, and he was flying the first flight to Glasgow from Luton. You'll then be turning around speaking to somebody who's just 2 months ahead of you in the course and hearing about their experiences. That's important. Those interactions, feeling part of something, feeling part of a team is really, really key. That's why all of the flight simulator time is not done at a remote site. It's done with us in our EasyJet recurrent training centres in Milan and Gatwick, and we don't compromise on that every time. It's about building a culture and making sure you feel part of the team from the very beginning. So, to save a lot of you asking me the same question in 5 minutes' time in the exhibition hall, when will I become a captain? Well, here you can see these are the minimum time and experiences you need to go through the various levels of progression. But what I'd like to say is this. It would be very easy for me in EasyJet to talk about how quickly you can become a captain. You have all done your research, and you know it's a great bonus of going with a company like us. But it's not all about being a captain. Go and ask any of them. They'll tell you that many of the best experiences they had was when they were in the right-hand seat. I've learned so much by flying with first officers all the time, and I regularly do. Enjoy the experience while you're getting there. And on the right-hand side, this is an interesting thing you should consider wherever you choose to go in the future. Right now, you're doing everything you can to get into the right-hand seat of a jet. You will get there. You've got that fire in your belly. You've got that passion. One way or another, you will do it. But when you're there, what next? What's the next development opportunity? And in our company, we're able to provide some really amazing opportunities. We just recruited in the last year another 15 training first officers. They'll have opportunities to become simulator instructors as well as delivering theoretical knowledge instruction. You can have management roles as a first officer as well. And myself, a long time ago, I became an air safety investigator when I was a first officer. All these things where you can expand your professional knowledge as you go forward. And I would consider that carefully when you're deciding where you'd like to go in the future as well. The other area that I get asked about a lot is, how do you pass the assessment mark? Great question. There's no magic answer, but what I would say is I'll give you a couple of little bits of tips that will hopefully be helpful for you. The first thing is the group exercise. Well, if you're going to be a successful airline pilot today and in the modern world, you need to really, really understand that you're only one of many, many people involved in making that flight successfully happen. You've got our cabin crew, our ground crew, our whole engineering teams, schedulers, flight planners, everybody in our main control center for the airline as well, air traffic control. There are so many people, hundreds of people behind every successful and safe flight. And we need people who are going to be awesome pilots, but also awesome team players. We want people that will collaborate, value other people, make them feel comfortable to talk up in a safety critical industry when they have to. And the group exercise is your opportunity to demonstrate your ability to be one of those people. So think about that. Think about challenging yourself to improve your own behavior so that you become a great team player. For the interview, we can all go to Google and ask for the answer. How do I show motivation? Give me a stock answer. We're not looking for that. We want to learn about you. We want to hear the authentic self. So just tell people what you think. Give them real-world examples from your own life. Think hard. Don't compare yourself to other people. You don't need to have a fancier example than somebody else. You just need to have your own one, an example in your life where you've done something that demonstrates the competency they're asking about. Be honest. It really does make you stand out from the crowd. Motivation for whoever you want to work for when you're applying for any scheme. Really think hard. And the top tip would be the rule of 3. Keep it simple. 3 things to demonstrate why you have the motivation, the hunger, the drive, and the passion to do it. It's really, really important. Another thing is this. Sometimes you apply for something and you're unsuccessful. As a pilot, you may have had a wonderful school record or university record or whatever you've done in the past. You've been a stellar performer. You will find times where you fail. You will aim to succeed and it will not work. And you need to be able to recover from that. You need to be able to learn from it and move with your own feet. You're looking at a failure here. The first time I applied to go on a cadet scheme, didn't get in, didn't pass the selection. And I was given some really good feedback from a lady that I'll never forget. And I listened to it, I learned from it, and I came back and I got through. And the rest has been history. You will have times where you have a setback as well, but all of us in the room here today, we all share the same passion for flying, and you will get there if you keep going. That's it. I hope it was interesting. We'll be down to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much for your time. Good luck.
Mark, thank you so much for telling us about the latest generation of AMPL training. It's a joy to my heart, I must admit, to hear it alive and kicking and in its present form. I'm sure it will be met with great enthusiasm. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
On a course of training, whether modular or full-time integrated, they're going to be away from home doing pretty hard and intensive stuff for a while. And a lot of those people it'll be the first time they've been away from home. I understand that there are some kind of key pointers for these people to make sure they get the best out of it. Can you tell us what they might be and maybe what the traps are?
Yeah, sure, and that's absolutely true. They are away from home for a long time and very often for the first time. One of the biggest things, I think, is actually peer support from their own course colleagues and the colleagues of the courses ahead of them who've just been through what they're about to go through. So definitely spend time with the other courses and talk to them about things, run through things with them so that they understand what's coming up next each time. But I think people always underestimate the amount of work that's involved in the whole programme, particularly the ground school. Doesn't matter how many times we tell people that the ground school's tough and you will really need to put your life aside to study and make sure that you really nail those exams. People are always surprised by that. So triplicate whatever advice you're told about preparing, particularly for the ground school and doing the study, not having a part-time job during that time, really curbing the social life is going to be really, really important. And I think also there's something to bear in mind from the parents' perspective here as well, because very often parents ship their children off to wherever it might be to go and do this training and want to pop down and see them every now and again if they can, if they're in the same country, or expect them to visit every now and again. And actually, in particular, that period of ground school, that's unlikely. And the pressure of a parent expecting their son or daughter to travel home or be available for family events or whatever is added pressure when they're already under pressure. So I think it's about just allowing the cadet pilot to get on with that period of time and really focus on their studies, use their peers, properly study so that you're not trying to catch up, because there isn't the time to catch up. You need to be able to move on to the next module having clearly got through the previous module and studied it well. You don't want to be duplicating your study by the time you move further on into the programme.
So, I mean, given that the training could take anywhere from sort of 2 to 5 years, depending how you do it, it's very rare that anyone's going to go through that entire training course without coming up against a bit of a brick wall at some point, whether that's ground studies, instrument flight, it could be anything. I think everyone I know has been through, has come across a brick wall. Have you got any tips for dealing with that brick wall when they sort of are suddenly faced with it?
Yeah, that's really true. I think everybody thinks of a learning curve, and in their mind's eye they see this really smooth curve that just starts from A and ends at B and just continues like that. And the reality is that we'll have peaks and troughs during our learning, and everybody experiences those, and everybody experiences them at different times. So just because you're struggling at a particular point and all of your mates seem to be doing quite well at that phase doesn't mean to say that you're doing badly. Their turn will come inevitably, and you will have a time when you actually do okay. So don't worry about the troughs, because they're normal. They're absolutely normal and to be expected. And the training programs are structured to take that sort of thing into account. They don't think of a learning curve as a straightforward thing. They actually manage the training plan based on the fact that they know people have peaks and troughs. So don't be upset is the first thing about having a good day and having a bad day. It's normal. That's what everybody experiences. The second thing is really important to actually ask questions. So I think we've all been in the situation where we've sat in a classroom type environment or whatever it might be and thought we've got this burning question in our mind but don't want to ask it because we feel a bit stupid about asking it. But more often than not, in fact, perhaps every time I think I've been in that situation, either when I've asked it eventually or someone else has asked that question, the whole course has relaxed and gone, thank goodness someone else has asked that question because I've been thinking the same thing. So ask the questions. That's what your training team are there for, is to help you get through. They're not there to trip you up. They're there to help you get through and make sure that you get to a point of autonomous learning where you understand what you're doing and you can work through solutions yourself. They're not there to trip you up. So ask questions. That's really important.
So most of the schools, I'm guessing that most of the good schools at least, will have some kind of extracurricular care or whatever you might call it, something that's in place. Is there anything that any questions you should ask, anything you should look for before choosing your school?
I think that will be a really good sign of a good school to look at if they have got that sort of provision in place. So the last few years in particular, even before the pandemic, have been tricky in the training environment because prior to the pandemic we had a lot of instructor shortages, for example, and there were many training delays, and it was a real struggle for people, and the whole welfare issue started to raise its head more at that period than perhaps it had previously. On top of that, now add the pandemic and everything that everybody around the world is dealing with. Our own personal welfare is being taken far more importantly, and I think a school that's properly recognising that and has both an internal training system to make sure that their own staff are trained to be able to deal with a first level of support if someone comes to them with some concerns that are non-training related. That's first off, you want to know that the team themselves can immediately give you some sort of support, and it will be okay to go and ask them for that support. And then secondly, a good school should have an outsourced provider that actually you can be signposted or directed to for totally independent support, so that you can actually get into a safe environment, that it would be safe talking to the members of staff, but you will feel much more confident talking to somebody who's not employed by the organisation, who you perhaps feel won't have an influence over your future career decisions, for example. So good schools should have an outsourced provider that will help with welfare, that will help with some counselling sometimes. And more people do need that. Actually, it's becoming more and more talked about, and it should be. We all struggle at times, and it's important that there's that facility in place. That would be a big question for me when I'm investigating and researching my schools. What have you got in place to be able to provide welfare and non-training related support for me?
So to sum up, focus, maybe give up the party type, focus on your training, dig deep, try and put all distractions to one side. Don't worry if you're hitting a trough and your friends aren't, because they would have either hit one before or they'll hit one coming up. It's completely normal. Don't be afraid to ask. Don't be afraid to seek support. Have I kind of summed that up okay, or is there anything missed?
No, I think you've summed that up really well. Just remember, this is the piece that takes you to the career that you want to get to. So this is however long it takes, 2 years, 5 years. It's a short period of time compared to the career that's ahead of you. So properly invest your time and your effort into it to make sure that you've got the best chance of employment when you come out of training.
Karen Barth, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and welcome to our afternoon session here at Pilot Careers Live here in London Heathrow. My name is Anthony Pettiford, and it's my real pleasure to introduce my dear friend Sean Jacob, who's the Chief Executive Officer of FTA. Sean, good afternoon to you, and it's a joy to be with you.
Likewise, Anthony. Great to see you again.
Sean, nice to see you too as well. So tell us first of all about your background in aviation, and then afterwards tell us about FTA and what you do.
Happily do that. So my background in aviation goes back several hundred years. I was in the Royal Air Force in the mid-80s to the mid-90s. I've spent the last 20 years as an interim manager, so working for a lot of large global organisations. I imagine people will have heard of Unilever, AA Group, O2 Telefonica, the World Bank. And I came back into the aviation world in 2018, working for another of the companies that's here today, L3 Harris. Whilst I was with L3 Harris, I got involved with a number of different commercial flying schools, one of which was FTA Global. And early in 2020, March 2020, I took over at FTA Global as Managing Director and co-owner. I'm pleased to say that FTA Global has been around for 16 years, delivering both modular and integrated training, based out of Brighton City Airport, as it's known now, on the sunny south coast of the UK. And we're very fortunate to be placed where we are geographically, because we're able, following Brexit, to deliver both UK CAA licences but also European EASA licences, given our proximity to France, which has been a tremendous advantage since Brexit.
Sean, thank you very much for that very excellent explanation. Now, just one further fact about Shoreham Airport. Tell us what was pioneered out of Shoreham Airport many, many years ago.
So Shoreham is in fact the first commercial airport in the UK, and the terminal there is the first purpose-built terminal, a Grade 1 listed building now, and used for quite a lot of filming. So I imagine if anybody's seen episodes of The Crown, for example, you'd recognise the terminal at Shoreham Airport.
So there we go, some rich history at Shoreham for sure, and history in the making, Sean. So that was a useful segue. You have some new programmes. Tell us about these new programmes.
Happy to do that. We are launching our Integrated Light programme. So, as I mentioned earlier, we've been delivering integrated and modular training for the last 16 years. But based on feedback from our students, we realise that not every student wants to become an airline pilot. There are many opportunities across aviation, commercial flights, flight instruction. So we've taken a long look at our integrated programme, and realised that we could take a number of the modules out of our programme to give students more choice and to give students more flexibility. So students now can start on an integrated light programme for considerably less than our full-blown zero to hero, taking somebody into the right-hand seat of an airliner, whereby at the end of the course they can decide whether they want to do dual licence. So do they want both CAA and EASA? Do they want to take a flight instructor course? Or do they, when they make that decision, actually want to go into an airline and take those additional modules? So it's all about choice and it's all about flexibility, and it's something that we think is unique at the moment in terms of the integrated programmes that other schools are offering.
Sean, well done on you on bringing some innovation and new ideas into our industry. It's always very welcome, and especially, of course, when it comes to pricing, which, of course, is a useful thought about. You've seen over the past few weeks some introductions around bursaries. Bursaries is the hot topic, isn't it? Now, I understand you have some bursaries of your own in terms of the subjects of Fantasy Wings. So tell us about that.
So Fantasy Wings is a partnership that we are also announcing today. Fantasy Wings is a company that's been set up to address diversity in aviation. And it's looking at black, Asian and ethnic minority as well as female. And when we look around the aviation industry, unfortunately it is majority white male at the moment, and it's really, really important that we make opportunities available to people from ethnic minority communities, and to try and get more women into aviation as well. It's extraordinary how few women there are flying when it's an occupation that should be open to all. So we are offering a bursary to members of Fantasy Wings to come on board and do our integrated training, and we're also offering significant discounts to people who are signed up with Fantasy Wings to get them on board either our modular or our integrated route. Most importantly of all, we're offering significant discounts to Fantasy Wings members on our flight instructor training, because as well as introducing diversity for students, I think it's equally important that those students can look at people who look like them, so that we're introducing more women into flying training and more ethnically diverse individuals into flying training. So that's something that we're pushing forward really hard at the moment from FDA.
Sean, those are excellent initiatives. And what sort of volume are you talking about? You know, how many people can apply for these programs, both your new light program perhaps and your bursaries?
So the Fantasy Wing bursaries are being administered by Fantasy Wings. My understanding is at the moment there is just one bursary for the integrated flight training, but there are multiple bursaries available for flight instructor training. On our integrated light program, that's open to everybody. So anybody who wants to do integrated training with us has the choice as to whether they go the full integrated route, our flight deck program, or takes the integrated light option, and then decides further during their training whether or not they want to do the full airline program and buy the additional options to make it up to the flight deck program. Typically we're looking at up to 15 students on each of our integrated courses, and we start our integrated training 4 times a year, in March, June, September and December. And we're currently still looking at students to start with us in June. Our September course is almost full, and we have a lot of people who've already signed up for our December course as well, so people are definitely planning ahead at the moment.
Well, it sounds like a busy time ahead for you, Sean. Thank you so much for introducing the initiative, and thank you for sharing with us here in Pilot Careers Live this afternoon.
Thank you for your time, Anthony, and thank you to everybody for your time on the screen. Thank you.
Hello, I'm here with Anthony Pesford, industry veteran. Anthony, you've held senior roles in leadership on quite a few ATOs over the years, but you're currently in an independent role, which is ideal. It means you've got nothing to sell, so we can ask you some really independent advice. And I guess the main question I'd like to ask you is, how do people coming to the show go about making a proper fact-based decision on choosing their ATO, choosing their training provider?
Well, yeah, thank you for that glowing introduction. I'll do my best to answer that question. Indeed, there must be some science brought to all of this, because whilst there is subjectivity, what I advise people to do in that form of science to create a decision matrix. Very simply, list on the left-hand side maybe 10 areas which are important to you. So that might be in terms of the experience of instructors, the fleet, the service, the post-training support, and so forth. And on the top, to list the ATOs that are your favourites. Go and visit those ATOs, interrogate them, gather as much information as you possibly can, and then give them a score. So a score against that particular item. Once you've got all the scores in the boxes, add them all up, and that will help you some way to enabling you to make a decision which is a balance between your heart and your head.
So how much, I mean, is this, in your experience, do most people choose their ATOs like that, or do they err towards kind of the heart rather than the head?
I think it's a mix, really. I think there's clearly an emotional element to it, and so one is easily drawn into looking at all the great aeroplanes and the sexy environment. But then I think people are now thinking very carefully, particularly around the financial side of things, and I think those areas are now starting to get much greater scrutiny, which is a good thing, of course.
Absolutely. So once let's say you end up with your decision matrix and you have 3 leading candidates, presumably you'd advise people to actually go and visit those in person?
Yeah, look, I think it's a blended position. So you gather the scores from having visited them in the first place. Maybe just go and have a look around in a very sort of high-level activity. And once you've got down to the shortlist, go back and start interrogating and start getting right to the heart of things and really get the devil is in the detail. And once you've got that, I think you'll find that it will work out as being a sensible, balanced decision.
Okay, and in your days when you were in the leadership team of ATOs, how did you work it for the payment? We kind of advise people not to pay everything up front because it's clearly a large risk. What are kind of common ways of ATOs managing their payments?
Yeah, I mean, times are obviously different. And but the way we did it was look at a sort of fair and balanced position. So you are looking inevitably on for example, on a full-time course, at having to pay a deposit, but now that needs to be a sensible number and not a huge amount up front. And then largely the ATOs are looking at redistributing the balancing payments over the duration of the course rather than actually seeing huge amounts up front. So I think the ATOs have now started to better understand that it's a managed cash flow as opposed to pre-COVID where a lot more was paid in advance.
Okay, thank you very much.
Everybody, as you know, this is our morning afternoon. Our morning afternoon. You can tell where it's got to. This is our afternoon session. So I'm guessing that you haven't already seen this talk this morning, but John did deliver the talk once this morning. So you had a practice run this morning, didn't you? So yeah, raring to go. Hope you're having a great afternoon so far. The big thing about these events is to use this opportunity where you've got a face-to-face opportunity to talk to people and ask as many questions as you possibly can of all those people that are present. So there are lots of exhibitors out in the hall there, and I'd really advise that you get out there and spend as much time in the exhibition hall talking to them as you possibly can. These talks, for those of you who are at home, hello, good to see you all coming into the live stream, but they will also be available on demand for all of you to watch after today's event. So you'll be sent a link after today's event so that you can log in and watch this back on demand, as are all the talks from today. So you can get the pretty pictures from John's presentation on demand later, and you've just got John himself now, who I'm sure will do a sterling job anyway. So the title of John's talk is A Sustainable Wizz Air. And let me tell you a bit about John. So following 10 years designing Formula One cars, John followed his passion and began a career in aviation. Starting off with modular pilot training, John went on to work as a general aviation flying instructor before gaining his first airline position on the A320 as a first officer at BMI, for those of you that remember BMI. This was followed by a 10-year stint at Qatar Airways, flying both A320 and A330, and a series of roles in flight operations management. Moving from the senior manager Airbus position in Qatar to his current role as head of flight operations at Wizz Air UK in January 2020, John entered the world of ultra-low-cost carriers, where he has overseen a 60% fleet expansion and the startup of 3 new UK bases during the pandemic. I'm going to sit down. It's your stage.
Wow.
Over to you, John.
All right. So, well, good afternoon. Lovely to see you all. Thanks for coming. As I say, I'm going to wing it a little bit. Excellent. We've even got a Wizz aircraft. Just Googled Wizz very quickly and put me a backdrop on. So I'll do my best to kind of think through what my slides were this morning. So very quickly about me. So that's my history. I started off in education. I went into engineering. And then into aviation and pilot, and now into management, where I've been at Wizz since January 2020. So I've now been here 2.5 years back in the UK. And I don't fly so much anymore. A little bit for fun, just occasionally, but most of the time I sit in an office, hence why I'm not wearing a flashy uniform today, unlike most of these cool people that are talking to you elsewhere. What I do want to say, though, is my career may well seem like it was some meteoric and smooth rise through the ranks. It was everything but that. It's important to say that I failed my multi-engine IR at the first time. I got a very average degree. I failed the civil service entrance exams and all sorts of other failures along the way until we got to the point where I was looking for a job as a pilot. And I can tell you I sent out at least 100 emails and letters with no replies. And finally, I got made redundant from BMI, which is how I ended up in the Middle East, which turned out to be the best thing that could have happened. So my advice to you is don't give up. Don't judge yourself by others. As long as you don't give up, I'm pretty certain you will all get to wherever it is that you want to be. So a bit about Wizz. So Wizz started in 2004. The first flight was from Katowice in Poland to Luton. So the UK has always had a feature, has always been a part of Wizz. So Luton was there right at the beginning, and slowly the Wizz Air group grew. The headquarters is in Hungary, and in 2017 we had a permanent base here in Luton, and then in 2018 we formed our own AOC, or our own airline, based here in the UK. 2020, there was a third airline in the Wizz group, which is in Abu Dhabi. So we now have a group of 3 airlines, one here in the UK, one in Hungary, which is what most people associate with Wizz, which flies all over Europe, and a third airline in the Middle East. In terms of growth from 2004, we've had double-digit passenger growth. So every year it's been double-digit growth. It's a phenomenal kind of expansion up to the point today where we have about 150 aircraft flying across the 3 AOCs. Here in the UK, we had 10 aircraft based all in Luton, and then during the pandemic, as we already talked about, We went through an expansion phase where we took delivery of new aircraft, brand new NEO aircraft. We've got aircraft based in Doncaster now, in Gatwick, and also in Cardiff. And you think that that's a meteoric growth of an airline, but sometime in the summer of last year, our boss, Joe Verardi, the CEO, announced that our long-term plan, or not so long-term in aviation, was by 2030, which is only 7 years away, we as a group of airlines will be 500 aircraft. And currently, Wizz has the largest backorder of single-aisle aircraft at Airbus in the world, which is over 400 aircraft, and they're all going to be delivered between now and 2028. So if you want to know where all the Airbus are going, they're coming to us. We're an ultra-low-cost carrier, which means our ticket prices are absolutely the lowest in the industry. And what we believe in is that everybody should have the right to travel. Fantastic. This is almost my presentation. I should have saved myself the late night last night. We're an ultra-low-cost carrier, and what we believe in is that everybody should have the right to travel. Now, where does that come into sustainability? How do you match up 500 aircraft with the future of aviation? Because in 2015 was the Paris Climate Agreement, where the United Nations agreed that we were going to limit temperature rise to less than 2 degrees. And aviation pretty much has come under the spotlight since then as being a contributor to global warming. And now it's written in law that by 2050 we will have net zero. And how do we say we're going to grow to 500 while still saying that we're going to have net zero? Well, the answer is not all airlines are the same. And it might look like they are, but they're far from that. So what the Wizz model is that we have brand new aircraft. Our average fleet age is just under 5 years, 5 years old. And if I had my flashy presentation, you would see that we are the youngest fleet in Europe, and you can look across at some of the carriers, other carriers, which average ages of 10, 11, 12, 15 years. New aircraft, and in particular, what we call the game changer, which is the 321neo. So this is a brand new aircraft from Airbus. It has 50% less contaminants issued from the engines. It has a 20% fuel saving over the previous aircraft. It's quieter, it's nicer to fly, and more to the point, it also carries more people. So we're investing in this brand new technology, bringing our average fleet age down, and by 2026, our average fleet age will be about 3.5 years. So brand new aircraft, and not only are they brand new, but they're also state-of-the-art and the best in the industry in terms of emissions. I'm just going to take a breather. So these are two core principles why Wizz Air is one of the most green airlines in Europe, in fact, the most green airline in Europe. If you add to that two other things about Wizz which is important, point-to-point traffic. So in other words, we pick up passengers where they want to be picked up. We don't tell them you have to drive to, for example, Heathrow to be picked up. We pick them up in a local airport, and we take them as close as we can to the place where they want to be. And if I had my slide, you would see our network across Europe, which looks like a bowl of spaghetti because all of our flights are crisscrossing, taking people from where they are to where they want to be. If you look at network of some of the other bigger carriers, they have hub and spoke. So what that means is they all fly into a central destination, and then they all fly out to where they want to be. So that point-to-point traffic means we're only producing carbon to get people from where they want to be, or where they are, to where they want to be, which reduces our emission. And the other thing which we have is a very high load factor. So in other words, we fill our aircraft with as many people as possible. And as I said, the NEO will take 239 people. So if you take all that together, point-to-point traffic, brand new aircraft, ultra-low emitting aircraft, state-of-the-art technology, and you add on to that other things such as our operating procedures. So another thing that we focus on, single-engine operations, not single-engine flying, but single-engine taxiing. So we taxi out on one engine, we taxi back in on one engine, saves the emissions. We regularly wash our engines. That's something that's often missed. We have a special process of cleaning our engines, which helps to keep the emissions even lower. And also, we have got rid of all the paper on our flight deck. So now we have electronic flight bag, which means we have a computer. We've got rid of all the paperwork for the charts. We've got rid of all the documents for the aircraft. All of the manuals are all stored on an electronic device, which means that we are carrying less weight, less waste, and of course more efficient airline. Add all those things together and you get to, what's that one? That one is almost our further impact. Yes, oh, perfect. You're managing to find all of these slides. So if you look at the emissions of a Wizz Air aircraft, our group emission right now is about 54 grams per passenger kilometre. Our closest rival is Ryanair, and they are emitting 69 grams per passenger per kilometre. And they've committed by the end of the decade to get to 60, and as you can see, we're already considerably below that. Not only are we the market leader when it comes to emissions, but as I think this slide says, we're also committed to a further 25% reduction between now and the end of the decade. In reality, we could do nothing for the next 10 years and we would still be the market leader when it comes to carbon emissions as the metric of grams per passenger kilometre. That's not our intention. Clearly, we plan to be even better, even newer, even more efficient, but we could, in theory, do nothing and still be at the head of the pack. So the final thing to say is that having reduced our emissions to absolute minimum, which is what we do, what we're going to continue to do, and what we're going to continue to work on, the final thing you can do is called carbon offsetting, which when you come to our website, you get the chance to offset your emissions against the projects around the world which we invest in. So, for example, reforestation, which are actually projects that take carbon out of the atmosphere. And so you can finally offset your carbon, even today, to zero. And that's something that we offer. And it means that the price you pay for that carbon offsetting is obviously much reduced because you're basically paying to compensate for what you're producing, which is absolute minimum. So that's where we are today. This is the carbon offsetting program. And so the final thing I would say is that not all airlines are the same in terms of what they do, in terms of emissions, in terms of fleet, in terms of aircraft age. We're not all the same. And if you're asking today, instead of waiting for the future, waiting for a high-tech aircraft to come along that's going to be powered by hydrogen or something, you say, what can I do today? The single biggest thing you can choose is to choose to fly with Wizz. Final bit of statistics to leave you with is that if you compare the emissions from our fleet with the rest of the aircraft flying in Europe, if all of those airlines were to change to our working model, our business, our emissions strategy tomorrow, there would be a reduction of 34% of emissions in Europe, which is a huge, huge amount, and that could happen tomorrow if all the other airlines were to follow our procedures. So I think that's it. I don't know how I've done on time, maybe slightly quicker than I would have done it without my slides, but I've got 4 or 5 minutes. Oh, not so bad. So I didn't have a chance for any questions this morning. So maybe if there's any questions, anything that I said too quickly or bumbled over. If it's about jobs and recruitment, we'll save that for the stand, but anything else, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, we might break the rules of the system just for 2 questions, if anybody's got them and wants to shout them out and is brave enough. But there we go.
I'm actually interested, sorry if I take a bit off, but in your past on the flight deck
into well, interesting enough, so emissions is actually, for anybody starting training today, is going to be a huge part of your future. The reason is because carbon pricing is already here. And it's going to be a little bit like diamond dust, right? Today, carbon is not particularly expensive, but you'll very, very quickly see in the next 5 or 6 years, carbon becomes, prohibitively expensive. And so we think already today, pilots think it's a pain, I have to shut the engine down, and I have to fly at this level, I have to fly at this speed. Believe me, it's going to get 10 times worse very, very quickly. So in terms of the future for pilots joining the industry today, this kind of stuff is going to be just as important as how you fly the aircraft. So I would say if you don't have an awareness of how the industry is going in terms of green aviation, then it's definitely something to kind of be aware of. So I guess the short answer to your question is, if you want to get into management, you probably need to know a little bit about this stuff very quickly.
Oh, one more question if anybody has got one. Otherwise, we'll let John go, because he said earlier his voice is really going anyway. There we go. We've got one more here.
SAF's a great question. So a lot of people think that, so SAF is sustainable aviation fuel, and you've seen demonstration flights by most airlines saying how they can do a flight on SAF. First, the problem with SAF is it comes mainly from food. So in other words, the more SAF we need, the more crops we have to destroy and turn into aviation fuel. Most engines can run on SAF. That's not the problem. The problem is finding enough of it or producing enough of it to actually make sense. Right now, we're producing less than 1% of the fuel needed as SAF to actually replace carbon-producing fuel with SAF. So that's not the answer. Where it might be the answer is in long-range flying, because you need that store of energy, and I think it will be a long, long time before we have hydrogen or hydrogen or electric-powered aircraft that can, for example, fly to Sydney. And so those kind of flying will rely on, to some degree, on SAF, and that may well help us out in terms of production, because instead of trying to replace all aircraft with SAF, we just do a little portion, and then you may well find yourself flying electric or gas-powered aircraft on short haul. So SAF's a good one. I don't think it's the answer to everything. There are alternative means of producing it, which are even more expensive and even more polluting, but there is an alternative way of producing SAF, but the technology is not quite there for it yet. So we are committed to using SAF, and we are committed to increasing our usage. We haven't published any defined targets because we think that's not the right way. But we are committed to using as much as we can find.
Fantastic. What a great job. I think you deserve a real round of applause for doing that one off the hoof. Well done. Thank you. So John and the team are on their stand, which is at the back left-hand side of the exhibition hall out here. So please, if you want to talk to them further, go and see the team and talk to them and share the load of the questions with them, not just John. So thank you very much for being with us. The next talk this afternoon is Bristow Helicopters, and that's in the New York suite, which is over the back of the kind of that floor up there, whatever that is. But we do need to ask you to go down here and out and back up if that's where you want to go. And the next talk in here is British Airways, which is at 4 o'clock. So thank you very much. If you could go out this way, please.
Hello, I'm here with Anthony Pesford, industry veteran. Anthony, you've held senior roles in leadership on quite a few ATOs over the years, but you're currently in an independent role, which is ideal. It means you've got nothing to sell, so we can ask you some really independent advice. And I guess the main question I'd like to ask you is, how do people coming to the show go about making a proper fact-based decision on choosing their ATO, choosing their training provider?
Well, yeah, thank you for that glowing introduction. I'll do my best to answer that question. Indeed, there must be some science brought to all of this, because whilst there is subjectivity, what I advise people to do in that form of science, to create a decision matrix. Very simply, list on the left-hand side maybe 10 areas which are important to you. So that might be in terms of the experience of instructors, the fleet, the service, the post-training support, and so forth. And on the top, to list the ATOs that are your favourites. Go and visit those ATOs, interrogate them, gather as much information as you possibly can, and give them a score. So a score against that particular item. Once you've got all the scores in the boxes, add them all up, and that will help you some way to enabling you to make a decision which is a balance between your heart and your head.
So how much, I mean, is this, in your experience, do most people choose their ATOs like that, or do they err towards kind of the heart rather than the head?
I think it's a mix, really. I think there's clearly an emotional element to it, and so one is easily drawn into looking at all the great aeroplanes and the sexy environment. But then I think people are now thinking very carefully, particularly around the financial side of things. And I think those areas are now starting to get much greater scrutiny, which is a good thing, of course.
Absolutely. So, once let's say you end up with your decision matrix and you have 3 leading candidates, presumably you'd advise people to actually go and visit those in person?
Yeah, look, I think it's a blended position. So you gather the scores from having visited them in the first place. Maybe just go and have a look around in a very sort of high-level activity. And once you've got down to the shortlist, go back and start interrogating and start to get right to the heart of things and really get the devil is in the detail. And once you've got that, I think you'll find that it will work out as being a sensible, balanced decision.
Okay, and in your days when you were in the leadership team of ATOs, how did you work it for the payment? We kind of advise people not to pay everything up front because it's clearly a large risk. What are kind of common ways of ATOs managing their payments?
Yeah, I mean, times are obviously different. And but the way we did it was look at a sort of fair and balanced position. So you are looking inevitably on for example, on a full-time course, at having to pay a deposit, but now that needs to be a sensible number and not a huge amount up front. And then largely the ATOs are looking at redistributing the balancing payments over the duration of the course rather than actually seeing huge amounts up front. So I think the ATOs have now started to better understand that it's a managed cash flow as opposed to pre-COVID where a lot more was paid in advance.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and welcome once again to Pilot Careers Live here at Heathrow. It's my pleasure once again to be able to talk to one of our partner ATOs, Skyborne Airline Academy, and it's a particular pleasure of mine to be able to speak today with a dear old friend, in fact from our CTC days. You may have heard those days of when CTC was around, and we pioneered some great things, and Carl Haslam is now the Centre Director for the Skyborne Airline Academy, and it's a real pleasure to meet up with my friend once again and asking some searching questions about what's going on at Skyborne. Carl,
wow.
It's super to see you once again. It's a real pleasure.
Thanks, Anthony. Despite the fact you've obviously been in my life quite a long time, it's nice to see you again.
Thank you for that glowing endorsement. Now, what we'd like to do is unravel what's been going on at Skyborne. There's been lots of exciting initiatives. Now, you've been doing some really big stuff over in the United States. So, first of all, tell us all about it.
Super. Yeah, no, actually, we've been very lucky. We've now invested in a purpose-built campus in Vero Beach, Florida. And if we look back to the history of that acquisition, so in the middle of this, in Christmas a year ago, right in the middle of COVID, our backer, Tom Misner, Lee and Ian, took the brave move to buy Vero Beach. And what an acquisition. It's a fantastic facility, purpose-built, 12 acres. We have 52 aircraft on site, 70 instructors, accommodation for 350 trainees, obviously 365 days of hopefully good weather. And the flying capability out there has just been superb. The feedback we're getting from our trainees now has really been quite special.
Wow, that sounds like a real glowing endorsement of the sunny coast of Florida.
If only I'd been there myself. I've not even been yet.
Well, yes, you'll get a suntan soon enough. But tell us, is this just for American training, or is that for the Europeans and the UK? I mean, tell us who it's primarily aimed at.
So actually we've got 3 streams in America, and I'm going to look at this quite selfishly from my stream. So Centre Director, I look after the UK part of Skyborne's business. And we, in total, when we are at capacity, we'll be looking to send 120 trainees a year through the American Vero Beach profile. We also have a contract with Indigo, so we have 120 trainees through Indigo. And now we've just partnered with United through their Aviate program, SkyWest, and we've just announced Delta, and we'll have 120 through those programs as well. So at the most we'll ever put through Vero Beach is around about 350 per year.
Okay, very good. So a truly international campus, would that be true to say?
Very much so, and the international football team seems to be doing quite well at the moment. And obviously I'm not going to brag and say that the Brits are winning that tournament so far.
No, that wouldn't be appropriate, would it? No, but there we are. Good. We're pleased to hear that. So, moving on from these big numbers that you describe about the Vero Beach Academy, behind you on your wall here, we have a huge number, £1 million of bursaries. So tell us all about these bursaries and what they're intended to achieve for you and your customers.
Super. No, we are incredibly privileged. Our chairman and benefactor, Tom Misner, is really keen to support people into the industry. We all know that one of the biggest barriers to entry is always going to be the finances here. So today we're looking at 2 propositions to try and help people into the industry at the grassroots. Behind me is the big number. So Tom said to us, right, what can we do? What can he do to help people? So we're offering £10,000 to the first 100 trainees that start training with us between now and September. And that's a payment that they will get off their course fees.
Okay, so it's a deduction part of the way through, or is it just a reduction in price? I mean, how does it work? So
the way it works is obviously normal sign-on to our normal course fees, and the final payment within our payment restructured plan will be deducting of the £10,000.
Okay, very good. And is this for all of your courses? So is it for integrated and modular, or just the integrated course?
Just the integrated right now. I'm just going to say watch this space.
Okay. There's more to come.
Well, we like to keep things real and innovate within Skyborne, but right now we want to stimulate the integrated market. We have got some places left on our courses, and we'd like people to come and join us.
Super. Well, we are delighted that ATOs are introducing these initiatives, and as we said this morning, we hope perhaps the airlines will match some of these financial incentives.
I'm not looking over your shoulder at potential. That would be lovely if people did join this party.
Indeed. So, moving on then to a third initiative, we understand that you're doing something new with, or rather developing something further with the university.
Yeah,
so
we're really, really happy about this, which is why we wanted to launch both of these programs at the same time here. We're very proud to be now partnered with the University of West London. As a part of your studies with us, you'll then be taught and tuition towards an honours degree with the University of West London. And obviously there are other benefits for doing that, apart from having a professional qualification with a highly ranked UK university, but it could also open up some tuition fee support. And that tuition fee support, on top of maintenance loans, can again, on top of our bursary, hopefully bring down some of the barriers and support people into the industry.
Very good. So you can combine the degree activity with the bursary, with all the other initiatives. They sound like some excellent initiatives, some exciting stuff going on at Skyborne. Anything else new coming around the corner?
Well, couldn't possibly confirm or deny most of the things that we all like to confirm or deny, but we are constantly driving to ensure that all of our trainees get both the best quality training, but also placement opportunities. So we're super pleased that we've managed to place 6 trainees recently with Wizz. We've got 1 with DHL, somebody else who's just joining Jet2, and watch this space.
Well, there you have it. So some exciting things going on at Skyborne, some new initiatives, and hopefully some financial incentives to enable people to access this profession with Skyborne.
Check. Rear door. Check. Rudder trim. Check. Flaps. Check. Flight control. Check. Air Force. Ready for takeoff.
Edge 224. ECU swap. ECUB. Check. ECU swap. Auto. IFR departure clearance. Obtained. Captain brief. Complete. Line of procedure. Approach. Stop bars. Check clear. Altimeter. Check set. Transponder. Set. DJ. As required. Lights. As required. Ready for power check.
Talk of today. I'm sure you've all been waiting for this one with bated breath, but thank you very much for staying with us for the whole day or the whole afternoon and joining us now in here. I hope it's been a really good session for you. I hope you've had the opportunity to go and speak to people and ask all those questions I keep going on about that you need to ask, and you have no unanswered questions, except maybe the ones that will be answered in this last session. So it's really super to see everybody here. I am delighted that we've been able to welcome British Airways back to Pilot Careers Live today. And it's really superb to have Jai and Lucy with us today. You want to hear from them more than you want to hear from me, so I'm just going to very, very quickly introduce them to you. I'm getting old, so I have to use glasses these days. But just a little bit about Jai and Lucy so that you know who they are. So Jai Dillon is a senior first officer with over 6,500 hours. 6,500? Yeah, 6,500 hours flying experience. He joined British Airways 7 years ago and flies the Airbus A320 from London Heathrow with previous 737 experience at a low-cost airline. Jai joined the British Airways pilot recruitment team a number of years ago and became the pilot recruitment lead for the airline last year. Additionally, Jai is a presenter and operating pilot on the British Airways Flying with Confidence courses. He normally delivers those courses in here, so if he starts talking to you about nervous passenger flying, you know why. As well as being a pilot mentor to other pilots and a pilot ambassador representing British Airways at high-profile national and international events. Lucy Sylvester has worked in the aviation industry for over 20 years in a variety of roles, and I've had the pleasure of knowing and working alongside Lucy on many occasions in the past in my various roles. For the last 7 years, she's worked with British Airways in the recruitment team, with her main focus for the majority of the time being pilot recruitment. So you have 2 British Airways pilot recruiters for the next 20 minutes or so. Over to you two. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. We'll just wait for the last couple of people to take a seat, and there are a few seats further down this way as well. So there's no introduction that I have to do. My whole life story has just been presented to you, so that's kind of where we're at now. Welcome, and it's great to be back, obviously, on behalf of British Airways. We're here today just as a bit of a presence, really, and to help you out in terms of your routes into the airline industry and to make yourself the most recruitable person that you possibly can be. We'll talk a little bit about CV development and how to prepare yourselves for interviews and the ATO and airline assessment processes. So looking at the agenda itself, which we will cover, in actual fact, before we go even further, let's take you back about 10 years. This is probably one of those videos that some of you may remember. However, what we'll do is we'll look and we'll watch those hairs on the back of your neck. For those people that really have a passion for aviation, stand up.
Those first young men, the pioneers, the aviators, building superhighways in an unknown sky, leaving wives and children in their snug homes with just a kiss and a promise to return. Roaring into the clouds to battle wind and stars. Their safety systems built of brain and heart. They landed where there were no lights, transforming strange names from tall tales into pictures on postcards home. And those next young men, travelling further, faster, higher than any in history, are the ones who followed them, who skinned the edge of space, the edge of heaven, the edge of dreams.
Speedbird 1, Speedbird 1. Clear for takeoff. London Airport, clear for takeoff.
And we follow them up there to live by an unbreakable promise. The same 4 words stitched into every uniform of every captain who takes their command. To fly, to serve.
So here at British Airways, there's one thing that we look for, and we have 3,800 pilots who all share the same passion, and that is a passion for aviation and a passion to fly for the flag carrier of the United Kingdom. Here today, we'll talk about different routes, as we mentioned, and we'll look at the agenda that we'll actually follow. So what do airlines look for in screening applicants? The entry criteria both for ATOs and for airlines themselves. Selection process. What you could do to stand out. This is something which we're really passionate about doing. We are not here today to announce any recruitment campaign, and it's important to stress that. We are, however, here, as I mentioned, as a responsible employer to ensure that you are the best candidate that you possibly can be to the ATOs and to whichever airline you choose to go to. How to format your CV, that's really important because we find that we see many thousands of CVs. And when we're going through that many CVs, we need to make sure that they stand out. So we'll talk about how you can make that stand out for yourselves. And ultimately, the airline assessment process and how to prepare for it.
So when we're looking for our future pilots to come and work for British Airways, a big thing for us is motivation. That's motivation for the role as a pilot, but also British Airways. We'll touch on it later on, but you'd be amazed how many people apply to us and their application states, I've always wanted to work for EasyJet, so make sure that you're writing to the correct airline. Professional standards, we expect the best. You'll have seen training pilots, BA pilots, EasyJet and Wizz Air pilots here today. Everyone stops and looks at a pilot. There's still that awe around it. So we want you to, whether you're on or off duty in your uniform, to always look your best and be your best. Customer service is really important to us. Pilots are behind a locked flight deck door, but actually any small interaction that you can have with a customer will make all the difference to our customers on the day. Leadership. Leadership at BA is open and inclusive. If you are the pilot operating that flight, you take leadership on the day, and it's important, regardless of whether it's you leading a sports team or whether it's leading a team in the workplace, that you understand what good leadership is. Teamwork's really important. When you're boarding an aircraft, when you're getting to the aircraft, when you're getting off the aircraft, we have huge teams with you, behind the scenes, they're on the phone, that you will work with and will need to communicate effectively with. Entry criteria. So kind of having experience, we've done this earlier, we haven't got a lot of time, so we'll bring everything up for you to have a look at. Main points there. Please study subjects that you enjoy because you're likely to do better in them. Don't think there's particular subjects other than the maths, English and science, but they're compulsory these days, so you have to study those anyway. Please look into whether you can obtain a Class 1 medical. You need that to fly. If you're under 5'2", currently, because of the aircraft that we fly, you can't be a BA pilot. If you're over 6'3", we'll put you through a functionality check. Other points to pick out there. Tattoos. I'm going to joke about being a mum right now. Tattoos, if they are visible, they can't be on your hands, face or neck, but if they are on your forearms, you will forever be wearing a long sleeve shirt, even if you're in the Caribbean. So if you have them anywhere visible, they need to be covered. If they're on your hands, face or neck, you unfortunately currently can't be a BA pilot. And then the other point, again, sounding like your mum, clear criminal record check, referencing history. So any employer, whether it's voluntary work or paid work, we need a satisfactory reference from your employers. And a new thing that's come in this year, which isn't a BA thing, it is across the board. If for airside ID holders, there is an accreditation check, and we will check your social media. So please be careful what you're posting on social media.
I think just to pick up on that social media check as well, it's important that we do check social media. Many pilots have a big presence on social media, whether that be Instagram or LinkedIn or Twitter. We do see posts, and therefore naturally don't put on anything on social media. Even if you were 18 years old at the time, don't put anything on social media that the media could look back in a few years' time if anything ever went wrong in your career and pick on that, because that's the one photo that they will use. The routes into British Airways, as I've already mentioned, it's important to stress that we are not here to recruit. That said, I would always encourage you to sign up to the automatic job updates. That's ba.com/careers. More information obviously is available on our stand. That will enable you to sign up to any job updates. So for example, if you put the keyword pilot in, it's going to send you anything that has a job description that says pilot. We can't control that, but obviously as soon as it happens, we will get that message out to you. the routes into British Airways itself, we have the DEP process, also known as the Direct Entry Pilot. They are pilots that have come from a previous airline. Those people, generally, we require 500 hours or 100 sectors, depending on which aircraft type you have operated on. That said, for each specific job campaign that we launch in the future, please look at the job description, and obviously that will stress the requirements for that particular campaign. The managed path is for any military leavers, so if we have military pilots or weapons system officers, they can go through the managed path route, and that enables them a route into British Airways that way. The cadet programs, many people often ask about the FPP. The FPP was a scheme that we launched in 2014, 2015, and from that point on, we've not launched it anytime soon, and the reason is, at the moment, we don't need to look at future recruitment in terms of cadet programs, so it's not a conversation that we've yet had about any future cadet programs. The Whitetail program is a route where we go to an approved training organisation, and we would then effectively screen you at different stages of the process. So the initial screening process that we would look at would be after your ground school. The British Airways requirements is an 85% average, with no more, for the Whitetail program, no more than one retake. Then we would then put you through the British Airways selection process, and again, we would screen you again at the end of your CPL and IR, in which we would require a first series pass in the CPL and IR. More recently, we introduced a newly qualified pilot pathway. We were very proud about that, even though we struggled to say the name sometimes. It was something that we were proud about doing, because for the first time ever, it introduced the route for a modular pilot to enter British Airways. So going forward, it's something that we've used, we like, but again, today is not the day to talk about any future campaigns, but just to make you aware that we now do offer opportunities for people in the modular routes. Here, we're talking about how to make your CV stand out. Now, these are just a few points to pick on. Now, these aren't the only points, but it's all about looking at making yourself the most recruitable person. Somebody who's sat there since they were 13 years old in a cadet organisation, like myself. I joined the Air Cadets when I was 13 and left as a cadet warrant officer when I was 18 to start my flight training. Now, that just gives you a lot of experience as an 18-year-old that potentially somebody who is 24, 25, straight out of university does not have that life experience. Even though you may think that they're much older, from the point of view of making you recruitable and having actual real competency-based assessment tools, that is the route that we would look. Other routes ensure that you obviously have got leadership and customer service experience. So myself, I joined McDonald's when I was 16 years old. I started as a crew member and worked my way up to a shift manager, but ultimately it enabled me to have the leadership credentials at 18, which I could put on my application, which got me to where I wanted to be. These are just a few points. As I've mentioned, there are many other points that we different areas of extracurricular activities that we would look at, but these are just how to enhance yourself that little bit more.
So as I said earlier, CVs, we will get about, last cadet programme we ran 4,000 CVs. So as Jai just said, what we're looking for really from your CV is you selling yourself, and how do you get yourself to stand out from the other 3,999 people that have applied, and why do we recruit you? So please be clear, concise and relevant. This is a kind of standard structure. Pilot CV generally are quite factual. We are looking for you to sell yourself to us. We want to know your flying experience, and that is important, but actually you selling yourself to us is just as important. So an opening statement in the third person, summary of flying hours, licenses, rating and aircraft experience, and if you can make that as clear to us as possible, we get some weird and wonderful ways that information is presented to us, and it's quite difficult for us to ascertain. Work history, it sounds like common sense, but you would be surprised. Current company at the top and work backwards. We want to know which companies you've worked for, the dates, and a summary of what you did in those roles. Read the job descriptions that we post. They're all slightly different. And what we're looking for is any transferable skills that you've had from previous roles that you can link to our job descriptions. We will need your education history and any outside interests. And again, these are outside interests that you think are relevant to the role that you're applying for. Ideally, your CV should not be more than 2 pages. As a cadet, most the flight schools will give you a template that will be a page. That's fantastic, but if you go onto a second page, that's fine. If you start going onto a third page, there's too much information and you need to minimise it down. So we do see thousands of CVs. Don't make it too complicated. With the formatting, every airline will use an applicant tracking system, and if you've got conditional formatting on your CV, when you upload it to our ATS, it will distort the format. So if you upload it as a PDF, it will make how you've uploaded, it will look the same to us. Proofread and get somebody else to proofread. You'd be very surprised that is done on purpose. Spelling mistakes, and we mark on spelling mistakes. Incorrect telephone numbers. The number of times that we've tried to call people to make them job offers and we can't get hold of them because their telephone numbers that they've put on are incorrect. And as I said earlier, the incorrect airline. Being honest, if you've written, I've always wanted to work for EasyJet, we tend to stop reading there. Nothing wrong with EasyJet, they're a lovely airline. This is, I don't know who Michael Williams is, we've just pulled this from cvhelp.co.uk. There are other websites out there as well, but this was just to give you an idea of the structure, very basic, but actually it's very easy for us to pull the information that we need from it, so keep it simple.
So talking about the selection process for British Airways, many of the ATOs do have a similar selection process because it's a proven track. We have a proven track record that it does actually work. So obviously the initial screening we've just spoken about, Lucy and I and other members of the team will go through the application, and we have to whittle it down from the 4,200 to, as it was in the cadet programme, 61 places. So as a result, we do need to ensure that we get we can move through the process. The assessment itself, for our actual process, we have a verbal reasoning test, a numerical test, and then what we call a capacity-based testing program. We use a system called Eagle, which is effectively a great way of testing whether you can pat your head and rub your stomach. Ultimately, that's what we want. We need people who can manage multiple tasks all at once, to process information, and that's a great tool that we find to actually test that. Subject to passing this stages, so for us this would be a stage 1 assessment, so day 1. You would then move on to the second day of selection, which is group exercises and interview. This is a competency-based interview in British Airways, and this is something that we'll talk about in a couple of moments' time. Types of questions, as I've mentioned, we do ask competency-based questions, and what we mean by competency-based questions is give me evidence. Ultimately, the way we look at things is you can give me all the buzzwords that you like, that you think that I want to hear. I'm a great leader, I'm a great team worker, but give me evidence as to where that is in your life. So we look at motivation and business awareness, we've touched on that. Communications, vital for actually being a pilot. The amount of people that seem to think all we do is fly planes is remarkable. My role of flying an aircraft is actually so small when you look at different aspects of team management, time management, coordinating the ground operation, and that is the sort of person that as a 19, 20-year-old or going forward to any age as an inexperienced pilot, you need to have the ability to actually lead a team and be able to communicate with that team. So your workload management we will assess at certain stages. Professional standards we've already touched on, and that is vital, your leadership and your teamwork ability. So example questions. I'm just going to put 3 example questions on the page, and ultimately I want to just talk about some questions where people seem to think that we're trying to catch you out. So why do you want to work for British Airways as a pilot is obviously a great one to test your motivation. Now ultimately that's where a great interview is when we sit there and just go, we've learned something, because some people genuinely have done that much research and they'll know all about the fleet facts, but that just proves there's true motivation for the role. How would you explain turbulence to a nervous passenger? Here we go, Karen. This is my sort of flying with confidence coming in now. But no, ultimately we are looking at the communication attributes and that you can empathise with individuals. As a pilot, especially once you put that hat on with British Airways, people look at you and people expect you to be able to communicate. Lucy's mentioned before now, more recently she was on a flight. The captain came out the flight deck and high-fived all the children as they got off the airplane. Now ultimately that left a lasting impression with all the passengers that saw that, and imagine the parents of those individuals. So we just want to look at people who really do promote the brand. That final question, people look at it as to it being a tricky question. Ultimately, what we want as pilots is people that can own up to mistakes that they've made. That is the best form of knowing how you are as an individual. Nobody is perfect, and I've always said the day that you feel that you've learned everything in aviation is the day to give up, because that is when you become a danger to yourself and others. Ultimately, we learn, and this industry is so safe because we learn from our mistakes. And for that, we need the person to hold their hands up and turn around and say, this is a mistake I've made, this is how we're going to go through it and fix it in the future. Bit of homework for you. I just want you to learn the STAR technique. This is how we would love you to demonstrate your competency-based interview knowledge. So STAR technique is something to take away. Just a bit of a slide now for some great tips about how to become a pilot.
My top tip for our future generation of female pilots is to always strive for excellence, set yourself really high standards, and always go that extra mile. Because if you're great at your job, then gender is totally irrelevant.
You don't have to study any specific A-levels, so make sure you pick subjects that you enjoy and that you think you can do well in.
If you're interested in becoming an airline pilot, why not go down to your local airfield and have a trial flight, and you may just get hooked.
Or go down to your local flying school or gliding club and ask the instructors and the pilots down there. Pilots love to talk about their job.
Get yourself in the air and see if you like it. If you do, you can join the Air Cadets or try a gliding club and their youth programmes.
Get into the world of aviation any way you can, whether it's a role on the ground, as cabin crew, or in engineering.
A true passion for aviation will always shine through. So if you can channel your determination and enthusiasm and work really, really hard, then just go for it. Because once you start, the best really is yet to come.
And just before we get going, I'm going to leave that one slide on there for you to take a photo of and look at different opportunities and pathways going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Jai and Lucy. Thanks very much for finishing off Pilot Careers Live's seminar programme so efficiently and so brilliantly. It's a great talk. Thank you very much. Some fantastic tips to take away there. Thank you all for your time today and for joining us. There's still half an hour to get out there and meet some of the exhibitors and go back on stand and see Lucy and Jai and ask any questions, and the other colleagues of theirs on their stand as well. And we wish you a very safe journey home. Don't forget, all of this will be available on demand. You will be sent the link. And we will be back. We're going to Manchester, we're going to Dublin, we're going to Madrid, and we're back here again in November. So a few more shows this year if you want to keep coming back and asking more questions. Take care, all the best, and see you soon.
Stand with Sean Jacob, and they've been running a competition all day, and it's time to find out. So, Sean, tell us a little bit about the competition before we find out who's won.
Thank you, Ian, and thanks for giving up some of your valuable time on what I know has been an incredibly busy day for you. We've had a really enjoyable time here at PCL. And during the day, all of the people who visited our stand, we've taken their names and details and entered them into 2 competitions. One to win a simulator session with our partners Jet Masterclass at Gatwick, and secondly to win an experience flight in a DA40 from Brighton City Airport. So if, with no further ado, I could ask you to dive your hand in for the first time and pull out for the flight simulator session with Jet Masterclass.
I'm sad to report that there were no forthcoming bribes today, so this is completely random and genuine.
So, winning the Jet Masterclass flight simulator session is Georgina Jones. Georgina Jones.
Well done, Georgina.
Congratulations. And now, if I can get you to put your hand in one more time for a flight in a DA40 from Brighton City Airport with FTA.
And again, no bribes, so this one was just purely random.
And our congratulations go to Adrian Hurtado. Adrian Hurtado, congratulations, you won a flight in a DA40 from Brighton City Airport with
Well done,
FTA.
Adrian. Well done, Georgina. I hope you have a great time. Let us know how you get on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian.
Thank you, Sean.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just missed the prize draw. Oh, well. Yeah, you didn't win. She won a flight in something, and someone else won a flight in something.
Or you could have a flight with me,
Yeah.
which is even better.
Yeah, which I've got. So, it's not that long, has it?
No, I've just been on the V8 or the V8 as well. I've got an opportunity that's come out today. I might have a job. I've got to work for it. But I've been given an opportunity to go for a second flight. So I'm one step there now. I've just got to pass, interview, go in the simulator, and but if that all goes well,
yep.
I may have something. It's an opportunity.
Fingers crossed, yeah.
So we'll see.
Right, Anthony, where are we going?
Right.
Over there?
Do say goodbye.
I will certainly try to. I'll be over there at 5, I hope. This is a bad mood to be carrying that.
So I'm here with Anthony Pesford, industry veteran. Anthony, you've held
bad mood
senior roles in leadership on quite a few ATOs.
Oh, yeah, no, I should be doing
You're
it.
currently in an independent role, which is ideal. It means you've got nothing to sell, so we can ask you some really independent advice. And I guess the main question I'd like to ask you is, how do people coming to the show go about making a proper fact-based decision on choosing their ATO, choosing their training provider?
Well, yeah, thank you for that glowing introduction. I'll do my best to answer that question. Indeed, there must be some science brought to all of this, because whilst there is subjectivity, what I advise people to do in that form of science to create a decision matrix. Very simply, list on the left-hand side maybe 10 areas which are important to you. So that might be in terms of the experience of instructors, the fleet, the service, the post-training support, and so forth. And on the top, to list the ATOs that are your favourites. Go and visit those ATOs, interrogate them, get as much information as you possibly can, and give them a score. So score against that particular item. Once you've got all the scores in the boxes, add them all up, and that will help you some way to enabling you to make a decision which is a balance between your heart and your head.
So how much, is this, in your experience, do most people choose their ATOs like that, or do they err towards kind of the heart rather than the head?
I think it's a mix, really. I think there's clearly an emotional element to it, and so one is easily drawn into looking at all the great aeroplanes and the sexy environment. But then I think people are now thinking very carefully, particularly around the financial side of things, and I think those areas are now starting to get much greater scrutiny, which is a good thing, of course.
Absolutely. So, once you let's say you end up with your decision matrix and you have 3 leading candidates, presumably you'd advise people to actually go and visit those in person.
Yeah, look, I think it's a blended position. So you gather the scores from having visited them in the first place. Maybe just go and have a look around in a very sort of high-level activity. And once you've got down to the shortlist, go back and start interrogating and start getting right to the heart of things and really get the devil is in the detail. And once you've got that, I think you'll find that it will work out as being a sensible, balanced decision.
Okay, and in your days when you were in the leadership team of ATOs, how did you work it for the payment? We kind of advise people not to pay everything up front because it's clearly a large risk. What are kind of common ways of ATOs managing their payments?
Yeah, I mean, times are obviously different, and but the way we did it was look at a sort of fair and balanced position. So you are looking inevitably on for example, on a full-time course, at having to pay a deposit, but now that needs to be a sensible number and not a huge amount up front. And then largely the ATOs are looking at redistributing the balancing payments over the duration of the course, rather than actually seeing huge amounts up front. So I think the ATOs are now starting to better understand that it's a managed cash flow, as opposed to pre-COVID, a lot more was paid in advance.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, again, and welcome to our third Meet the ATO and our last one today, but not least to meet up with our friends from Flight Training Europe. In fact, Flight Training Europe has the genesis of its origins from the UK, in fact. It was originally with BAE Systems up north in Scotland, and now they've moved to Jerez de la Frontera. And it's my pleasure to introduce Alex Fedina, who's the Manager of Customer Relations for Flight Training Europe. Alex, please tell us about yourself and also about Flight Training Europe now in sunny Spain.
Lovely. Well, I'm the Customer Relations Manager, as you rightly said, at Flight Training Europe. So I'm responsible for the whole interaction of our customers with FTE when they apply, once they join us, to make sure that the stay with us is pleasant and that they receive the training that they obviously deserve and they are investing in. Flight Training Europe, as you also pointed out, obviously when we're here in the UK, we're back home in a way. Our origins in Prestwick are still present today. We have a very strong British culture, a lot of expats working in Spain. Some actually originally from Prestwick, still with us today.
Indeed, yeah.
We are obviously now an independent flight school working under EASA, although we still offer UKCAA training, and we will continue to do so. So any candidate who's interested in having a dual license, we will be able to offer that possibility. And I think Flight Training Europe is still pretty unique. There are very few schools that have exactly what we offer, as in the campus environment, which I believe is essential to offer truly integrated training, where all of the ground school elements and the flight training are delivered from one campus. That actually allows us to split the ground school training in two different phases. So after the initial 20 weeks of ground school training, sitting the first set of exams, students start flying. Now, obviously, this experience with single-engine flying means that they fly a bit earlier than with other organizations, but more importantly, when they progress to the second phase of ground school, they are already familiar with the flying environment.
Yes.
So, for instance, when we teach flight planning, if they've been planning their flight with their instructor during the single-engine flying, it's no longer an abstract concept. It's something they're already familiar with. So there are learning benefits in this truly integrated approach.
And would you say that you have a truly fair weather base in that studies, or do you get the mix of fair weather and bad weather for the instrument flying?
Well, anyone who's been visiting us recently as part of the assessments for the scholarship we were running, they probably haven't seen the best of our weather, unfortunately. Okay. But we still have an average of over 300 days of sunshine per year. It's in sunny southern Spain. We're an hour drive from Sevilla, a 2-hour drive from Malaga. So obviously the location is pretty privileged. I think that having also some adverse meteorology is positive for a proper learning environment. When our students join the airlines, it's not going to be sunny skies all day long.
So you do get a blended position.
We do get, especially not so much rain, crosswinds can be a nuisance at times. But we, apart from operating from Jerez International Airport, we also have a wholly, entirely owned airfield in the nearby town of Torrevieja.
Tell us more about that then. We're very interested to hear about that.
Yeah, it was an opportunity that arose and we purchased this airfield. It's entirely operated by FTE Jerez for the sole operation of our single-engine fleets. And it provides with an airfield with a different runway orientation. So when we have crosswind in Jerez, we can still do plenty of touch and goes every single day in Torrevieja.
And is it IFR capable as well?
As well. And it's run, since we deliver ATC training, it's run by our own air traffic controllers.
You couldn't ask for any more, could you?
Exactly.
And what about, you have some new housing, some new exciting hotels. Tell us about that.
Yes. Well, our main campus is what used to be a military base. We have about 222 rooms on that campus. Students do live and train on the same location. It's about 40,000 square meters of facilities. 800 meters away from the main campus, there was a hotel which we purchased, and that adds an additional 35,000 square meters of facilities, 100 rooms, and the idea is that pilot students will be staying on the main campus, will be using these facilities well for visitors, for corporate partners, especially on the air traffic control front, and other opportunities. But yeah, it's definitely actually it's been set up as a hotel. It has a
and it's a super standard, I understand. I mean, I've actually stayed there as it was being built. Now, you mentioned previously about a scholarship.
Yes.
Now, so all the facilities sound absolutely wonderful. So how does somebody get there in terms of winning one of these scholarships?
Okay, so when we realised that the pandemic was on its way out last year, we decided that it would be a wonderful opportunity to offer to people, regardless of their income, regardless of gender, regardless of anything, just based on their merits, the possibility of winning one of two scholarships, which will offer 100% all of the training fees and accommodation
all
fees.
in, food and everything?
Absolutely everything.
Okay.
So our airline first officer program, which has a price of €119,500. Today's exchange rate is just under 100k in sterling. That includes all of the training from zero to full ATPL and all of the accommodation full board throughout.
And how do they get so how do you win this prize?
Exactly. We opened applications just before Christmas. We were swarmed with applications, as you can imagine. Out of 2,000 candidates who met all the criteria we were looking for, we shortlisted the best 200 based on the questionnaire that they had to provide, their CV, and their academic records so far. Those 200 have been assessed in Jerez, free of charge, during 3 weeks. We've been receiving about 20 candidates per day.
Yep.
And we are still running assessments, but we are planning to invite the 20 best candidates for the final interview at the beginning of June.
And is that for the first scholarships? Have we got another one to come?
We will be most likely opening a scholarship. We don't know the dates yet. It will probably be either Q4, so the last quarter of the year, or at the very latest January next year. Okay. So our plan is to turn this into kind of a tradition, and we think it's important. We also consider the candidate's income, so where possible, apart from being deserving, if it's someone who comes from a less privileged situation who can generally not afford integrated training, we want to give that person the opportunity to achieve his or her dreams.
So this is your scheme in terms of the scholarships. You know, other schools have been doing bursaries and things like that. So this is the FDE offering in terms of helping those into the profession.
Correct.
I think that's admirable. It's great to see the ATAs offering these things and FDE to be part of that journey in enabling someone to become a pilot. And thank you very much for those initiatives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well done. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Say hello to Austin.
I nearly started to laugh with the hotel.
I know, yeah. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back to the very last part of Pilot Careers Live 2022, April 2022. Thank you very much for joining us today. As you probably can't see, but I can see that the show is beginning to wind down. It closes at 5, so almost no time left. And frankly, I think most of us have done quite a lot of walking today, so we're kind of okay with that. But time to reflect on the show. It's been a fantastic day. Tell me, Rebecca, what's been your highlight of the event so far?
Microphone. So my highlight of the event so far, so we learnt a lot about different ways to train, different packages, and lots to talk about bursaries and exciting things on offer. But my actual highlight of the show was speaking to one young cadet halfway through his training. I wasn't approaching him as he didn't have to sell the school to me, and the pure enthusiasm and genuine love for the journey that he's on just shone through, and it reminded me that underneath all the uncertainty and questions around how to do it is genuine passion, and seeing that exhibited and given a platform here was for me really exciting.
Brilliant. Thank you. Karen, how about you?
Actually, I can barely hear you, Ian. It's still a real buzz here, which is fantastic. Don't worry, I got the gist of it. And similar, I did hear what you were saying, Becky. The passion messages come through nearly in every single seminar I've been in as well. It's been talking about making sure you got that fire in your belly, and the motivation to do this will be one of the most paramount things when you go through any sort of selection process going forward, whether it's for an ATO, an approved training organisation, or for an airline. So the passion bit has really shone through. The airline talks have been great. They've been really busy each session, which has been fantastic as well. So I'm sure they've been well absorbed. And I just met a lady in the loo, as us ladies do. And she said, "Oh, are you one of the organisers?" And she said, "Can I just say thank you?" And they'd flown over from Ireland this morning, here for the whole day, flying back this evening with her 16-year-old son, who's obviously right at the beginning of his journey. But that's what we're here for. It's about really starting to get that research in place so you can make the decision when the time comes. And that was really nice to hear, that their journey today was well worth it. Yeah.
Brilliant. Yeah. And finally, Anthony, you've been working your socks off today. I'm not sure if that's an unusual thing or not. And you've been talking to lots of ATOs, talking to lots of people at the show. Had a really busy day. What's your takeaway?
I think so, yes. I think my volunteering took on a whole new dimension, Ian, there's no doubt. Yeah, look, I echo what the others say. I mean, to see all these aspirant pilots with their mums and dads and really doing what we've encouraged them to do. Year after year, it's finally sinking in, isn't it? They're asking the searching questions, they're following the checklist, they're doing the things that we've asked them to do, and I find that personally very gratifying, that the industry message is getting through. It's a huge investment, and therefore you wouldn't spend these levels of funds without really doing it, so it's great to see that. On a personal level, there's been a very special moment happen for me to see the EasyJet NPL presentation coming up. Now, whether you love NPL or don't love NPL, it was a passion of mine way back, and introducing it to the UK in 2007. And so now seeing the airline re-embracing it and encouraging people through programs into this profession using that method, it was joyful, and I was pleased to see that. And thirdly, of course, catching up with all our old friends and colleagues from the ATOs, having some fun, having a really interrogatory few moments to find out what they're doing, why they're doing it, the incentives they're bringing about, doing things which are beneficial. I'd like to see, as I say, the airlines also introducing some financial incentives alongside the ATOs, and long may it all continue. I think it's the start of a period of positivity, and let's bring it on.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for all of your hard work. Thank you out there for watching. We hope you've had a good day, and if you're watching this from Catch Up, don't forget, there's loads of stuff you can watch, like, subscribe, do all that kind of YouTube-y type stuff, or even if it might be on Vimeo. But anyway, thank you very much. Hope you've had a great day. See you later.
Voila. Well done, everybody. Well done. One more to go.
One more for you.
I need the coffee. And Andy.